The time has come to unite the world under one nation. An 8-bit nation. A neon green nation. The CoCo Nation. The CoCo Nation Show. Coming soon.
The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation Show, episode 342. Today we have special guest Mike Snyder, who we'll get to in just a second here. How's everybody doing?
Doing all right. How you doing?
We're here.
Still on the right side of the daisies. So let's see who we've got today. On the panel, we have Mark Overhoser.
Glad to be here.
All right. Yours truly, the button pushing monkey, Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody.
And Alan.
Howdy, howdy. Coco still boots. It's a good day.
That's right.
Hey,
And Rick Euland, whose power is
Howdy,
now
folks.
back on,
yes, powerful again.
which means your Coco will boot now.
Indeed it will.
All right, Ken Waters.
Howdy, howdy.
And Ron Delvaux.
Yes, I'm a subsidiary.
Okay. And our special guest, Mike Snyder.
Hey, happy to be here.
And L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone. And I will mention you were talking about being on the right side of the daisies in the pre-show that we had here locally where you couldn't see it. But your cat was trying to fix that problem for you.
Yeah. I gotta go check for some blood later here.
Mhm.
Let's see.
That attack was savage.
Yeah, it's like
Cat scratch fever later.
All right, get out his septic pencil and do a little.
It's like, okay, let's see. Bob Emery.
Howdy, everybody.
Stop it,
Getting
stop it,
psychedelic
stop
here.
it.
Whoa.
Stop it. Stop
Let's
it.
see. Next we got Redrick Sagard
Hello.
and Nick Marentes.
Hello, everyone.
Make it so.
And over in the chat, we've got the Breaky, J.E. Jones. But I see your comment here. Last week's show was excellent, and I believe this one will be too. Can I have whatever you're smoking?
Or the gummies. The gummies will do.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. You got Marco, Amy. Hello, Amy. Jim Rye. 8-Bits in the Basement. Micro Hobbyist. Tom Eric Gunderson. Kevin Holloway. Daddy Burrito. Let's see. Random Facebook user.
It's
And
Mark Siegel.
oh, okay, that catches us up on the chat here. So, all right, let's see, Curtis.
Yes.
Let's say hello to our special guest.
So big welcome to Mike Snyder, who's still got a CoCo website he's had running for a couple of decades now called CoCoQuest.com, which covers a lot of the games and stuff he did they were pretty well as a teenager, were they not?
Yeah, I was probably around 17 when I started, maybe 16 when I started working on these. I don't do much with the website. It's basically just kind of a landing page so you can see everything, but I rarely ever update it. I think my last update was 9 years ago, so
So the technical word is static.
it's stale. Yes.
Needs
Until
some
you're
spicing up. Okay, well, actually, I'll share that screen just so people can see what the heck we're talking about.
About.
I feel like I got a good domain name for it though. I think CoCo Quest is kind of cool. So it can almost
Most
get
definitely.
of its own.
Yeah, and you're one of the members of the CoCo web ring, which I don't think's really that
Yeah.
active anymore either, though.
Yeah.
My site was on it for a while too. I don't know if it still is.
I've been
I want
there.
to restart one, a Coco web ring.
Well, that'd be cool.
I got some software downloaded, but needs too old of a version of PHP at the moment, so I'm messing with it.
Right.
That'd be kind of nice to get that going again. It's kind of retro in itself at this point. 'Cause
Yeah, it
that was started in the 90s, if I remember.
Yeah, I wasn't in it from the beginning. I jumped on when I put up this site.
Yeah, one time I had nostalgia on my finger.
Okay.
Yeah, see how it says that at the top?
But your site's kind of nice because you've got a little bit of the history of stuff and how to run some of the software, et cetera. And then you got these like randomly picked screenshots.
Yeah, I wish I
CoCo
had
2
made
stuff.
those where you could expand them. I just wasn't thinking at the time. Those are as big as they get. So it would have been nice to, click them and actually get an enlarged version, but I didn't do that.
Yeah, every time you refresh the page, it randomly selects from them too. Like you have more than just the ones shown here.
Yeah.
And you've got the CoCo 1 and 2 ones up here, and then you've got CoCo 3 ones down here.
Uh-huh.
And then you got downloads. Lots and lots of downloads.
Yeah, and I was just informed that I think 6 through 9 or 7 through 9 don't download correctly, but if you download the zip file, then it works. And I'll try to get that fixed so that those individual ones also can be downloaded.
It's 6 through 9.
6 through 9.
6 through 9?
Yeah.
I also wanted to mention here, you've got this little bit on the bottom where you've been trying to collect all the T&D, because that was where most of your publishing was on T&D and then through sportsware. But there's a few you haven't been able to find in the meantime.
Yep.
Have you had any success since your page was last updated, or are you still missing these exact same ones?
And if I do, I will update it. Space Ace is probably the one that I missed the most. When I submitted it, they kind of told me, hey, there's a game called Space Ace already out there. So they called it Space Race when they published it, or when they intended to publish it. And I don't know why I can't find it. I think they stopped publishing after 121. Maybe it was 122. I think they stopped publishing after 121. Maybe it was 1. Oh.
Mark, I just got a report from Mark Siegel in the chat, said really bad echo. I haven't had a chance to listen to the stream just to see.
Is it on me? Is anyone else hearing the echo?
I'm not hearing here on the local Zoom call, but that doesn't mean anything. What's going out to the stream is the important part.
More like a teeny bit of reverb from Mike, but no,
okay, then I would have to like jump away to go find headphones that would work. Shoot.
Oh, James Jones is saying he's got no echo heard here, so maybe that's either Facebook or just a bad connection the Mark has.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything on YouTube.
Okay, that won't work.
Okay. I just wanted to check. The interview is important, so.
But yeah, those listed there, I've not been able to find, which is fine. I think, like I say, Space Ace is probably the best of those that I'd be missing, and that one's a shame. But other than that, maybe Gnome Quest 3. I don't even remember what happened to that. I think that I sent that to T&D and they had bought it, but maybe they went out of business before they ever even published it.
Yeah, because I know you were asking here if there's any issues of T&D above 121, and no, there's not. 121, actually, if you read their little brochure cover page, it says this is the last issue. So
okay, all right. Well, then, yeah, it's possible that those are just gone forever because they just were never published.
Now, I'm trying to remember, who was the publisher? That was Tom
Dykema or Dykema. It was Dykema. He was the lead for that. I think maybe it was him and his wife. I'm not sure. I never met him in person. I don't even think I might have talked to him on the phone once or twice, but that was only because I was trying to figure out where my paycheck was. But other than that, it was all through mail, and his name was Tom. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we should try to see if we can find him. We haven't interviewed him yet, so if he's still around, maybe we'll find him. If we're lucky, he might even still have it. Who knows?
It's possible. It'd be nice. I wish I still had my stuff. My little brother, I left it in his charge, and he did something with it. I don't know what he did. He pawned it, sold it to a friend. I don't know. I lost all my stuff.
That's sad.
Yep.
Anyway, to go back in time now to talk about it, let's get into a bit of history here. So we have a couple of questions we ask every person we interview here that's been involved with CoCo. And the first one of that, what was the first computer you ever used? Not necessarily owned, but used either in school, a friend's place, whatever.
Yeah, it was at my aunt's house, or maybe a great aunt. I don't remember. It was so long ago. Sometime in like the mid 80s, she had a Texas Instruments 994A or TI 994A. So that was the first time I'd ever even touched a computer. And she had, the little basic programming manual with it. So I spent the weekend there and read through the manual, and I wrote a program. It wasn't interactive at all. It was basically like a maze, but instead of you controlling it, it was almost like just a big cutscene where the little guy goes through the maze. And I did that without ever touching a computer or learning to program before that. I thought it was pretty cool. And from then I was hooked. I've been doing it ever since.
Okay. And then what was the first computer you were actually owned?
CoCo 2. I bought that with my own money. I mowed lawns in high school, and all the stuff that I owned computer wise was what I bought with my lawn mowing money. And that was I had that for a while before I moved up to a CoCo 3.
And just out of curiosity, since your formative experience programming was on a TI-99, was there a reason you didn't get that?
I don't remember. I think maybe,
or was that the time TI-99 was getting out of the market type thing?
It might have been, or it might have been the price, or it might have been that I had a friend who had a CoCo. And he said, "Oh, this is pretty cool." So I looked into that instead. And I think there was also a gap between when I had my hands-on experience with the TI-994A and when I bought the CoCo. There might have been like a year or two gap in there. And I wasn't like I was like totally enamored with that one particular computer. So I just went for the CoCo. And I don't remember the exact reason. It was probably because I had a friend, or because it was affordable, or because I saw an ad or something. That's what I went for.
And did you have a local users group, a CoCo users group? Or
no, I was in
club?
Such a small town. It was like a very small town in Oklahoma I grew up in, and there was no group. I had a couple of friends with it, and that was it. So my experience was basically, I got a subscription to Rainbow and in T&D and everything, and that was it. I didn't really have like a support group or a club or anything like that I was in.
Did you have a local Radio Shack in your small town?
No, the nearest one was in a town about 18 miles away. I mean, by most standards, it was a small town too, but they actually had chain restaurants like a McDonald's and a Brahms and stuff. And they had a shack. And that's where I would go to get my stuff, but it was 18 miles away. So.
Okay. So how did you find the CoCo? Do you remember then? Like, did you travel to town and visit the Radio Shack, or like a friend had it first? You might have. I think my friend had it first, or a neighbor maybe had it. So, God, I wish I could remember. It's been so long ago. I wish I could remember exactly. I'm pretty sure that whatever got me into it, I didn't drive. I didn't have a car. I was, a sophomore or something in high school. So I'm sure my mom or my grandma took me to the Radio Shack in Ada, Oklahoma. That's where the nearest town that was big enough was. And I bought it. I think when I got it, I had the cassette player, and I might have even been using like a generic cassette player, just like one that I had, because I didn't get a disc drive until later. Just had like an old black and white TV at first. I didn't even have a lot of us started that way.
Yeah. But yeah, I got the computer and just never looked back from that point.
Now, during your pre-call, you mentioned you were programming for money already in high school. How long were you programming after you got your CoCo before you started actually selling your programs to T&D and sportsware?
It wasn't very long. So I got it, and I think the very first game I made was a game called Arctic Adventure. It was just a text adventure. And if you notice, it wasn't Arctic Adventure like it should be. It was ARTIC, because I couldn't spell. If you look at some of the instructions for my games, like this guy can't spell. They rejected it. I submitted it to T&D, and I guess it was so bad, or just so broken, or so just the spelling was so horrible that they did not want it. But I kept at it, and pretty much everything after that they did buy. So it was worth it. Like what I invested in the hardware in order to sell my games to them, and they just bought the copyrights. It wasn't like I was getting royalties or anything. So
T&D was basically just a straight buyout, just like Chromaset was earlier. It was sportsware would have been royalty based, I'm presuming.
Yes, it was, but that's a whole nother story. I think we were short-lived and never. I think maybe they sold like 5 copies of my game total, because that's about all it was. But with T&D, it was almost right away. As soon as, probably within 6 months, I was writing games and selling them to them, and did that for a couple of years.
So what prompted you to go and find T&D then? Was that just looking in Rainbow and you thought that'd be cool?
I think it was Rainbow. I do. I don't remember if there were a couple of issues that caught my eye and I ordered those individually, and then maybe in the document, like they come out with this little green sheet. You guys probably remember it. It's like a thing that had all the things listed. I don't know if there was something on there that says, "Hey, we buy games, submit them here," or if it was part of their ad or what. But that was it. It was some information that they put out was how I knew that they would buy games, and that's why I started doing it.
And was it the same rate for every game, or depend if it's CoCo 1, 2, or 3?
It was different depending on what it was. And back then, it was like for a text adventure, they might pay like $40 or something. It was a small amount. For some of like my video games, they would evaluate them and just see, well, how good is this? How popular do we think it would be? I think the most that they might have ever paid for any individual game was like 100, maybe 120 for one game. But most of them were in that range from like 40 to 80, something like that. And
did you write anything besides games? Like, did you write utilities or?
There were a couple. I wrote a Star Trek episodes guide, basically, and I can't remember where I got the information. I think I checked out a library book or something that was like about Star Trek, and it had a synopsis of all 3 seasons and the episodes, maybe the animated series too. And I basically just copied that into the program, and it gave a list of all the episodes. You could click on it, you could see the actors, and I think it was the actors. It was at least a synopsis, whatever I got out of that book. There might have been a couple of other things that I worked on that weren't games, but games was all I was interested in. Like
you're teenagers, so
yes. Yeah, I had an NES, and you'll even see like some of the graphics. And once I started putting graphics in games, they were all inspired by something, Castlevania or Mega Man or something. I got my ideas from NES games.
And speaking of graphics, I mean, you've got some pretty good detail graphics, especially when you got into the CoCo 3 stuff. And I'm just wondering, what did you use as tools for your graphics? Did you just do them all in basic, or did you use like CoCo Max or Color Max or Deluxe or something like that? Or do you remember?
I used nothing but just pixel, just drawing them out. And I don't remember. I think later on, I started instead. It's kind of weird. When I first started doing it, I think I would just do a draw command. Like I would just say draw up, right, whatever, color, blah, blah, blah. And I would just I would just create the code that would draw the icons or whatever. And then I would, capture that as a sprite or whatever.
Using GetPut or whatever, yeah.
Yeah. Later on, I started doing sheets of them, I think. So I would draw the entire thing, and then I would save it as a binary file, if I remember right. And then I could load that into memory and then just grab the pieces that had already been drawn previously and use those as my sprites. But I never used a utility as far as I remember. It was always just something I homebrewed in order to do that.
Okay, because some of your CoCo 3 graphics in particular actually look pretty darn good. So I thought maybe you were using CoCo Max 3 or
it was graph
or something.
Paper. I would basically have graph paper, and I would figure out what I wanted to do, and then I would just mimic that with draw commands, I think. And then eventually, I did start pre-rendering them and then grabbing them from a file that I loaded. But at first it was just physically just having draw commands to make them. But it wasn't a utility. It was all just graph paper and me just coming up with stuff.
And I think if I remember correctly, some of your games have like little 4-voice music and stuff there. Was that something you just plucked out of one of the various rainbow things that showed you how to do multi-voice music type thing, or do you remember?
I don't.
Or did you have a program for that, like Lyra or music or something?
You know what? Actually, I think I did. There was some sort of a program for that, but until you mentioned it, I had totally forgotten it. And if I did, I don't remember what it was. But when I played back through them recently, I didn't remember any that had that. The ones that I did, it seems like I simulated it by God, what did I do? I guess the short answer is I don't fully remember.
That's no problem. Now you started this in high school, like you mentioned. How long, were you in university by the time you stopped working for doing stuff for T&D?
I got real busy when I went to college. I graduated in 1990 and went to college that same fall. And my time was a lot less, not only schoolwork, but, coming from a small town and then going to college where you meet a lot of new people. I was in, the marching band and everything, and met a lot of people that way. People, we want to go to movies, go out to eat. Just my time was
have a life.
Finally have a life. Yeah. Because that's something I was lacking up to that point. So I just didn't have that much time for it. And I don't remember, because I guess it kind of speaks to me not even realizing that T&D had gone out of business, that I must have just stopped submitting to them around the same time. So
yeah, I mean, the tail end of your stuff was near the end of the Rainbow, even, and Tandy, I think, canceled the CoCo right around the time you'd stopped writing.
Well, it kind of coincided. It would have been sad for me if I was still, gung ho on all this stuff and submitting it and trying to do stuff, and then that had, like a rug got pulled out from under me. So for me, it worked okay because I had already wound down what I was doing anyway. But yeah, I tried that. There were a couple in college that I worked on. I don't think anything I made in college ever even got published. Like we were talking earlier, the that Space Ace or Space Race, whatever, and Gnome Quest 3, I think those I had even done while I was still in high school, like maybe the summer before I went off to college. So,
Okay.
kind of.
And then how did you hook up with sportswear? Like you sold just a few things to them from what I understand,
It
but
was another
since
thing
you were
that-
so successful with T&D, I'm kind of wondering why you went there for that.
It was the concept of royalties. So with
Okay.
T&D buying those outright, I'm like, well, I don't know how much they're making off these. I mean, in my mind, they had 1 million subscribers. You know, I'm sure they did. But in my mind, they did. And I was like, well, I'm not getting a very big cut of this. They're sending me $40 for one of these little games, or, 60, 80, whatever. Sportsware will sell it. And I was always attracted to the things in Rainbow that were just publishers that were putting out games, Sundog and whatever else was around at that time.
I have a connection to sportswear.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy's name's Paul Olmsted.
Yes, I remember.
And
now,
he was my wife's boss.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he sold me my first CoCo for
wow.
$300, the CoCo, and I had a TV and a drive, I think it was a single drive. But anyway, he did Weekly Winner and some other things. And then he graduated to Model 1000 PC stuff,
So
later.
you're all his fault.
Yeah, right.
So Ron, was he located up in Rochester?
He was in
area then?
Toledo. No, he was in Toledo, Ohio. In
Okay.
fact, on the
Because you've lived a
Weekly
few
Winner-
places, I wasn't sure where on the timeline that fit.
Yeah, on the Weekly Winner game, he has his address as River Road, Toledo, Ohio. Yeah,
Oh, that's
91.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, Paul wrote some of the games for Sportswear himself too, because he's
Yeah,
definitely
he
in the
wrote
credits on a few.
a couple of. He was into military games,
Oh,
he-
like strategy.
Like Ark Royal did
Yeah.
type thing, yeah.
Yeah, and didn't he do the one? No,
Because there's like I'm trying to remember which ones he did. Like Barbarian Quest, was that one of
Yes.
his?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I had the original of that, and I wasn't really into that, and I was able to sell that to somebody in our group, at
Okay.
one time. But anyway, yeah,
So if he's
we
in
used to-
Toledo, I'm wondering how did Mike get a hold of him? Did you just
Yeah,
pick that one company out, or did you submit to a
Well,
bunch of
I
them?
think
or-
he had an
because
ad
they
in
solicited.
Rainbow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think in Rainbow they said, "Hey, we will publish games or send us your games." It was kind of the same deal as T&D as far as actively asking people to get in touch with them if you wanted to sell your game. So I'm sure it was something like that, because I'm sure I didn't just like randomly reach out to these guys and say, "Hey, do you want to publish games?" It had to have been something like that they.
Yeah, he owned a window company, and my sister worked there, and she worked on putting. She did work on a Model 3 because they had Radio Shack computers, for their inputting customers and reminders for or service, or I don't know exactly what they did, but I have a picture of my sister sitting at a Model 3 inputting data with a headset on. I don't know if she was listening to music or if it was hooked up or what, I don't
Well,
know.
that's cool.
But yeah, and he was one of the owners of the company, and it must be that either my sister or my wife, since she worked there too, she was in accounting, and told him I was interested in the Radio Shack stuff, and he was already, which we didn't know. So I spent some time at his place on River Road, and with my son and his daughter would play together while we did CoCo stuff, and he taught me some things and gave me some programs, and he did Super Disc. Remember that?
Yep, I found that one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he run Sportswear as just kind of a little side business then, or
it's just exactly. Yep.
that wasn't his main income then? Obviously,
No.
And even though I didn't sell much through them, it wasn't for lack of trying, because they actually created a manual for it. It wasn't like a super, well produced thing, but you would buy the game, it would come on disc. It had this little 2-page manual with it, with my story and instructions in it. And they ran ads in Rainbow. So I remember at least 1 or 2 issues. My games were there on sale through Rainbow, through the sportswear ad. So
you didn't write your own manuals for that? I didn't know that.
I wrote my own manual, but he like edited, put
Enhanced
it together into a
Yeah.
It was cool.
Fixed it.
Yeah, fixed it. Hopefully fixed
Spelling?
my spelling.
Spelling correction. Yeah.
I hope so.
I've talked to him and asked him if he would come on the show, and he's a little shy, you know. And I don't think he thinks, you know, it was very big deal back then. You know, it was
a
just
big deal to
something he
me.
did.
Like it was,
Yeah, and to me too. And so I think one of these days he might come on and we'll be able to interview him.
Now that we know about this connection here, I'm wondering, like, we've done double interviews before. We've had, you know, a previous guest come on and help interview somebody else that you knew in the industry or worked for, et cetera. Like we've talked with, like, you know, Rick Adams and Dale Lear worked together at a company in California, and they both produce stuff on the CoCo on the side. So we actually have them help interview each other. So maybe if you can convince Paul to come on there, Ron, we can have Mike come on as a guest interviewer.
Yeah,
and you can ask some questions that you maybe never got a chance to ask him too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would be great. Now, his daughter that used to play with my son, you know, while we were busy playing with CoCo, she wound up growing up and being a TV personality, like on, you know, she would do specials and stuff on the news, you know, in LA. And I would see her, and she kind of looks like her dad, sort of, you know, and she was real successful. She did really well.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. So one thing, you sent a little newspaper article that was published that
yeah, that ran in my yearbook too. I didn't know it was going to be there, so it was kind of a surprise.
And I'll just do a quote from the article here. It says, it mentions you helped the student council earn money by writing a matchmaking program. And I'm wondering whose idea was that? That's something the student council came up with, or teachers came up with, or you came up with? How successful was it? And how well did it work?
Oh, all great questions. I think it was my idea, and I don't know why it was my idea, but there was this girl I liked, and I was super shy. You know, I'm a geeky kid. I've got like, you know, yes, that's me. That was me in my senior year. Actually, I'm looking. That's on the monitor. You can see Gnome Quest 3, which is one of the games I never have been able to find. So it was my idea. I like this girl. So my idea was I'm going to do this matchmaker thing, and then I'm going to copy her answers so that I will be the one that she matches.
The game.
It was
before social media, the only way to really embarrass yourself was to be in the annual school yearbook, right?
Yeah. So this actually ran in the Ada newspaper, and they put it in the yearbook. So I think it was my idea. What we did is everyone could fill out this form, and it would ask you, on a date, would you want to go to the beach, a movie? You know, it's the standard stuff. But back then, I don't know if anyone was, you know, I think matchmaking programs were, you know, novel at the time. It's not like you had websites to do it for you. So it would ask you questions like that. I don't remember. There were maybe 20 questions, all basically of your interests. Are you interested in what types of books or movies, that type of thing? And you would answer, and I think it was just super simple. It didn't like put any weighting on things like, well, this answer is more important than this answer, so it gets more points. I think it was literally just, if you answered the same on any given question, you got 1. So you could be ranked from like 1 to 20 or 0 to 20, something like that. So everyone could answer for free. And they wanted, I mean, everyone wanted to do it because it was just a goofy little thing. So we passed it around to, it wasn't just the seniors, it was probably the entire high school. So like freshmen through seniors were able to answer this. And then I just keyed it in after the fact, and then the program would run through and it would figure out everyone's top 10 matches. Like you matched with John Smith for a score of 18 or something like that. And we just kind of rank everybody. They had to pay to get the results, though. It was $1 to get your results. And we print those out, and I don't remember how many people bought them. It was about 100. So at the time, you know, in 1989 or 1990, whenever this was, $100 for the student council for our trip. It was a bit of extra money. It was worth doing. But yeah, that one, I made mine to where it was like almost a near perfect match with this girl I liked, and it absolutely didn't help her go anywhere. I don't even remember if she bought hers or if I like somehow gave it to her for free, or I don't know. It was dumb. But
how did it work in general though? Like with other people, did it actually work in any case?
I don't know. I was so much in my own little nerd world that I never paid any attention to where if like someone said, "Hey, we matched, let's go on a date." I have no idea if if anything like that even happened. But it was fun, and it was popular enough, that it got a lot of attention at the time, and I thought it was kind of a cool thing to do. So yeah, it worked.
I mean,
out.
honestly, that's how Facebook started originally, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I watched that Facebook movie. It was kind of just a social thing for a college or something is what that was. But yeah, this was just, I don't even remember what I did with it. I don't know if I took the program and then sold it to T&D, or if it was just like just an ad hoc thing that I did for this, for my senior class that I never did anything with at all. But it was just a down and dirty, not much to it.
Now, one thing this article mentions here, and this is probably later in your CoCo programming career, it says near the top of the middle column there, Biware Enterprises, Mike's computer company, has sold about 70 computer games.
Yeah.
So you were quite prolific. Like, how fast were you cranking these out?
Embarrassingly fast. Basically, I would, especially when I was first getting started and my standards were way lower. It's like if I could make a game in a couple of days, I would. So I would come home from school, and the bad thing is I was so into this that I would be working on stuff at school, not on the computer, but like I wouldn't be paying attention to the teacher. I would have
you'd be writing stuff, notes and programming notes. Yeah,
I'd be making adventure game maps. It was completely embarrassing. So a lot of these things I would make in less than a week. So it was basically a week per game that I was cranking these things out. Like even some of my bigger things I did. Monster Mash, probably like my crowning achievement, I guess, was a game that only probably took me less than 2 weeks to make, because I was that every spare minute I had, that's all I was doing is making these games.
I have another question here, Mike. In this picture, you're using the Black Beauty. Was that pretty much the staple of the day?
What is that? The Black
Beauty.
Oh, the Black Beauty joystick. That's our nickname for the original non-self-centering.
That's what I had. That's basically all I had. Like I said, I didn't have much money. I bought stuff from mowing lawn, so I probably bought the joystick and never even tried to get a better one.
So where was this picture taken? Do you remember? Because it doesn't look like it's at your house or anything.
It's not. It's at it looks like it's the computer lab, I guess, at the school. So it was just a
Oh right.
Or maybe.
So did your class actually have CoCos there? Or did you bring your CoCo from home?
I brought that in. I'm not sure if that was my monitor or TV. I'm not even sure what that is, or if it was one that the school had that I just hooked up to. But that's my computer, my joystick, and my disk. I think that's my disk drive over there.
Yep, that's the kind of drive.
And I brought it in because the school had Apples. They had Apple IIe's, 2C's, whatever the Apple product of the day was. So I actually did a little bit with those too. But no, I brought that in just for that picture.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Very simple, actually. How hard are your games to play on a scale from 1 to Nick Marentes?
That's perfect.
If you understand that reference.
I don't, but they are brutal and control horribly, and I would not recommend anyone play them at all. I know that's kind of. I think there's something coming up where maybe people will have to play at least one of them.
Just wait for the Game On challenge.
Yeah.
I can see that you're the master of the upsell.
Yeah, it is so, they are so difficult and unfair, and like some of my games you get one life. Like you could play for 15 minutes and half an hour and you die and you start over, because in my mind I had no concept of like save states or continuing or anything like that. It was so bad. I honestly had no business having games that people were actually going to be playing, because I did not.
Mike, do you have kids and have they seen this and
I've shown my daughter this article. I have 3 kids. My oldest, she just went off to college. She goes to KU in Lawrence, Kansas now. So she just went off to college. She's a freshman this year. And then I had twins. I have a boy and a girl, and they are 15. They are sophomores in high school. My son is actually getting into programming now. He's learning VB.net. I told him I don't know why they're not teaching him C#. No one's going to be VB.net, but what do I know? Right. But he is a big gamer like me. But he has no interest. I've said, hey, I want to show you these games, bud. Let me show you some of these games I made. Even beyond the CoCo, I did some DOS games. I did online games. I did BBS games. There's a whole lot of stuff that I think he might be interested in, but he's not interested. Like he plays Fortnite. I don't know why I let him, but he played GTA 6 or GTA 5 a while back. 6 isn't out yet. And he has no interest. So it's a shame, because I always thought I was going to be the cool dad. You know, look at all these games I did. I'm the coolest dad ever. I look at all this cool. They don't care. They don't care.
Well, we think you are.
Now, on the other hand, you did a podcast about some of the game stuff with your daughter, didn't you?
Yeah, my oldest, the one that's at KU now, when she was 8 years old, she wanted to do a podcast with me, and I'd never done it. I didn't at the time like speaking, you know, it's just, I'm still kind of reserved. She insisted, and I was like, okay, I guess we'll try it. So we did. Yeah, the link is down there somewhere in the news.
Right here. Yeah.
Yeah. So Video Game Generations, there's a link there. We did it when she was 8. We started in 2014, like July 2014. And we did it for 2 or 3 years. And at some point she just started getting less interested. You know, I think she got into high school. She started talking with friends, you know, and she just, it seemed like to her it was more embarrassing than anything. So we just wind down. And luckily she just didn't leave me high and dry. She didn't just say one day, Dad, I'm not doing it anymore. We kind of phased it out. So we actually got to have a few episodes that we could let listeners know, hey, we're not going to continue after episode 150. So we had a big blowout episode at 150 where all the listeners could write in and ask questions and say bye and everything. So it was a really good time. And I missed doing it to some extent, but I spent so much time editing those episodes because I was so obsessive. It wasn't video, it was all audio. So I had the luxury of loading it in Audacity and like cutting out long pauses and splicing stuff. Like I was obsessive about it. It would take like 8 hours to edit an episode because I went through just, you know, second by second doing that. So it was a time consuming thing, had a lot of fun, and it was all about video games. It was about news. You know, Sony's releasing the latest God of War or something. Addie, what did you play? So she might have played she liked this game called Octodad. So she played Octodad Dadliest Catch, and she liked that. So she would talk about what she played. And it was a lot of fun. And she was the star of the show too. I tell you that some of those episodes, I was really dry. I'm keeping it on fact. And she's just bouncing between topic and topic. It's like, that's why people listen, is because my daughter was just so entertaining. So it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you said that ran for like well over 150 episodes over several years too.
Episodes, yeah. So I don't remember when we stopped doing it, but 2.5 years, I guess, whatever that works out to. Yeah, about 3 years almost, I guess.
And how popular was the podcast? I mean, that's earlier in the podcast realm, 2014.
It was, so. Yeah. It's hard to say. I know that on our feeds we had like around 300 subscribers. I think maybe 250, but it's hard to say how many actively listen because I wasn't using like podcast platforms that give you lots and lots of stats. I had my own feed and I put it up on, it was on Apple, Stitcher. I don't remember where all it was, but it was hard to get stats out of that. So I could just basically see that I had X number of people subscribed to it. But I assume it was popular enough because, you know, a lot of people listen to a podcast. They're not going to write in. You're never going to even know they're there. But every week we had several regulars that would always ask questions. There was a really cool guy who lived in Poland, and his name was Pavel, and he would always write in, always had questions. Really cool guy. I actually ended up playing a couple online games with him one time. And we had some other listeners like that would be, you know, maybe less often, but they would write in and say, hey, love the show. So, yeah, popular enough that it didn't feel like we were just talking into a void, you know, and that was the main thing. It's like, if you're going to do something like that, sometimes you do it for yourself, and sometimes it's worth it just because you feel like you're putting something out there and it gives you something to do. But knowing that you have some listeners that are looking forward to it every week and are actually, participating and responding to you, I think that was great.
Yep.
I think it's what keeps us going here, to be honest.
It's the CoCo Nation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same thing. We just never did video. He's like, I didn't want my 8-year-old daughter being on video necessarily. So we just did audio.
Privacy concerns there.
Exactly.
We got a comment from Mark Siegel, who was one of the head guys up on the CoCo side of things at Radio Shack at the time. Actually, one of the designers of the CoCo 3. He asking, did you get better at writing games over time?
I did. Yeah, I did, but I still didn't take those lessons to make the games more fair or easier. I basically just made them look better. That's kind of the extent that I went, but I was able to do more. So I did learn lessons, how to make the graphics not flicker quite as much as they did in some of my earlier games. Like when my text adventures, I think my text adventures got a little bit better. None of them at that point were very good. So I learned lessons. I just didn't learn the right lessons, because if I knew now what I know then, I could have made some games that could have probably stood the test of time. They would have been fun to play today. Like maybe a roguelike or something would have been fun. But I just kept them hard because I was so intimately familiar with the controls and everything. And I know that, okay, well, this mummy is only ever going to come from this position, and he's only ever going to do this one thing. And I know everything. So I would be able to beat my games. But even for me, some of them were brutally difficult to even finish, even for myself. So I got better. I just applied it in the wrong ways, I think.
Yeah. I could understand that.
Yeah.
And Nick has some of the opposite problem when he does games, because he thinks, it's a little bit hard for him, so it can't possibly be. It's got to be way too hard for other people. And then we get a couple people like Buck Owens and Tasman come in, and they just roast through them in one day.
You never know. Yeah, you never know, because some people can just take to it so simply. I mean, and that's the problem with games today too. Is but they do. Now we've figured out difficulty settings. So there is an easy. There's a medium mode. As far as I know, I don't remember games back in the day having any sort of difficulty setting. It was just
a few did, but it was pretty rare. I mean, I think that you're right, though. That is the reason that they started doing that, is because you find out after you start writing games that basically not everybody's the same level player and never will be.
Yeah.
So you have people who need it on the easiest setting, and that's all they'll ever do. And then,
well, I wish I had Nick's mindset though, because I went the opposite. I was like, if I could do this and complete it, I would think, well, everyone else is going to be better than me, so I better ramp up the difficulty.
Well, that's the issue, because you get so good at your own game as you write it that no one else can play it but you.
Yeah. And I had no concept of controls either. Some of the ones that I've gone back to recently, it's like, how did I not program for diagonals? Like, you have to keep your joystick pointed straight up, straight to the left in order for it to do it. If you're slightly off, it just does not work. And I guess I just never grasped how to make a game control well.
So do you have a CoCo set up?
I don't have it set up, but I did get one. Like I said earlier, I lost all my stuff when my brother, whatever he did. But I bought a CoCo 3 off eBay maybe 20 years ago, 15, I don't know, whenever I started doing this site. Probably more than that now. So I got a CoCo 3. I got a disk drive for it. Maybe a joystick. It wasn't that black one. It was like a white. I think it was white, but it was
self-centering.
Yeah, I think it was
probably a deluxe or a pistol grip or something. Maybe
could have been. Yeah, it's actually sitting around over in a box. If I have a downtime, I may go grab it. But it's not something I ever have hooked up since then. Like, I got it. Yeah, it looks a lot like that. It looks a lot like the one you're holding up there, Patrick. Yeah.
Which nobody else can see, but
okay.
Well, I can see it, and yeah, it's similar to that.
That was a deluxe you're holding up, Rick.
Oh, is there?
You're muted,
one?
Rick.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Just your standard Tandy. Yeah.
I think that might be like the one that I bought, but I don't now, because I have totally forgotten how CoCo Basic even works. Like, I wouldn't be able to work on anything anyway without giving myself a refresher. And if I was, I probably wasn't going to do it on real hardware. I think it would be a lot easier to do it through the emulator or something. I think it would be a lot more.
Yeah, definitely would be. You can overclock it if you're testing stuff.
Well, yeah, and I did that on some of my others, especially my adventure game, my graphic adventure games that are so slow. They're not dependent on reaction and like little spaceships floating around. So I can crank that up to where they actually are playable. So instead of you waiting 15 seconds for the room description to write out, it's practically instant. And actually, they would be playable if they were good, but they're not.
Now, one thing I wanted to ask you about on this article, the last thing from this article I'll ask you about, it mentions here that you did outstandingly well at high school interscholastic meets, Scholastic, sorry. You placed 16 times, winning 10 first place, 3 second, and 4 third. That's all about programming, or
it was all programming. Yeah. Well, some of it was programming. A lot of it was like general knowledge. One of the things that stand out, and I don't even remember the answer anymore, is there would be questions like, who created Pascal? It's like, I don't remember now, but at the time I knew that. And I don't know how I was prepped to answer questions like that. Like if maybe my teacher in high school said, well, these are the types of things they're going to ask, so study up on it. So a lot of it was just general computer knowledge, but there were programming competitions. One of them I remember in particular, and it might have been that Edmund one, was you would write a program in advance and you would take it to the interscholastic meet and present it there, and they would look it over. I don't know if they would look at the code, but they would actually look at the end result, like what it did, what problem you were trying to solve with this. I don't remember what I took. It was probably a game or something, but
yeah, because it sounds like from this article here that was a statewide competition for programming, and you won second place. So that's pretty darn good.
Yeah. And funny story, the guy that won first place ended up going to the same college I did. So I had to we kind of became friends after that, but it was interesting. The guy that won first, he wrote some sort of a font program, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something that you could either design a font and then you could like a little mini word processor and it would print out what you did in that font. So I remember what he did more than I remember what I did, but
I was just about to ask you, was this a game you wrote or an actual?
I think it was probably a game because that's basically all I was doing.
Your forte.
Don't remember. I don't remember. I don't think they had any limits on it either. I don't think they said write an application to do this function. It was basically just make something and bring it to us and present. So I don't know how the playing field ever would have been level because, a game versus a word processor versus a spreadsheet. I mean, I don't even know. I don't remember what other people brought, but yeah.
And I'm assuming this was on multiple platforms too. Like, how do you judge that if somebody has like a hyperfast 386 or something versus like a CoCo or something like that?
Yeah, and I don't know how they did it. I think mine was on Apple IIs because that's what school used. So I don't think, you know what? I don't know. Maybe I did do something on the CoCo for that because I think we had to bring our hardware. I don't know, 35 years ago. I don't remember at this point, but it was fun. And not all of it was programming. A lot of it was just tests, basically just knowledge tests. And I don't know if it was tests about BASIC, because again, it's like what you say, the BASIC, it's going to vary between Apple and CoCo and TI and whatever.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the same. So it was mainly general knowledge about like the first mainframe, or who, like I say, who invented Pascal, and what does BASIC stand for, and just general purpose questions like that was a lot of it. I had forgotten until I'm looking at this now. I forgot that I had even gone to 16 of those, 16 times over a couple of years. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the guy that won the most, though. We sent people in math and science, and they had tons of categories, and I was the one that would consistently win. So I felt good about that.
Now, looking at the sidebar here, you got the CoCo 1 and 2 games, just some random selections, and then the CoCo 3 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the newspaper article mentioned you got your first computer in 87, so the CoCo 3 had just come out, the year before, in the second half of the year.
Yeah.
Did you find yourself gradually switching from CoCo 2 to CoCo 3, or did you try to write games for both all the way through?
No. As soon as I got the CoCo 3, I never made another CoCo 2 game at all. I didn't see the point, I guess. And the point was, the user base. There would have been people out there that have CoCo 2s and not CoCo 3s. But that's the furthest thing from my mind. It was just like, oh my gosh, look at these extra colors. Look at the extra speed of this thing. It's like I never looked back.
Yeah, you can definitely see, like, just looking at some of these samples you got here, like River Raid, Rahul, is that how you pronounce that?
Rahul's Quest. There was a guy I went to college with named Rahul, and he wanted to be in a video game. So I made a video game about my friend Rahul in college. Yeah. But you can tell, the different, and it's like I never made another CoCo 2 game after that.
Okay. Yeah, because I didn't know if T&D would be kind of pressuring you towards, like, we still have CoCo 2 subscribers. You should maybe do a couple work on that as well.
They never asked for anything at all. So it was basically, I just sent stuff in. They never said, hey, we have a gap. We need this type of thing, or we need more CoCo 2 games. As far as I remember, I never got that kind of feedback from them at all.
Okay. Now, you did a mixture of adventure games. You did some arcade games, some sort of puzzly games, I guess, too. Was there a favorite genre for you to write?
I really did like doing those text adventure games. I've actually done some since then, and placed high. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the interactive fiction competition that happens every year. Kind of like with CoCo, there's still a text adventure fan base that's out there. And
yeah, lysator.org or something. I can remember the name of the
there's
website. Yeah.
infiction.org. I actually registered infiction.org myself, and then gave it over to the interactive fiction community at some point, and someone else runs it. But I've done some really good ones that focus on story and are, they're using tools specifically made for text adventures. Back then, I had it all in my head that this is epic. This is, you're in a forest and there's a troll and there's all these things. And it was so epic in my head, but that never made it into the game. What made it into the game was like, you're standing in a forest and there's a troll, and that's all there was to it. And it's so difficult. If you scroll down even more, Curtis, you may see the maps that I did. And you may have trying to get to those later.
Down here?
Yes. So if you click on that's like that actually did come out. That's on one of my discs, Please Cadet 5. But you'll see when I wrote these text adventures, I approached it as if it was just one big puzzle. So you would start in a room and I would say, okay, well, there's a locked door here. You have to go here to get the key. You have to fight the mummy to do that. You have to do this stuff. But it was so, in my head, it made so much sense that when I put it into the game, it was just unplayable because there were not alternatives for stuff. Like if you wanted to enter the house, you couldn't just say go into the house or open door, enter house. Like there was one specific thing that I had in mind that you would need to type in to do it. And if you didn't type that in, it wouldn't work. And it wouldn't tell you why it didn't work. It would just say you can't do that. Even though probably you could, it's just you needed to spell it a different way because it was all based around being this one giant puzzle box. But I really liked doing it because I could come up with the entire game on paper like this, just like on a front and back of a piece of paper. I would have all my notes that in location 21, you shoot the robot, then you can reprogram them and you do this stuff.
And you can do this in class while at school.
That's probably where this one came from. Not paying attention in math. Exactly. But I really like doing this. Later on, I did like doing the arcade games more, but I always had a soft spot for these text adventures that I did. And the shame is these are probably the least playable now, but just because of how difficult it would be to figure out, you would have to read my mind to know what command I wanted you to type in to do something. It just made no sense whatsoever. Because
and that's something I find that modern kids trying to play text adventure games, unless you get a really good one, like some of the Infocom stuff, it has a really good parser.
Well,
they just don't have the patience to figure out, I don't know what words you picked.
Yeah, those Z code games that Infocom used are like very good because the parser knows a lot more than that. And there are specific adventure languages now that build a world model that this was down and dirty. I would basically say if your command started with the word with LOO, meaning you wanted to look at something, and then it also contained the word key, then do this. But it was no more complicated than that. The actual text adventure languages nowadays will, there's synonyms for things you can look at, you can examine, there's all these things. It knows, they're so advanced that it is a lot more free form, and it'll understand tons of things for what you want to do because you can focus on the intent of what the user wants to do instead of the exact words that they're going to type in. So I do one of my websites, I do have a couple of games, like my Tales of the Traveling Swordsman won 4th place in the competition the year that it was in there. It's probably one of the favorites that I did, but it focused on the right things. It focused on the story and feeling like an adventure and actually having verbose text that explained the world and was well written. I think it was well written. I guess the people agreed with me too. I think it won best story that year too.
I'm guessing your spelling improved over time as well.
Yeah, plus with word processors it helps because they'll tell you if something is wrong. So yeah, in addition to my spelling getting better, it was so bad back then, but yeah.
If you have a link to some of your winning adventure games there, if you want to grab it during the interview, and just we can pop it into the chat.
Yeah,
people can go head out there. Now, during the pre-call, when we were kind of just chatting a little bit to get familiar with each other for the interview here, you'd mentioned that you did later on start using the, I think it was a CBasic 3 compiler from Surcomp.
I think that was it. There were a couple of them, and I think it was CBasic 3 that I used. And and again, once I started using that, I never released another game in straight BASIC at all. My stuff was written in BASIC, but with CBasic 3, I was able to compile it. It would run faster. The programs could be slightly bigger because it would, it's compiling into ML, and it's going to be, I don't know how it worked. It was tokenized or something. It ended up to where my programs that wouldn't run as BASIC, I could squeeze just a little bit more in when I compiled it.
So I was going to ask you, like, how well did that work for you? What kind of speed ups did you see, and how easy was it for you? Like, was it a big learning curve, or was it just basically take your old code and just run it straight through?
Yeah, if I remember right, you would put the CBasic 3 disk in, and you would run a command, and then I only had one disk drive, so I remember I had to like swap disks, and then it would read the file, compile it or something, and then it would tell me put in the destination. It wasn't a learning curve because you didn't have to do anything special to program for it. It would literally just take your basic programs and compile it to machine language. And then it would spit out something that says, here's the beginning and ending memory range to save it or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Because I do know some people like in our Discord have been, fiddling with some of the basic compilers, and there's multiple ones of the CoCo 1, 2, and the 3 for that matter. And they were having some issues, like there's certain syntax changes, certain restrictions on certain commands.
If there was, I don't remember. I don't remember having to adjust my programming at all for that. But I totally could be wrong. There may have been a couple of things like, well, you can't do this, you can't. There might have been a few things like that, but it wasn't like it's not like I had to completely relearn how to program to use it, if I remember right. It was just, my memory of it is it was just plug and play. I just run the compiler and tell it what I wanted to compile, and it would spit out the bin file, and that was it.
Okay. Now this game, The Entity, which is the one I actually have on my site now.
Oh yeah. That is, I feel bad.
I'll show this one just because the pictures are a little bit more zoomed up here, but this is one that struck me as one of the oddest, most original game concepts for an adventure game, which is basically it's got a lot of graphics enhancements, so it's basically a text adventure game. But if you want to explain the premise of it, because it's very unique. I've never even thought of anything like this before.
Yeah, you're an alien, and you put me on the spot because I don't remember exactly. I think you're an alien that takes over the bodies of other people. So you could jump into any NPC that you find, and then you have to use them to maybe open a door or perform some action, and then you could jump into somebody else because you're basically just an entity that came to Earth. I think that's the gist of it. The problem with this though is I think there's a time limit and there's no saving. So if you get game over, you start.
You die.
Yeah, it's just not very user friendly, if I remember right. And it still suffered from the same problems as the other. So it looks better. It's got the little interface around it, which now, like you said earlier, if you overclock and you make this run super fast, it's probably fine. As is, it was too slow because you're seeing letters like a typewriter going. But it suffered from the same things of you have to read my mind to play this. You have to know that you were supposed to type this exact command in order to make something happen. So it's very, very difficult to play.
Yeah, because the whole disembodied alien life form taking over, I mean, you can kind of, some science fiction movies that kind of base that, but you also had this goal to perform 10 good deeds while taking over the bodies of people, which, probably is not a good deed.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I don't even remember what the good deeds are. And I bet I don't have the map. See, that's the thing. Some of these games I wish I still had those maps for, because I could probably write a walkthrough or kind of back parse what my logic would have been at the time, but I don't have the map for it anymore.
Yeah, I just thought that's such an original concept, and that's
I had original. That's the thing. I had original concepts. My failure was just bringing them to life. But yeah, now that you say that, yeah, I guess it was.
I mean, the disembodied entity taking over bodies is one thing, but having to do the 10 good deeds, I mean, that was something that was fairly rare. I mean, I think Ultima 4, Quest for the Avatar, you had to be a good guy too, and there's some other games where you kind of have to favor being good, not just kill everything that happens.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, like, where did those two concepts come from this game? Do you remember? Like, did you just? Was you inspired by a movie or a book or something? Or
I probably was. I read a lot back then, so it's very possible that I read something in a book, maybe saw something in a movie. I don't know. I wish I did. I don't remember. Now the bad news, this game stinks. That's what
Yeah, I thought that I thought that was a rather interesting way to review your own game.
Oh, I'm my own worst critic at this point, because I never stopped. I'm a programmer now, and after doing this for 40 years or however long it's been, it's like I can look back at this and I'm like, man, God, this was bad.
Because just for our audio listeners, I want to read your exact quote from your own page here, talking about the end. He says, "Now the bad news: this game stinks. There may be some jewel of a story lurking under the bad design, maybe a clever puzzle or two, but it's virtually unplayable."
Yes, that's if that doesn't sell you on it, then nothing will.
Yeah.
Hey, it keeps them from complaining about they lost their money. They were told up front.
And the funny thing is, I tried to sell this because at some point after T&D, after sportsware, so maybe I did this one in college. I don't remember exactly, but we had the idea that we were actually just going to sell our own stuff. We were going to be our own publisher. And this may be like the first and only game that we tried to do that with. So we were going to print our own manuals, distribute our own discs, do our own advertising, all that stuff.
Do you remember if you did end up doing that, or?
I think we tried. I don't remember if we actually ended up running an ad or anything, but that was the idea, and I don't think anything ever come of it. But that was what this was intended to be. So I'm really not sure how someone got a hold of it. I can't remember who sent this to me. Looks like 2009, somebody found a copy of the entity and sent it to me. So it's possible. Let's see. Says it could be on a CoCo compilation. Do I have anything about that? Oh, I'm okay. So maybe I did sell it to T&D. Oh no, that's something else. Okay, I'm reading it wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Someone ended up having a copy of this game though. Maybe we did. Maybe we ended up selling a few. Maybe we did end up advertising for it. I don't remember.
I'm just taking a look. I've got a copy of the full index to Rainbow, and I just found out there's a review of the entity on it, which I was not aware of. So I'm going to bring that up.
That may be it. That may have been our idea to like circumvent having to advertise, that we would send out review copies.
Review yourself.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be the only people that did that, especially in the later life of Rainbow, because their ads were quite expensive to get, and of course the market was shrinking. So.
No, we didn't review it ourselves. I think we sent it and someone at Rainbow reviewed it. I don't remember. You say you have a copy with the review, or you saw
I just found the what issue it's in. I'm just going to try to load it up here while we're talking here to see if I can actually.
Because I wonder how well it was received. Because if they said anything good about it, I wouldn't believe them. Yeah, it's a.
Yeah, December 1990 Rainbow was the review of it on page 76. I'm just waiting for that to load here.
Okay. I'll have to look for that. I bet I don't have a copy. I've only got like one. I only have like one or two Rainbow magazines still. I think, like I said, my brother probably got rid of the rest of them. Source code's no longer available. Yeah.
Yeah. Biware Enterprises care of Candy Stinson. So does that name ring a bell?
Yeah, Candy was she was like 3 years younger than me. So when I was a senior, she was like a sophomore or freshman or something. And she was real interested in this. So she was part of the company. Biware Enterprises was basically me and my friend Frame Black. We called it Biware because there were two of us. So it was like one or two. And I kind of regret it because like the word buy kind of has taken on a different connotation
nowadays. Yeah, I don't think it did so much back then, but
but not back then. So it was Biware was the two of us, and then Candy was involved. We had a guy named Lee Cooksey that was involved. Candy was involved because she was cute. I liked her. And
did you meet her through that dating app you wrote, or?
That's reason involved.
No, she was just someone that went to the same high school, and it was cool because she would do the outreach and send out the review copies, check up on how advertising worked and all that stuff. She's kind of like the administrative part of the business, so that I could just focus on the programming and everything. And I don't know what Frame did. Frame come from a family that had money, I think. So he would buy a printer. He would get like the CoCo, I may have actually borrowed his CoCo 3 before I even got one of my own, if I remember right. So he was sort of like ideas and just kind of a jack of all trades, but he didn't do any programming or anything.
Yeah, because you actually wanted a screenshot of Rainbow, which I guess was a bit more common in the later days, but quite a few reviews, they didn't get screenshots. So let's see what they're saying here. Yeah, they're mentioning irritation quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Irritation became frustration, and I soon I was tapping the CoCo keys with a bit more insistence.
Oh, man. I feel so bad that anyone actually had to review this. The Entity is a new action adventure game. It's more just an adventure game. They'll make you miss the simple days of the earlier computer games.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's a glowing review.
Yeah. But that may be how we ended up selling some. Does it say something? Oh, yeah, it does. It has the address. Biware Enterprises, Katie Simpson. So that must be how we ended up selling a couple of them, was just from the review, because I don't think we had the money to advertise.
Oh, cool. How bad can it really be? Eh?
And they do have some positive, like there's one paragraph here that says, the Entity is a virtually bug-free program from Biware Enterprises. And all the hours my children and I spent muttering over this exasperating little gem, it did not crash.
Oh, good. That's good to know. I mean, it was hard to crash a basic program, though. I mean, even though it was compiled, but, you know, it wasn't like pure machine language, so it would have probably been stable. Huh.
Yeah, they mention your English here too. It says, I also suggest the author consult the dictionary to correct the grammatical and spelling errors that exist. I'm not an enforcer of proper English etiquette, but mistakes such as these can be very difficult to decipher.
It's so important for when you're writing a text adventure where the text is the point, for it to not be written well. And that's like
you have to figure out the noun verb, but you have to figure out the proper misspelling of the noun and verb.
How the author exactly. Spell the verb in the noun. Yes.
Yep.
Very good stuff.
Now, I guess this brings up, like you did like well over 70 games. Looking back on them now, are any of the games you think worthwhile enough that if you had the time and inclination that you might want to go back and say fix the difficulty or fix the spelling, etc., just to kind of clean it up?
Yeah, if I had the source code and ability to compile Monster Mash, I would try to fix the controls for one thing, because you can't. It's almost impossible to play because it doesn't do diagonals. So if you try to jump, you have to actually be pointed straight up to jump. But then if you want to close a gap, as soon as you start jumping, you have to move. You have to move to the left to actually move, because it didn't handle diagonals. So if I fix that, that may be all it takes to fix Monster Mash, honestly, because it's unplayable because of the controls. I think it's not unplayable. It's just it's difficult to play because of the controls. So yeah, that one I would fix. I think my Gnome Quest games would be cool. Maybe Gnome Quest 2, and I don't even remember 3, and I don't have it. But Gnome Quest 2 had the same sort of frustrating controls. But other than that, I don't know. I don't think any of them were very innovative or revolutionary. They were all derivative of something. Like I made my own version of Tempest that was nowhere near what Tempest was. I made my own version of Pac-Man that was nowhere near as good as what Pac-Man was. So I think most of them wouldn't be worth going back to. Some of the text adventures, I probably did have the idea for a cool story, like the Entity, like the idea of doing 10 good deeds. If it was a complete rewrite, if I had my original maps, my original concept for it, and didn't try to fix what was there, but just like completely redid it the way it should have been, then I think it would be worth it. But for the most part, no, there's not a whole lot there that I wish I could just go and fix and do, because it's just, you know, that none of them were as good as other things that were even out at the same time.
Yeah, I'm just showing here that T&D ad from that same issue of Rainbow, because that's where most of your stuff was published. So
yeah, each tape contains. Do they have something on here that says, "Hey, we will publish games"? Subscription.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for that. They got a call right for free cap. This is fairly late. This is like late 1990s. So
yeah, the interesting thing with T&D too is that my first sale to them wasn't money. They offered me. I think I sent them like 6 or 8 games all at once on my first outing, and they offered me every cassette that they had published to that point. And I think it might have been around issue 80 or somewhere in the 70s or 80s when I first started publishing with them. So I got all of them for free up to that point, which I thought was a good deal at the time. I don't remember what they cost individually or what they were selling the whole thing, but it says down there all 53 for 145.
Yeah, and that's a little compilations too. That's not the original. That's,
that's
like
not,
if you want.
okay.
So free research. Nice.
Yeah, so I ended up with every single cassette that they had done up to the point that I started doing it at the time. And
yeah, here's the prices for the breaker ones. It looks like $6 each.
Six
or
$5.
a little bit cheaper if you.
Yeah, so if there were
bulk.
80 at $5 each, what is that, like 400? I can't do math. I think it's 400.
I just want to see if sportsware is in this issue. No, it might have been one of the months they didn't advertise, because I think they only advertise like once every 2 months or something.
Right.
Yeah, I do know that they had Gnome Quest, maybe Eldest and Gnome Quest, because I think those were the two that they published. They might have did Eldest, Gnome Quest 1 and Gnome Quest 2, if I remember right.
Yeah, Firespire or something it was called.
Yeah, that was the second one, Firespire. It was cool. I had these grand ideas, like you going on this big adventure. It's, it's just doing them in basic. It's so limiting, and screen transitions, you would move from one screen to another and it takes several seconds. So it's not like a smooth scrolling transition or anything. They just never quite were up to, oh, cool. I can see a lot of my games there. Dream Tunnel, that was one of mine. That's issue, I can't see very well, 92.
I can zoom it up a bit here just a second.
Yeah, issue 92, April, that one in the top middle. Tyler 2 and Blaster, those were mine. When I started publishing with them, there was rarely a month that went by that there wasn't at least one of my games on. There were some, but for the most part, at least one, maybe more of my games. Issue 84, Mount Death and Terron, those were both mine. Journey Up, that was mine. Submania was mine. Yeah, it was so cool, even though there wasn't a whole lot of money in it, it was just real satisfying to see something that I did listed for sale. Just to have my games listed and knowing that people were going to play them. And at the time, I assumed people were enjoying them. I have no idea if they really did or not.
That brings up my next question. Like, did T&D ever get feedback on any of your games that they forwarded to you so that you were at least aware of,
no,
I really like this, or that you should fix this or anything like that?
No, I don't even know if they did get feedback on it, but if they did, it never made it to me. So I just had to go on faith that I'd put out something good and that people were enjoying it.
Yeah, and you must feel at least somewhat comfortable because they did reject games that you wrote, so obviously they wanted them up at a certain standard.
Yeah, they rejected the very first one I submitted because it was just so bad. They actually rejected can't remember which one. It might have been Gnome Quest 3 or maybe Police Cadet 5 originally, because I think I had a bug in one of them that started you out in the wrong room. So you couldn't actually even finish it. You couldn't play it because you started out in the wrong. And I had done that, as I'm testing things, a lot of times I'll put something at the bottom that says start the player in room 15 instead of room 1, or start them, with the key they need for the end of the game or something. So sometimes I would be in such a hurry to crank these things out and get them submitted that I
submitted the test version instead of the actual official
so
game.
They did reject a couple, but for the most part, they hardly rejected anything. I would send it. They didn't ask for any revisions. They didn't say, hey, can you fix this? Can you change this? I don't even know how deep they got into it. My suspicion after the fact was they probably spent maybe 10 minutes just to make sure, hey, it seems to do what it's supposed to, but I would be very surprised if they actually played through, beat the games, check to see if anything happened later.
Well, especially the difficulty level you mentioned that most of these had at the time.
Yeah, I really don't think they would have had the time to do that. I think they just trusted that I knew what I was doing, whether they should have or not. But
they're giving you 2 out of 10 on some of these issues, so they had some confidence in your ability.
Yeah. Well, either that or they just didn't have enough submissions to pad things out.
That's a possibility as well. Yeah, that's a possibility as well.
Yeah.
But T&D, out of all the tape magazines we had, because we had TRC, we had Chromaset, which was the first one that actually came out the exact same time. Their first series was the same as the first of Rainbow. So we're talking like back in July of 81. And of course, the magazines started doing their own versions for Hot CoCo, Color Computer Magazine, and Rainbow itself, Rainbow on disc type things. But T&D lasted for years and far longer than anybody else did. So you helped keep them going.
I see a game on there. Oh, Rodoc. That's why. There's one that says Rodall Adventure. Is that Rodall? It's on issue 71 on the left. Or is it Roll Call? Rodall?
Oh, Rodall. RODOL is what they've got there.
Okay, because I have one called Rodoc, so I'm wondering if they either had a typo there or if that's not, or if that wasn't mine.
Your spelling inspired them.
Yeah,
Right.
like, well, if he's going to spell it wrong, if he's making up words, we're going to.
We can't do it.
We'll make up titles then.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because it would have been around somewhere in the 70s that I started selling to him. So let's see, Maze, Phaser, Maze 2.
Let me zoom up some more.
See. Maybe Roadall was something else. I don't know. Police Cadet number 3, that was mine. So yeah. So I had gone by then.
You were there.
I tell you, I looked forward to these for those ones in black, the ones they got from
Tom Mix.
Yeah. Those, because those were the real deal. So it's like that made the episode, that made the issues worth it. Was those professional games, not the little hobby things that.
Because you mentioned at first they were giving you cassettes instead of payment. Later on, did they still give you the cassettes of the games or what issues that you had been published in?
Yeah, I didn't have to pay for it. So part of the agreement was that I would just have like a lifetime subscription. I think was part of the
and then plus a little bit of cash on top of it.
Well, it was agreements made for each sale. So the first few I sold, they gave me the back issues. Then like the second one, they said, well, we'll give you a lifetime subscription. And then from at some point it was like, okay, we'll pay you X number of dollars for each. So yeah, it wasn't an agreement to where I would keep giving them games to have the subscription. That was just like one of the payments that I got for
that's not a bad deal because you basically ended up with the entire Tom Mix collection.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it was a good deal for me. And
hundreds of dollars.
Like even if I wasn't making money off of it, I was just such a little nerd programming games. I was going to do it anyway. So it was nice to be able to get them out there and let them be seen. So
okay. Before I go any further, just wondering any questions from the rest of the panel or the chat here on any of the CoCo related games and programs and stuff that you did and your early history before we start getting into what are you doing nowadays? So obviously we were very prolific. Have you remained that prolific since? Because you mentioned you're still doing stuff for Modern Adventures and
I did. Even that's been a while. Like I haven't written a game in probably maybe not 10 years. It's been quite a while. Which is weird because after CoCo, I started doing some DOS games. I started doing online games, BBS games. And that was kind of how I saw myself. As like, I'm a hobby game developer. That I'm an indie game developer before it was called that. I was doing shareware and things like that. But at some point, I got married. I got married in 2002. Had my first kid in 2005, who's, like I said, she's in college now. And I lost the time and motivation, and I work as a senior developer for a company that does school food service now. So, well, we don't do full school food service. We do software for school food service. So the lunch lines that serve kids and they ring up what they've got. It's a point of sale system. I almost single-handedly wrote. It's a site called easyschoolpay.com, which is for parents to go on and pay their kids' lunch account. And
you're not responsible for the menu, are you?
I'm not. I have nothing to do. Just the software. Like I'm responsible for the software that evaluates it. That says, hey, this has enough fruit and vegetables to qualify as a reimbursable meal. That's the type of software that I do now. But I started having more demands at work. Working a full-time job and having a salary, having a family, and that's the big thing too, is like with my kids and because I had ruined relationships by spending too much time working on games. So like I would get so wrapped up in something. I was working on a game and it's like I had been engaged once before I got married and that didn't work out because I wasn't available. I was like mentally checked out, always doing games. So I corrected that when I got married, had my kids. And I just stopped doing it. And at some point, I missed it for a while. And at some point I stopped missing it and just kind of ended up.
This is my life now type thing. Yeah.
Yeah, this is my life now. And I still kind of do. I miss doing BBS games in particular, in my online games. You guys probably never heard of it. I wrote a game called Lunatics. It's Lunatix. And
this dad did something truly beautiful with his 3 children. So there's a construction worker building houses.
Nick.
Sorry. It's Australian. Kill it.
Hang on. No, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong bloody button. Sorry
Nick
about that.
must be, he's sitting in one of his Ferraris he got, and he hasn't written as many games as you.
Hit the video button and,
what
yeah,
have you
that's
done
all.
with all your cash and money?
I clicked on something and it started playing the bloody thing. Sorry.
Okay. But yeah,
As you were.
I just haven't written any games in forever. And now it's like, I think because I play so many games and I see what's out there, and I can see what small indie teams do now. You know, they can, you know, a 1 or 2 man team can make like very incredible indie games if they spend enough time. And the people that make Cuphead, very, very cool game. It was only like 4 people, I think, if I remember right. It's like a very small team.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because I mean, modern gaming development now takes entire teams. It's like making a movie, literally.
Yes.
Like you have dozens of staff and artwork and musicians and all composers.
Yeah, like I'm playing. In fact, it won Game of the Year this year, but it's a game called Baldur's Gate 3. It's based on D&D. Very cool. Technically, I think they're like an indie studio. It's a studio called Larian, but they're huge. You know, they have a lot of people working for them, lots of voice actors. So even the indie games, it's hard to get people interested. So like one person making a game, you can do it. There's a guy named Toby Vox. He made a game called Undertale, very popular. But you look at it, it's like, oh, this is like all, you know, it's just raster, just simple art and stuff. But there's so much that's cool about it, and it's not like anything else out there. One person can do it. It's just very, very rare. So I'm to the point where if I was going to make games, I would want it to mean something more than me just, this is just something I'm taking up time to do. So I would want to make the games. I would want to be able to sell them, market them, you know, put them on PlayStation and Xbox. I might have to like learn Unity or something, but I haven't done that. I haven't learned Unity. I haven't learned, you know, modern tools for making games. Because I just
well, that brings me to my next question, because I mean, especially thanks to COVID, I think in some part, but basically retro has been storming back. I mean, all the trade shows are getting bigger and bigger now instead of shrinking like they were 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And we're getting people like Nick and others that are selling games, and this is happening on the Amiga and the Commodore and everybody else too, where they can, you know, make a fair bit of money, not probably a career, except for maybe some, you know, very big exceptions, but enough to make it worth your while to do it. Like you probably make more writing a retro game for the CoCo now than you would have with T&D.
Oh, wow.
type of thing.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. It's just to get back in that mindset and be able to do it. I think that to make something that's actually competent, I would have to learn skills I don't have, like actually being able to do the machine language games, unless there's tools that.
There are some. UG Basic is one that kind of does a compile basis, a cross-platform compiling system, and it compiles for the CoCo, but it makes machine language out of stuff that you're doing on a modern PC. You write it on the PC side.
Be language. I don't know. Is C++ something that you can compile to CoCo now? Is it even?
I don't know about C++. C for sure.
C, but not both.
We have a couple.
Now here's my question to you. After working on computers all day, do you really want to work on them all night?
That's where I got to, is because I was doing it all day, and at first I did. When I first started programming professionally, I would do it all day, and then I still had that motivation to go home and do it at night, but I don't anymore. It's like once I get off work, I want to, you know, I'm going to visit my kids, whatever. I'm going to lay in bed and play PlayStation. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, then beware, when retirement hits, you'll be right back. So put your stuff around.
It's a hobby now.
I'm 52 now. I need what, like 15 more years.
Well, another 10 years, you're going to start thinking about all that retro stuff with the.
Well, after you leave this show, and if we change your life, we're sorry right now.
I tell you, I would not get your hopes up that I like make a magical return and start.
Don't count against it, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, you just.
I will mention.
Your joystick laying over there, you know. So maybe it's you're gonna get
the bug
computer
again.
creep back to your.
I think I would have a whole lot to learn if I was going to try to do that now, and my standards are so much higher because if I could not put out anything like what I did before. I would just be too embarrassed. Like I would need to do something that I would.
Yeah, it's really too bad you don't have the source code anymore. That your brother kind of
I know
made it go missing, because at least you could revisit and fix them up.
Well, the basic ones I could, like some of the CoCo 2 stuff, and even maybe some of the
early CoCo 3.
Yeah, the source is there because it's all just a .base file, but I would have to remember how to do it, and I'm sure it was all spaghetti code because I didn't know, we didn't have object-oriented programming then. The CoCo Basic wasn't even built for that. It would be probably impossible for me to even figure out what it was even doing at this point. Maybe not impossible, but it would take a lot of time. But it would be neat. At one point, what I thought is, once I found out about emulators, I was like, well, I can export this. I can export this as a text file. I can bring it into QuickBasic, and then I could compile it as DOS. And there were enough differences that it wouldn't have been just a port. I couldn't have just taken the code.
Yeah.
Probably would have had to make a lot of changes to it.
You could probably do it to GWiz Basic, like the original IBM PC Basic that came with the 8088s and stuff, because that was a descendant of Extended Basic on the CoCo.
Yeah,
so
I stopped using that pretty early and I moved over to QuickBasic, and that was
because it compiled and
yeah. But you're right, it would be neat to try to do that, fix some problems, and say, well, here's like the director's cut of this game or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because I was going to mention, like, the games that are for sale, they're not all machine language even now.
Oh, really?
Bruce Moore did sort of a semi-graphics adventure game, which he's done full TV
Forest of
commercial
Doom?
type things in for it. Sorry?
Forest of Doom.
Yes, Forest of Doom, and he's actually working on a sequel right now. But there's a few others that have come out recently too that have been in BASIC, so that's not necessarily a detriment.
There's a lot now that I could apply to something like that, because I wouldn't need to make it hard for the sake of being hard. It wouldn't even have to be like all twitchy. It could be a combination of graphics and text and things that like incorporate dice rolls and D&D rules and roguelike elements. I think have a lot of replayability and could really make a mark. Because anytime I started doing the arcade games and stuff, it's just so hard and basic to make things. You can't
run fast enough.
do it. Yeah, you can't have 10 different things on the screen moving all at once and have it run at any kind of realistic speed, unless you're emulating and overclocking or whatever. But nothing that would run on real hardware and be playable.
Yeah, though I will mention we also have an upgrade now that's actually hopefully just coming back online, because the guy who made them had to stop because of the COVID, and a lot of chips and stuff disappeared for a long time. But there's an upgrade for the CoCo 3 to run at 2.86 megahertz, so you can actually get an extra crank of speed there too.
Typically run at when it's the high
1.78's the regular CoCo 3 speed with the double speed poke enabled, and then the original CoCos are 0.895, so it's about 3 times faster than a regular CoCo.
Yeah. It's just unfathomable how slow that is compared to
modern day.
Yeah, compared to what computers do.
Mind you, we wrote not quite as bloated code back then either. So
no, yeah, but there's so much. Like, if I was going to do something, I think there are a lot of. I know a lot more now than I do.
Especially game design. I think that's the one thing where you admitted that you had a lot of flaws back then because you were just cranking them out. But now you could design something that would be much more fun to play for an average player.
Even my text adventures. See, I had never played the Infocom game, so I was basically, my stuff was a copy of a copy. So I played other people's amateur text adventures as my reference point when I was doing my text adventures. So it was like a blurry photocopy of a photocopy. But there's so much more I could apply to it. I don't know. Realistically, I
don't know the drive for it at this point.
I just don't I don't know. I have the drive to do something sometimes, but then it always gets zapped out of me because I'm thinking, well, I could work on something, I could learn something, but I would be more interested in learning Unity or like
modern
or something. Yeah, something that I could actually get ported up to a PlayStation or Xbox or Switch or something that I could get on those marketplaces. And
well, think of this, Mike. You could actually have a spot here on our show.
No, I
And
know.
as you make the game weekly, you can show us how you've been doing, and and you won't be alone. You won't be sitting at night wondering, I wonder if they would like this.
I'll give it a thought.
But like one development system even back in the day from Sundog was called Graph Express, and there's Jim Mullis has been experimenting. He's been working on a game with that, but that was basically a whole bunch of graphic and music and sound enhancements, etc. that was all machine language optimized code, but you called it just using strings. So you'd pass it by a path of commands, and you can do sprites, overlay windows, all kinds of stuff. And I don't know if you ever saw that back in the day, but that might be, up and above and beyond the CBasic 3 compiler. And then you could actually write, it actually has real sprite commands, etc.
Yeah, that would be cool. I don't know. I mean, it is kind of putting a bug in me, but I mean, after the interview and I go back to finishing Baldur's Gate 3 and then I take my kids to supper or whatever.
They'll be burned right out of you by then.
And then, you have to do the cost averaging on broccoli and Iowa. And you get all that beat out of you.
But yeah, I do kind of miss it. And I think that I could come up with something that's way better and way more playable than what I did before. It would just, I know that it would take time because what I said earlier in the interview, I was cranking games out in a week because at the time I knew it well enough that I could do what I wanted to do quickly, even though, regardless of whether or not they were too hard or couldn't be played very well, I was quick at doing it. Now I would have to learn a lot of stuff. It would take me a lot longer because it's not like I would just crank something out in a week. It's like I would obsess and it needs to be perfect. It needs to play well. It needs to, be something I would be proud of. And I think that'd be good because who wants crap? It's like, it's not great. You want good games. You want things that had a lot of thought put into it. I just don't know if I'm that guy.
How long have you known about our show or about the show before us, CoCo,
For the 3 weeks ago when Curtis emailed me.
Oh, gee.
He is an instigator, is he not?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I think I knew that there was some CoCo stuff still out there, but I didn't know that there were. And I guess the Glencoe or Glendale, whatever Glenside, yeah, I get that newsletter, but I never paid it much mind, I guess. And I know that there was a convention every year. I never really paid that much mind. So I knew something was out there, but not that there was a over 300 episode video podcast. I didn't know that there were, tech talks on these things. I had no idea. So.
Yeah. And of course, CoCoFEST is still going. So our next one's the beginning of May. It would be great if you can pop by just to visit. You don't have to develop anything or anything about it, but kind of cool to just meet you in person and show you what's going on these days.
I'll have to give that some thought. I got time to plan, so we'll see.
Okay. Alan Murphy in the chat here says, "Are you proud of the original games you sold to T&D?" And it sounds like you kind of are for concept, but maybe not the execution.
Yeah, at the time I was really proud of it. I felt there was a lot of pride in doing something that you were making money from and that people were seeing and potentially enjoying. Looking back on it, it's like I'm not proud of what the actual games were necessarily because a lot of it they're so crude and unplayable and just not. But yeah, I think it was a different time and place though. It's like there weren't a lot of people that could do that, that could actually write a complete game, even if it wasn't the greatest game in the world. It's like that was.
Well, especially at the breakneck pace of development, you were doing one game every couple of weeks. That's very rare.
Right,
so I do have some pride in it, and if nothing else, it really got me going down the path to the career I'm on now. So I
think a lot of us can say that the CoCo was the career path starter for most of us. Actually,
it definitely was, and that's how I got good at what I do now was because I was always working on games. I was always programming stuff after hours, like when I wasn't working. Like even before I started programming, fresh out of college, I was working maybe during college, I was working fast food and McDonald's and stuff like that. So it kept me going and it led to the career I've got now. And because I did it so much, I think that's how I got to be a good programmer because I just kept at it. I just kept doing it. And I did stuff on my own. It wasn't just a 9-to-5 job. It was this extra stuff I done. So the games that I wrote back then, I'm proud that I did it. And it was a very cool experience. Just the games themselves, I'm a little disappointed in looking back on because they weren't as good as I wish they had been.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of the screenshots you've got here, like I would say your graphics design was good. concepts were good. It just,
Yeah.
you know, like you said, the execution, and then partly because you were cranking them out so fast. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Rick. You were saying something too.
I was just gonna.
But you got muted,
microphone on
Rick.
again, but my
Yeah, there you
microphone
go.
doesn't want to turn on. I was just gonna say you were doing it, other people weren't. That's the
Yeah.
important thing. You got product out. Might not have been the best product, but you made it. Where
It
we're
was
all
that famous
sitting
Steve
around
Jobs
going,
quote, "Real artists ship" or something
Winners,
like that.
winners ship.
Yeah,
Winners ship.
winners ship. Exactly.
Well, I certainly did that.
You shipped a lot.
Yes.
The last question I have, and then we'll let the panel and the chat. So panel and chat get some more questions ready here. Looking back in all the games you did, the over 70 plus, whether it's from Sportsware, from your own company, from T&D, what are the CoCo 1 and 2, and what are the CoCo 3 ones that you are the proudest of? And it can be more than one of each, and it can be just for design. It doesn't have to be like it was perfectly executed, but what are the ones you're the most proudest of creating?
There's one on this disc one of mine called Monsters. It's a Monsters and Magic, a unique graphic RPG, which was kind of neat. There was like a map, and I don't know if I don't even know if I could like share my screen and show it, or if I just talk about it. Might be the easiest.
Yeah, go ahead and share it if you want.
Let me see. So it's disc one. Let me share my screen. I got 3 monitors, so I'm trying to figure out what's what.
I'm like, I only got 2.
I guess my middle monitor is the actual laptop. So I'm going to share screen. I want to do this one. See if it works. All right.
Okay, we see M Opus Runners CoCo.
Oh, yeah. So this one. That is not how it's spelled. Okay. So let me see if I can load this one up. I don't remember if this one uses
You have Paint Shop Pro 6?
Yeah.
So do I.
Yeah. I got that a long time ago, and
it works great, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I've
ESP
learned
rocks.
pretty much everything it can do. So run. It's called Monsters. I think this one ended up being really, really cool.
No CoCo 1 and 2 game yet.
Okay, I forget the hotkey to swap artifacting. I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't have.
You can do it inside of VCC too. Was it F1 reset? I think if you do
There's
the
like you
virtual
hold F1
reset.
and hit F9 or something. It's like F.
Yeah, F1 and hold down the F1 key and then hit F5. I think.
F1 and F5.
I'm trying to remember
It
myself
doesn't
here.
really matter. For the purpose of this. Oh, now I've
Yeah.
got all this stuff going
Oh,
on.
this is cool.
Okay, well,
Scott Cooper has a question.
let's do this. I may have just broke it.
Bail.
Well, since it keeps asking you to press F9, press F9.
Oh, is it saying F9?
If nine's a
Oh,
call
okay.
reset.
All right, well, we'll do this. I wonder if I can do full screen without messing up my screen sharing. It moved it.
Oh, we're seeing it full screen though. I think.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so then I
Working.
need to do F10. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we won't bore over the colors, the blue and red.
Yeah,
might
I'm
be
not worried
reversed,
about
but-
it. Blue versus red is not gonna matter. Okay, so you get this Monsters and Magic, 1988 by T&D, written by me. Need instructions.
Nah, we don't need those stinking instructions.
You're right, we didn't, and it's gonna take forever. Spacebar location status, S physical status. Q. Anyway, it's kind of a little RPG. Quick game. Spacebar. Location in the Magic Land. I bet I need a joystick. What do I have hooked up as my joystick? I bet I don't. All right, well, this is not gonna be fun, but you can kind of see what it is. There's a map. You would go to those red circles and there'd be like an event that would happen and it would pop up and say you meet a orc or something. I don't remember exactly. But I'm kind of, what's interesting about this is that, you know, it didn't rely on twitchy reflexes, but it wasn't a typical text adventure where you had to like guess my commands or anything either. Here, I'm going to see if I can get my joystick.
Because we don't have any reflexes anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I still do. I game a lot, so I
Yeah, you're younger though.
I better.
Use the mouse.
I exited because it doesn't recognize my joystick. Sorry, this is great content. I know.
Geez, you haven't watched our regular show, have you?
Right? That's what we're up to.
All right. And I'm not going to do instructions this time. Okay, we don't care. Let's go back into full screen mode. Oh, it's just painfully slow.
You want to kick it into CoCo 3 double speed?
Oh,
Because you're running
probably
VCC.
should have. I could have even overclocked it while I was in there. Let's do that.
If
Let's do.
F8, I think.
Oh, would that do it? I always just come in.
Yeah.
There's no. Okay, the instructions, no. Well, that wasn't enough, was it? Let's do.
I don't think it took hold. I think you have to click OK first or something.
Or apply. Maybe.
Yeah, it's better.
There you go.
All the way up. Okay, so let me see if I'm. Nope.
Now we're blinking.
Configuration. Well, okay. Well, anyway, I guess long story short, this is one that I think kind of holds up just because of what I said. It's not, you don't have to be fast. The controls are simple because you're just moving a little square around, and there's like little events that happen. And why is it not working?
Because you're on a live demo.
It's keyboard. It's keyboard. You go down, 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 down. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. So then
Simple. It's not working because you're on a live demo.
Of course. Oh, and then, okay, I'm supposed to do space to see what's here. Location, entrance to a dungeon. Enter it? Of course I will. There are 2 tunnels. I want to enter the second one. You're in a wide passage. In this room, you see nothing interesting, which I'm going to go to 1. Walking down a narrow dusty room, you see nothing.
Oh, so it's a mix of graphics and text.
Yeah. And but you don't have to like enter commands. It's basically just a prompt that you get. 5 pieces of gold, give you 5 gold. There are 2 tunnels. Or blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. But anyway, it's more playable because you don't have to like guess commands. You're just prompted for things and you get that map. So for CoCo 1 and 2, I think that's probably one of the ones that I'm most proud of. Let me see if there's any on my other monitor looking at some stuff here. For CoCo 3, it's definitely Monster Mash. I'm going to show that one. And
Okay, while you're loading that up, we got a question from Scott Cooper in the chat here. I think that's what Mark was trying to say, but he's kind of silent on us a bit there. What programming languages do you use today?
I use C#. Our products in ASP.NET web forms, so I use C#. But over the years, I've used Visual Fox Pro, I've used Perl and PHP, I've used Visual Basic, I've used this thing called Progress. I've done some in Delphi, very little. I knew Java for a little while. A lot of JavaScript stuff. We have products in Angular and React. Both of those are JavaScript based anyway. So just a little bit of everything, but day to day it's ASP.NET. C# is like that's what I use day to day, and that's what I'm most familiar with at this point.
Okay.
And it's fun. I like doing it. Okay, so here we go. Load them in exec. Screen. So here's Monster Mash. Oh, shoot, I forgot to set my joystick. I have these batch files set up that copies an existing INI file that already loads the right disk and everything. And then it plays the Phantom of the Opera for some weird reason. And that was the bad thing about a lot of my games, is that I made these title screens that are unskippable. This one's not too egregious. It's not horrible. But some of them are like a minute long little songs that you can't skip. And sometimes, like especially some of my earlier games, I think that when you died, it would replay the whole thing again. Okay.
Yeah, that's an experience thing, I think.
Yes. I just didn't know what I was doing. So that's another thing, is just so many things like that I know better now. Like you don't do that. It either needs to be skippable, or you make that an option. Maybe you have a credit screen or something. I have this set up for CMP. Should have overclocked. Okay, so here's Monster Mash. So this is this was one of the last games I made. I did make that Space Ace or Space Race, whatever, which I don't have. But I'll show this one. and it's inspired by Castlevania. So a lot of like the ideas I got for the tile sets and the way the stairs work. No, I'm gonna die because it controls so horribly. All right. He dies, he falls off the screen like Mario. Okay, let's see. Because you have to aim straight up to jump, and then you got to wait for it to completely re-render the screen. Okay, good. So he's gone. So in order to jump, you can't like jump while you're moving left like you would expect. I'm dead. But the good thing about this is you get a lot of lives. So a lot of my games, you only had one life. Like if I died then, it would have been game over entirely. So at least I had a lot of lives. Come on. Oh my God. Yeah, this is why no one should have trusted me with making these.
I do like the graphics, though. That's one thing I liked about a lot of your, especially CoCo 3 games. You had some really nice graphics.
They turned out, I think they turned out really well. And you got to remember that this is just all basic. This is stuff that
yeah, you were mentioning you weren't using any of the graphic editors available at the time.
No,
so
it was all just handmade. And then I think this one has like a tile sheet. Okay, so good. You go up that way. So to jump, you have to aim straight up to jump and then immediately start moving left. I'm going to have to do that to go in the door. You can shoot, but you have to aim down to shoot. But the reason is mainly because of the ambition of this game. It's like this is way more ambitious than a lot of my single room stuff. Okay, I give up. I can't do it. And there's one other one. The first one that I got published through Sportsware. So I'm going to show that real quick. And that one is Eldest, and it is on disc 7. Okay, we will configure keyboard since I'm copying an INI file. It's not remembering those. So do that. Let's do that. There. So this is kind of inspired by like the Legend of Zelda, like the original. It's got an overworld map. I think it's I don't even think you can get a weapon in this game. The whole idea is that you just avoid the enemies, but it's so unfair. And this is another one that's got like a minute-long crazy skippable cutscene. But it's so unfair because these little ghost wraith enemies move unpredictably. If I remember right, it's just random. So each one, if there's 15 of them on a screen, they only move one at a time. And that's how I kind of got away with having so many enemies, is that they would only move one at a time. But it's random whether or not they're going to move up, down, left, or right. So you may need to get to a door and they're surrounding the door, but it's just totally unfair. You get several lives. I'll show you. So here we go. It's loading. I don't know why it just loaded the sidebar. There we go. So just a little thing. Here's my guy. I have a sword, so I guess I can get a weapon at some point. But it's just a huge maze. There's like a cave down there I could go into. I don't remember how to find the weapon. It looks like he actually has one because he's got a sword there, but he doesn't do anything. But I'm proud of this one. This was the first one that was published through Sportsware, and it's probably one of the ones I spent the most amount of time on because there was a lot to do for coming up with all the maps. And here's what I talk about these enemies. It's like I just have to wait until those guys move out of the way. Okay, you move. Oh, he got me. All right, and he disappeared because there he goes. It's just frustrating, it's just kind of, is this the one? No, it was the entity that was reviewed on Rainbow. So anyway, it's just that basically. There's a whole bunch of cool little rooms and a maze and a big world to explore and stuff. There's keys and jewels. I don't even remember what it is. There's an instruction file for it that explains. But I'm proud of it because it is kind of epic. It's a little adventure game that you can go on and I did spend
a lot of exploring, which is actually one of my favorite parts of these types of games, is that you don't have like just 10 screens and you're done type thing. Like there's
exactly, it's not an arcade game necessarily. It's actually an adventure that you go on, and yeah, it's kind of cool. And at some point I was able to beat this. Like when I first made it, I actually knew where I'm gonna die. But actually you run through your hearts and then it only takes a life. So it's fairly generous with how much you can get hit, but it's a big game too. So I don't remember how many screens there are, but it would be very difficult to make it to the end and actually beat the game just because there's so much to it and you have no idea where to go or what to do or anything. It doesn't hold your hand or tell you anything. There's probably some stuff in the instructions that do tell you. It's a little buggy, like when I first come down, if I'm not immediately in the middle of a block, like a 16 by 16 or whatever that is, sometimes it doesn't let me move and you have to like back up and then do it. So it doesn't control the best either. Doesn't do diagonals like I would like. But anyway, that's kind of cool. I like that one. So hopefully that answers the question about what I'm most proud of those.
Yeah, cool. No, you definitely had a knack for the graphics there.
Yeah, I think it was fun. And a lot of that I did get inspired by NES games and stuff that I would see in magazines. Yeah.
Okay, so does anybody in the chat, I haven't been able to monitor too closely there, Mark, if you've seen any other questions from the chat or any questions from the panel here?
No, I think we're all good. The last one was programming languages from Scott Cooper. So I think we got everything else.
Okay.
Anybody on the panel? Ken may have a question. What's your time like, I guess, first of all, Mike, here?
I'm okay for now. I do need to go here in probably half an hour or so, but I'm good.
Okay, because once Ken reveals the game, which is going to be one of yours.
Okay.
After
I'm
all
sorry,
those
didn't
glowing
mean it.
reviews of everything, I'm
yeah,
kind of
with
scared
that-
to release the game now.
Oh man.
I just wanted to have Mike have an opportunity to comment on the game you picked, Ken, before he has to go. That's so we'll
Okay.
just kind of.
Oh I'll be fine. Yeah. Are we
If
almost?
you want, we can jump in and do the game.
Yeah, let's do
quickly.
the game on challenge results and stuff here,
Right in the face.
and go right into that so we can catch you before you have to go.
Okay.
Yeah, before we talk about everything else, I'll announce the game straight off right after the results video.
Okay.
Okay, so we're ready for commercial break and then game on.
Yep.
Yeah, push the button, Frank.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCo Nation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wapke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, TJ B. Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Morning Light Mountain says, hello all. Carlos C. here. Decided to join since I'll be jumping back into the CoCo world soon. I'm slowly organizing my huge retro collection and hopefully, that can spur me on to opening the CoCo Store's web store. I started with a 16K CoCo 1. Got my piggyback RAM upgrade by a friend and cherished every moment with my CoCo. Cheers. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Alex Gayer, Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Yewdow. We had a total of 13 players. We had Mark O with 4370, Ed Rhodes with 4640, Nerf Herder 6180, David Ladd 6240, Jim Rye 7620, Henry III, 11,510. Coconut Bob, 13,690. Tasman, 14,040. Shenley, 14,270. Sloopy Malibu, 15,160. L Curtis Boyle, 17,000. Canadian Retro Things, 18,750. And this week's number one score belongs to Buck Owens with 37,820. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
The CoCo Nation salutes Buck Owens.
Woohoo, I got higher than Tasman.
Wow.
All right, so we're doing things in a little bit of a different order today. So because of our special guest this week, we are choosing one of his games to play after all those glowing reviews that he gave us. And then we'll talk about the games that we were playing earlier. So
look out, there's a
jump
cat
straight
behind
into
you.
This. What?
A sneaky cat behind you.
Black cat behind you.
He's sneaking in.
I'm going to be attacked. Okay, let's see. Where is there? You should be able to recognize this one straight off because we were just talking about it.
Ah.
No.
Oh, no.
So
gonna hit
it
that
is the
bat
one-
by the end of this.
It's the one with the horrible controls.
Yes.
It's actually not that bad. I played it a while last night, and it's you just got to get used to the jumping straight up before you move to the side. And I've actually played quite a few games that have suffer from that same problem in the past. So don't worry, it was a common thing among programmers back then.
Cool.
So that
What's your
is
name again?
Monster Mash. So
Monster Mash.
And by the way,
So you
Mike,
know
feel
that?
free to participate in the Game On Challenge. If you want to submit a score too,
Okay.
feel free.
So how do I do that then? Do I just play it and take a screenshot? And
yeah, are you on the Discord?
I am not. You know what? To be honest, I've never even used Discord, and which is weird to say as someone in the industry. But
Well, it's time to learn. Then you can get onto the CoCo Discord. And
Did you ever use IRC?
Whoa, you're
I
loud
did
there,
a lot.
Soapy. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's like IRC but with graphics.
Okay.
Turn down your mic, Sloopy.
Pull it out of your throat and put it.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my system. It goes back and forth.
It did. It's better.
We're awake now.
I feel like I don't have too much of an advantage because I totally don't remember how to play it, and I find the controls frustrating. So it might
Okay,
not be unfair.
one of the things that I did, are the instructions anywhere? Because it does say refer to the instructions, but
Are they not there?
I don't know. They're not actually in the game. It says refer to the instructions in the book or something.
I
But-
bet I have. I
I wouldn't worry too much about it because most of us don't read the instructions anyway. But
But how
It
am I
would
going to do
help.
the dramatic?
I do. I think I have the sportswear instructions for it. I'm going to like run and look, and I will be like right back in like 5 seconds.
Sure.
Keep going, and I will see if I have them. Because if so, I can scan them in and then like share them somewhere.
Oh, yeah, and then Mark has a script. Yeah.
Yeah.
But something that it took me a little bit to figure out, there's doors in the game. And if you want to go through a door, when you jump, you have to push up and the fire button to jump. And if you want to throw a rock, you have to push down and hit the fire button. And if you want to open a door, you have to stand right in front of the door, push up, and hit the fire button. That took me a little while to figure out.
So it's set up for a single button joystick then, basically.
It's set up for a single button joystick, which he could have used the two, because it is a CoCo 3 only game. So
yeah, I just didn't have a 2-button joystick.
Oh, okay.
Well, to be honest, some of the people making games back then specifically made alternate ways to play the single button because so many people kept their joystick when they upgraded from CoCo 1 or 2 to 3.
Right.
That's one of those smart decisions that just didn't occur to me. But no, I can't find it. The instructions I have are for Gnome Quest and Gnome Quest 2. I don't actually have a physical instruction for this one.
I don't see it on the archive either.
No. So, I mean, basically, you are trying to find Medusa, and it's not much deeper than that. I heard you say that you have to aim up when you fire to go into the doors. That's true. Going up the ladders is frustrating because you can't move left and right. You actually have to move up and down to go up and down the stairs. That's a little bit hard to get used to. I think that's really all you need to know. It's just a bunch of interconnected levels and worlds, and you fight bats and mummies and pumpkins for some reason, and that's it.
Well, you have until Thursday to come up with the script for the instructions.
There you go.
I will look. I bet I don't have them anymore.
Or we'll do it for you, and you'll just have to live with it.
There you go. It could be a what's the term for it? A retcon.
Well, see, part of the fun is figuring the game out from.
Yeah, that's the actual game.
From
How does it
the
work?
word go.
This wouldn't be the first game we don't have instructions for.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you don't need them to actually play. So
Otherwise,
No, it didn't take me long to figure out how to play it last night. So.
Okay.
yeah. Otherwise, we'll just make stuff up, and then you have to change the game.
Yeah, we'll start adding things to it that you have to put into the.
The game's broken because I pushed stuff down left arrow and it didn't.
Yeah, Mike, watch out for these guys. They're notorious for feature creep.
Okay. Yep. Well, it's too late now. The ship has sailed. I have no source code for this at all.
Just ask Nick.
Well,
now we should mention, Ken, this is a bit of a different one because this will be going for 3 weeks this time, not just 2, right?
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Because we're taking a week off on the 23rd.
We don't have it's almost Christmas, so crap, I gotta do some shopping.
Oh,
right.
I gotta start thinking about it.
There's no
Family and crap.
continue.
Oh, no.
It doesn't save your state. So if you run out of lives, you start back from the beginning. So
yeah.
Be aware. All right. Well, it's been fun, guys. Was there anything else you guys need me for before I have to?
Not that I can think of. Is it okay if I put the disk image right up on Discord so people can use it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'll also point to your site so that if people
and then
want to download all the games.
And then I need to get into your Discord if I'm going to participate, right? I need to figure out that.
All right. Somebody want to send them a link?
Curtis, you can send I'll email you the link.
Discord.CoCoNation.com will take you right to the invite.
Discord.
Discord.thecoconation.com, and we'll take you right to the invite.
All right. Sounds good, guys. I really appreciate you having me on. It's been fun to talk about this.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on. Hopefully we'll see you on the 30th when we do the summary of the game.
Yeah, I think I can make it. I think is that a Saturday too? Is it the same time?
Yeah.
Yes. I sure will try. All right.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
All right.
Okay. Thanks for coming by.
All right. Well, now we know the game for next 3 weeks. I guess we can talk about Yewdow that we played this week. Obviously, there is no instructions or no reviews of the game, but I did look on the site today, and he's currently got it for 85 different systems, including the CoCo 1 and 2, CoCo 3, the MC10, the Model 100, and the Model 1.
Oh, those have been added then, because that were not last time I looked.
So you have no reason not to play his games because, there's like 85 different systems you can play them on.
Yeah, they run on everything like Doom does.
Yeah.
And it's a fun one. Once you kind of get used to the
Yeah.
controls and what you're supposed to do, it's a good puzzle game. I know Buck really likes
Especially
it.
when you get into the future or the further, I think level 6 or 7, when it starts having 2 cars that you have to control, it gets really.
Yeah, it's a lot to concentrate on in real time.
You have 2 cars to control plus 2 bad guys going around on the screen after you. So there's a lot of having to pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah, I think I made it to that level once, but it wasn't my high score, ironically enough. So it wasn't the one I submitted a screenshot for, because I think that one was only level 5. But I killed a lot of the enemies and got really fast timer scores, so my score was actually better.
Yeah, I got several. I got to level 5 or 6 several times.
I think my highest was level 8.
Yeah, I did notice that sometimes I would get higher scores on with lower levels. I think was a significant reason for that is how high of a priority you made the blinking flags.
Or how many times you could run over the ghosty thing.
Right. I made the.
You got 400 points every time you ran over him.
Yeah, because I made sure I ran over the ghost anytime I could, because that makes him less of a threat. You only just have to go around him as opposed to have to worry about him following you.
And yeah, it's if you kind of learn what you're doing there, you can lure the ghost into the path of the car.
Right. That was a significant help.
As long as you don't get hit by the car yourself, because that also freezes you.
Yeah. Or if you let it go too far and it breaks the walls to the point where there's an open side of the screen and the car goes off, then you die instantly. So
yeah.
I mean, when you get hit by the car, it hurts.
Yeah. Believe it or not.
Well, not as bad as your couch, but
yeah, it breaks your leg and it takes you 7 seconds to heal.
And what was the other game that's ongoing? I can't remember now.
Battle something.
I know this.
Ken.
HyperZone.
Right.
Tom Eric Gunderson would like you to make a side-by-side video of the 85 different versions.
Oh, okay. I will get right on that. That means I have to go shopping because I don't have all 85 systems. And I want to do it on real hardware.
Yeah.
Sounds like a noble quest.
Gives you a good excuse to get some of those systems.
I'm going to be buying a lot of them out of Japan because they're exclusive Japan ones.
Yeah, that's right. Because Yewdow's from Japan, so they.
Anybody want to lend me some money to do this?
Sloopy volunteered, I heard.
Let's go fund me.
Patreon is Plan Canadian.
I wonder if Mikey, next time he's over there.
Yeah, he goes there fairly regularly, so that might be a possibility. Maybe pick you up a couple PC 6000 ones or Fujitsu FM7s or something.
There you go. All right, and HyperZone. So I don't know. Does anybody else have anything to say about Yewdow?
Hey, if you're into puzzle games, real-time puzzle games, it's actually quite fun. It doesn't matter if you're playing the CoCo 2, 1, 2, 3, MC10, etc. version, or any of the other 85 versions, as Ken was mentioning. It's a fun game all the way around.
Yeah.
If you're not into puzzle games, I probably wouldn't play it.
Yeah.
What does Yewdow mean? Do we know?
Not a clue.
I don't.
I have a suspicious feeling that it is.
You don't know what it's about. How's that?
It's a very old Japanese curse word.
Are you making that up?
Yeah, based on the English language that I was using while playing it.
Oh, okay.
I would agree with him.
I mean, I went through the pancakes, waffles, brioche, even croissants, and
oh no, not croissants.
He was up to burritos.
Yeah,
all them words.
Yeah, I was even past the Putin.
Yeah, because one thing that the Untitled site, it doesn't really ever publish directions for these games. You kind of have to figure out on your own. At least not that I found. Not even in Japanese, is there?
There's little instructions right on the page.
Well, what keys do what, but not what's the gameplay. What's your mission or anything like that?
I think you're supposed to figure that out from watching his videos because
yeah, well,
he does a video for each version.
Yeah, the videos. I mean, the games are pretty simple, so it's not hard to figure out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's
But
not
like explaining scoring schemes and stuff like that would be kind of nice to know. Like, what is a flashing
That's not
flag?
that hard to figure out either, because usually when something's flashing, it means it's going to be worth more points in most games.
Well, plus he probably knows that nobody reads directions now and nowadays anyway, so it's
Oh, there
probably
you
pointless.
go. But what about poor Mark? He didn't have anything to read on the air for this.
Right.
That's where he gets creative and makes stuff.
That
up.
gave him an extra 5
Oh,
minutes of
well.
napping, though, so that was
That
okay.
would
That's
be
true.
yeah. Just make stuff up, Mark.
that game.
My
with
Japanese
conviction.
isn't very good anyway.
They gave him extra time to be able to get to the second level.
And HyperZone, we don't have instructions for either, and that's one you probably do. We do need some because there's some. We got a little bit out of the Color Computer Magazine review. Did you find that, Ken?
No, I did not find that one.
I gave you the issue,
Yeah,
whatever
I was looking.
Because Rainbow had a review, but it just basically said they don't really like the game all that much. And the
Which Color Computer
Mag-
Magazine was it?
I don't remember. You'll have to go back to the streams.
Okay.
I found it live while we were on this show.
Because I wrote down Color Computer page 185, and then but all the Color Compute from January 84 and all the Color Computer magazines I could find from January 84 don't have a page 185. So
If you check, you remember that rich text file I sent you that has a link or a
Yeah.
list of all the reviews? It's in there. That's where
I'll
I
look
found
through
it.
that.
Because that actually has some instructions in it. The Rainbow
Yeah.
review did not really.
Well, the stuff that I did figure out on it is if you want to get a fairly good score in the game, use your shields, but use them sparingly. So you have to stop moving and stop firing, hit the space bar, and your shields will come on, and that gives you the grid of dots on the screen. And then same thing, you can't be moving or firing, hit the space bar, and it turns the shield off. And then you've got the little energy bar at the bottom of the screen that tells you how much shield you have left.
And there's a way to recharge it if you shoot a cross or something?
Apparently, but I couldn't figure
Which I
out how to
did
do
once.
that.
I did
You
once
did
on
it
the
once?
stream. Yeah.
Okay. You must have
But
to
I think
shoot it
like the game, I think
perfectly.
detects color to see what you've hit. Like if you can have your shots go right through the wings of a spaceship. You have to hit I think it's the orange color, or depending on what artifact you got set, orange or blue. But I think your bullets have to hit that certain color. And I think even on the shields, it's like a small part of it's the color, or not the shields, the recharger. I think you have to hit that small part of that one color, otherwise it doesn't count.
Okay. Because I did try a few times and I never could figure out how to recharge or what those the little kind of the cross I would assume is for recharging your shields.
Yeah, and
But
there's
then
a spinning saucer thing around thing.
Yeah,
too,
there's
isn't there?
like a spinning thing that almost looks like a computer screen or something. And
The Color Computer Magazine one mentions one of those being the one for the recharge, and the other one I have no idea what it's about. Might
Yeah.
be just a different alien or something.
well, it's not an alien because it just sits there and spins in front of you, and you can move away from it and then come back to it, and it's still just sitting there spinning.
Okay.
So
Maybe
it's gotta
this
do
Thursday we'll get Mark to dramatically read the review from Color Computer Magazine, because it does have some instructions, or at least
Yeah.
part of it. Yeah.
Okay, where are those at?
I'll let you know, Mark.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know a lot of people didn't like HyperZone, but I actually kind of like it myself. It's a little slow. It could stand a 6309 speed up.
Well, I was just going to ask, did anybody try with the CoCo 3 double speed up poke and see how it runs? Because it's not frame locked, I'm pretty darn sure. So at full double
Okay.
speed, it might be better.
No, did not try that. So, all right. Well, I guess we've.
Do we want any tips or tricks on Yewdow?
Oh, tips or tricks on Yewdow. Does anybody have any?
Don't
Try to
Well,
get
later
the
levels,
blink-
you have to ricochet the car off the walls, I figured out. To even
Yeah.
complete the
Even
levels.
well, because some of the flags are hidden inside of walls.
That's a good place for them.
There is, it's kind of funny. We actually found it easier to play on the CoCo 1.2 version, because on the CoCo 3 version, sometimes it doesn't draw the bottom line of blocks. So you can get stuck down there.
Yeah,
You
that
noticed
happened to me
that?
a few times. I thought that was a bug in the game.
Yeah, for some reason it just, but if you play the CoCo 1 and 2 version, you can see there's actually supposed to be a bottom row of blocks there. So Buck was calling those the invisible blocks. And yeah. With the invisible blocks, sometimes you can walk into them on the CoCo. So it is actually a bug in the game, because you can walk into where the block should be, and then you can't leave it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't really have a way to contact him to mention bugs. So
No. So probably playing the CoCo 1.2 version is better. Even though it doesn't look as nice, it's easier.
Yeah. The MC10 version, has anybody tried that one yet to see what that?
I think somebody was playing the MC10 version, but
I just wonder if it has that same bug in the blocks or if it's like the
no.
CoCo 1.2 version.
It doesn't have the CoCo 1.2 version and the MC10. It didn't look like have the same bug. I think it's just the CoCo 3 version.
And don't get me to explain it to him. I don't know what a bug is.
Never seen them.
He is just in denial, isn't he?
No.
Let's see. I tried to get the Jumping Joey level 8 the other day.
All right.
For some reason, it wouldn't go.
Not a bug. It's
I just got to a point in the game and it stopped.
Not possible.
That's the pause to register your high score.
Oh, okay.
Give you a chance for a screenshot.
Hmm.
Did I cover that well enough, Nick?
Yeah, good enough.
We do have a tip on HyperZone here from Scott Cooper in the chat, though. He says, I don't know about the shields, but you can stagger the shots to get continuous shooting. Then you can just hold the fire button in from then on. I forgot about that because I knew that back in the day. Because normally if you just hold the button down, they all come rapid fire and then there's a pause because you can only have so many shots on screen. But if you click, pause for a sec, click, pause for a second, like stagger the shots to the further spread apart. Once you get a full stream of that going, then you hold down the button, it'll time it so that you'll never stop firing. You won't have these big gaps.
Oh, okay.
I forgot about that, but I do remember that from the day now that he's mentioned it.
All right. Well, there we go.
Cool.
Anybody else have anything to say about either of those games?
I like.
Go ahead.
Now you're quiet.
Now I'm quiet.
No, you're good.
Okay, there you go.
Perfect. Talk.
Excellent. You sound
I'm good now.
excellent.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I really like Yewdow.
I did too.
Yeah, it's a good game, especially if you're into puzzle games. That's a fun one.
Yeah, I played HyperZone. I kept getting deaded, and I didn't know why.
Well, you got to avoid getting hit. You don't have one hit, you're dead, and you get hit by those little orange balls
that are coming at you. They get bigger up once they hit a certain size. Then you get hit.
Yeah, so you got to avoid them. You got to either turn your shields on, or just turn away from them.
Steer so it gets off screen, doesn't hit you when it's gets its full size.
Try to steer off screen on the left side, and then all of a sudden they'd come in on the right side. And that was if I even had enough time to steer them off the screen. Because I was like, I had so many on the screen. It was like.
That's what the shields are for.
That's where you use your shields.
Yeah. And shields, I didn't understand at all.
Space bar. It's the big rectangular
big key in the bottom and
keyboard.
shields, they block things. That's what shields are for.
I thought the space bar is where I got Romulan ale.
More dad jokes if you watch the live stream.
All right. Well, anybody else have anything to say?
No, I'm looking forward to trying Mike's Monster Mash game. I think I did try that one way back when I first got his collection when he put the website up. But, because I'm kind of going in chronological order, his games are quite a bit later, so I have a long ways to go before I start putting up. I'll get one done for this particular one, but that would have been a good one for Halloween for a game challenge.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that.
It takes a Christmas one. It takes a little getting used to on the jumping because you have to jump straight up and then move to the side. But you can actually control your guy in the air too, so you can
reverse and change direction.
Yeah.
You mean?
I don't know if you can completely change direction, but you can go further or shorter depending on how much you crank the joystick to the side.
Yeah, and I'll be interesting to see what people think of the speed of the game too, because that's one of the ones he did with that C Basic 3 compiler. So you can kind of keep it in your head. This is a basic game. Compiler.
And also one of the things too is when you're loading it up, the screen is going to go blank for about a minute. It's not crashed or anything. It's just loading everything. The first
Yeah, I
time
remember
did
when
that,
he
I
showed
was-
the DUR, the disc, there's a whole whack load of files for
Oh,
graphics and
this
sound
is
and
all
stuff.
those
So
draw
maps.
commands. Draw commands.
I was just sitting there like
Yeah.
when I first tried it, and I'm like, oh crap, I think it crashed. So reset it, did it again. Oh, so I just let it run for a little while. I'm like, oh, okay, there's the game.
What is it
Or you
like?
can overclock in an emulator, of course.
What is it like the Atari when you turn off the screen, it runs twice as fast?
No, I
Didn't
was
he
just doing
mention-
everything in the background.
Yeah, didn't he mention he did draw commands rather
Yeah.
than just preloaded sprites? So you had to draw that crap.
I think by
and get
this
it
time he was
loaded.
using preloaded sprites, but
But he still had to draw the sheet.
Yeah.
And load.
Yeah.
He would have to
input
draw the
buffer.
sheet.
It has to
Because
load the maps and the tiles, and
there's a
quite
little
bit of
there's
stuff.
a little bit of a pause between each screen too. So yeah, I don't know if overclocking it would affect the gameplay or not, or just the loading times.
I think we would affect both because I don't think he's frame locking either. Most CoCo people
Okay.
actually didn't do that.
Then
except for some of the
if
machine
you
language
overclock it, you're probably going to die pretty quickly from like bats flying on the screen at you and stuff.
programs. We can get Bob Emery there to try it on his Gimme X at 3 megahertz and see what it does.
Reasonable speed.
All right. Well, anybody else have anything to say about either of those games? Going once, going twice. Let's talk about Thursday.
What happened Thursday?
Thursday comes after Wednesday.
There you go, Sloopy. Would you like to talk about the live Game On Challenge?
Yes, it was great. We played that really cool game called Yewdow. And we had, what was it, 6 players, 7 players at most? It was a roaring success. And some people also played HyperZone. And then they went back to Yewdow. And there were other games played, and fun was had by all. But we need you there also, because it's makes it more fun when you are there.
And what time would we expect these people to show up?
We would expect them to show up like just before 8 o'clock on Thursday onto the Discord.
Oh, okay.
But we will accept
What time?
8 p.m. Eastern.
I thought we were
Oh,
usually
okay.
done by 7.
8 p.m. Eastern, U.S. time.
What if it's Eastern Canada? Is that
Then
the same?
Well, then you got to drive.
Actually,
further.
no.
not if you're a newfie, but if you're like
Or
Ontario,
further east.
something,
If you're the Eastern time zone in Canada?
yes, it would be the same.
Okay. Mexico?
No.
Antarctica?
Well, you said it's Eastern US time, so we just want to know if anybody else in their Eastern time zones would be at the same time.
There's a big wedge of pie here. Yeah.
I think some people need to go defenestrate themselves.
Are we giving you a headache, Sloopy?
We're sure trying.
Well, that's revenge for him coming in so hot and loud here when he joined.
I can't help it that I'm hot. But thanks for noticing. I'm
This is that misunderstanding English language we were talking about earlier with Mike.
but you have to understand, Missy went back home today, so I don't have any adult supervision. That's my excuse. And
Oh, that's a problem. Yeah.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention I've been in the garage with loud power tools and
Right.
working on lawnmowers and working on big engines from trucks and such. So my hearing's a little short. That's it. That's my story.
Oh, okay.
We'll stick to it.
But yes, ignoring all these usual suspects, 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern U.S. time, EST. Join the Discord. Come into the games channel. Start sharing your game. We don't discriminate whether you use real hardware or emulators. Xware runs all the games wonderfully. VCC will run them rather well too.
And MAME.
Some people like to use MAME, but some people, there's something wrong with them. So.
Also, you can play XOR online for most of these on the Color Computer Archive. So if you don't want to bother setting up an emulator, you can just use your browser.
Absolutely. And we even can help you get your emulator set up if you use XOR or VCC. MAME, you'll have to find someone else because I still have not got MAME set up yet or running because it's too hard.
That complicated.
Yes.
It's not ease of use. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely.
Or ease of setup, anyway.
I have used Nitrous 9 Ease of Use Edition more than I have used MAME to emulate computers. That should tell you something.
Yeah.
That should tell us you have taste.
I've used MAME for arcade games. That's pretty simple and easy, but for
A random Facebook user in the chat is saying, I can help with MAME, but I have no idea who that is. I know we have some videos of setting it up that were done earlier, so that maybe we can find some of those. I think the Amigos have done one. I believe Stevie did one back in the day.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It's Barry Nelson.
I've never had any problems with XROR, so I'll just stick with it.
Yeah, XROR, I think if depending what operating system you're running, like I know I've noticed on the Mac version when I run it, it has a problem with the sound. It'll start popping, especially if you change the focus to not be the XROR window and you try to do something else. You got starting in these clicks and pops, like no matter what you're doing, that are not part of the normal sound. So that's a bit annoying.
PC does it the same.
So also a shout out to Gary Neal and Henry III for being our newest additions to our Game On Challenge Live.
Yeah, Henry, we have to organize getting you on for an interview probably in early February or something here because we've got some other interviews already lined up for January. Because you just started a YouTube channel. I'm hoping I'm getting the right person here. You're making cables and stuff, and he's got one we'll be mentioning in the news today. It's a new one.
Yeah. So.
And I must say, Ken, HyperZone here, because I'm just watching the live stream, which I wasn't paying close attention to at the time live. I do like its attract mode. That's one thing I have to say for it. He did a nice attract mode on it.
Yeah, I was considering playing Star Raiders and seeing if anyone noticed, but I figured, wow, he's doing so well, he must not be playing HyperZone.
Yeah, if I was going to play a Star Raider style game in the CoCo, I'd be picking Project Nebula before I pick this one, I'd have to honestly say. Or that other one from T&D, ironically enough.
Yeah. Maybe we should try them.
Oh, they're on the list.
And you picked this one?
Hey, they can't. You gotta show the bad stuff as well as the good. We're honest here.
Honestly, this is not that bad of a game. I don't know what everybody's. The only complaint I have about it is it's a little slow.
Yeah, you just can't turn, shoot, or
You can turn fine. You just got to get used to it.
Yeah, the controls are a bit weird. It's the opposite of what I'm expecting for a flying style of game.
Yep.
Yeah.
That takes me a while to switch my brain over from every other 3D flying game.
Yeah, because I know that someone that was playing HyperZone this week was talking about considering playing Predator instead. They said it'd be easier.
Yeah, I remember that. And then David Ladd corrected him. No, I'm just kidding.
Guys are all just a bunch of wimps.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned on the stream, it's not MG Lustig's best game for me. And he did several through Computerware, which I don't think we've covered any of his other ones through Computer, except maybe, did we do Moonhopper?
I think we did Moonhopper at one point.
Or Desert Patrol, one of the two.
No, we did
one was
Moonhopper.
Computer, one was his own company, but his own company did stuff like Ice Master and stuff, which actually are pretty decent.
Honestly,
lots of
though,
games
it's
to
by
choose from,
far
Ken.
not the worst game I've ever played.
No, not even the worst one we've done on the show.
Exactly. I'm not going to mention any of Nick's games.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
Nick's games are much better than this. They may be hard, but they were much better than this.
Most of them are, yeah.
I see you got my check, Sloopy.
declared and everything.
Hey, what is this PayPal saying? And Nick Marentes is trying to withdraw money from my account. I don't understand.
Maybe that's a bug.
All right. Well, Thursday, everybody better be there. We can play HyperZone again. Come on. You know you want to.
Keep the rear axles out of a Chrysler.
We can play Monster Mash.
I mean, I did manage to get a high score. You know,
Yeah, but you gotta wait for more people to play.
I'm trying to remember, Ken, in previous years here, do we get more people participating usually during Christmas when the holidays start hitting or less?
Less usually.
Okay. I didn't know if people had more free time to play them or if it'd be like they're so busy with families that you get less time.
We're holding pretty steady in our numbers right now, but definitely our larger numbers are usually in the early fall and spring.
Or depend on whether it's a good game or not. Probably has something to do with it, I imagine. Like if it's a classic like Donkey King or something like that, I'm sure that it's our big numbers.
Yeah. Although we played just about all of the classics already, so.
No, you've missed quite a few yet that I'd call classics, so.
Yeah, that's you though.
Yeah, I have no taste, so don't listen to me.
All right.
Okay,
well,
cool.
That's that for that. So shall we move on to the Game On News or whatever we want to do next?
Yeah, I can do Game On News, or I can go through upcoming interviews and upcoming shows. I think I'll do that first just to get it out of the way because it's a smaller list than what the Game On News. Then we'll have a break before we go on to the actual news.
Okay, we also do have a segment of Ron's Garage.
Oh, do you want to do that first?
Sure, you ready, Ron?
Are you awake, Ron?
Ron?
He's muted.
Ron?
I'm here.
There he
I'm
is.
here.
You ready?
Yep.
Oh, it means I gotta push the button. Go ahead, Ron.
Are we good?
We're good.
Okay. See what my version of Facebook does? It covers I don't know why it does that. I guess I'm the only one that has this, but you can't see the top panel anymore.
If you scroll up and down, does it cover it up more or scroll the whole thing?
No,
Okay.
it's just got it wrong.
That's it.
Is your browser up to date?
Try
I
a
guess
different
that's another
browser.
question.
It doesn't matter what browser I use or what machine I use. It's there.
Huh.
Weird, huh?
Yeah, I haven't seen that before. So
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, back in 1979, 1980 time, my father and I were in the sign business, and he made a model of a sign that we were trying to pitch to sell to the airport, and it included another company we were hooked up with that came and did a demo one time on a changeable copy sign where the lights would go across. The sign was attached to the top of the van, and it had this computer inside the van, which was a Model 3, and it controlled the signage. And what's cool is, it's back before when I was just staring at Radio Shack computers in the window of, the Radio Shack stores. But it was really cool and advanced at the time. We didn't get the chance to sell it to the airport, but we thought it was a cool presentation anyway. Having a model and giving them a price on the sign. It would have been pretty large, but that was a cool connection to Radio Shack I had back in the day. Then another one was my cousin and I, when I worked at Toledo Sign before I became self-employed, we used to go out and service these signs for a color tile, and I never really realized till later that the signs were the company was owned by Radio Shack or Tandy. Tandy, it was a subsidiary of Tandy.
Color tile was?
Yeah, and you know, we used to go out with a boom truck, and I had to climb up there and take. I think he would take the panel off, and then I would hand him the lamps for, you know, changing out all the lamps and the signs. And then we go to another one and do that, and maybe do 3 or 4 a day, and that was our job.
So is this
Tandy
like floor
bought the
tiling or
building.
what is this?
Color tile.
Color tile. They sold kitchen like
Yeah.
tile and stuff. So
Yeah,
here
for
is a
floors.
complete Tandy building. Radio Shack on one side, color tile on the other side.
I never
Just
heard
the-
of Tandy owning color tile. That's new.
Yep.
to me.
That's-
So they had
new.
190 some stores, and you know, they went bankrupt and were dissolved. But for the time, they did really well. And
I bought tile from Color Tile here in
Okay.
Wisconsin. So yeah,
all
they
right,
were
so
around.
they were in the Northeast somewhere. Anyway, we had you know, hundreds of stores around Northwest Ohio, and yeah, one time my cousin and I were working on the sign, and we had to go inside to check the circuit breaker, and we came back out, and somebody stole our toolbox off the truck.
That's Ohio.
Yeah. Yep. So that was amazing. That's pretty much it. I just did Happy Hanukkah on as a high color to and a CoCo VGA image, so you guys can display it on your machines. Here's the hardware versions, and you can put music on and throw up a bin file. What else is this? Oh, you know, Roger Taylor's pretty prolific. He has this site called Color Computer Gadgets and Projects. And you ever get time, just go look at it, go through it. There's all kinds of neat stuff he does. And he's been doing it for many years. And he's a cool guy. Well, I got my, when I knew Paul Barton had a computer that he had that he, you know, was a repack into a PC case. And now I have it, and it's a neat thing, you know, just something interesting. I thought, you know, we always hear about Roger Taylor but never see him. It'd be neat to have him on the program sometime, and he can talk about what the kinds of work he does. And that's about it. The rest of the stuff is stuff I covered before. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Now, as far as project updates and acquisitions, it sounds like SLOOPY has one. I think somebody else had mentioned something too, didn't they, Mark?
No, I don't have one on my list.
Okay, or maybe it was Ron I was thinking of.
Could be.
Okay,
SLOOPY, take it away.
Oh, that's me. Well, this is more CoCoTECH than me personally. It's just me because it's me. I had originally planned on doing the MC10 episode next week, but that's not going to happen because I had an issue with my email. I had sent an email to AC of AC's 8-Bit Zone to discuss with him the video options, and I got no response. And eventually I found out it's because the email provider that I was using was no longer offering free email, and my emails weren't going out. And I just found out this last week. So I've got that resolved. So I'm going to be contacting him and doing the show later on. But I will be doing an MC10 episode. I will actually be doing 2 CoCoTECH MC10 episodes. The first one will be getting the MC10 working and set up and run and tested. And then I will be installing one of these.
Which is disappeared completely because of your background.
Put it in front of your face.
Yeah.
It's just an empty hand you got right now. It's just showing the
Yeah,
background.
cover your forehead with the device. It'll work. There you go.
Yeah, what is it?
That's a joystick and stuff adapter from Ed Snyder or something?
No, not from Ed Snyder.
Okay.
This is one of, let's see here. This is the Pi key from Brendan Donahue.
Crikey.
Oh, right. I remember that now because we've shown pictures of it when he's been at like VCF Southwest and stuff.
Yes, it
Or-
includes 2 Atari-style joystick ports and allows you to plug in a USB keyboard to your MC10. We will, that will be the, doing the upgrades, this and one other will be the one episode. Well, that'll be the getting it running and then installing this will be the one episode. And the other episode, we will be hopefully doing the composite video upgrade from AC, and I'll be showing off the HDMI, the CoCo DV on the MC10 also.
Now, does
So
that require the spacer for the MC10?
This, yes.
Yeah.
It's this here.
Yeah.
And does that come in different colors?
Yes, it comes in red. Let me think here.
Whatever colors you can get filament
Plastic for you.
Right. What spools are on the wall? That's what you can buy.
Which colors did he say to me?
Now, Sleepy, have you figured out dates that you're going to be doing it? Like, is any of these going to be happening December? Or are we talking early next year?
Probably February, because the thing is that I had sent an email, didn't realize it wasn't actually sent out until I had sent to someone else, hey, did you get my email? And they're like, no, I didn't. And when I looked into it, I was like, ooh,
nobody.
None of my emails being sent. So, yeah. So I still have to resend the email to AC because I mean, literally, I only got my email fixed yesterday or Thursday night, and I've been catching up on other emails because once I got it fixed, I got all these emails that I had to deal with. Evidently, they stopped doing service on November 30th, and I got a whole bunch of emails between November 30th and last Thursday that I had to take care of.
So is this thing from Brendan a kit you have to build and you're going to show us that, or is it already built when you put it in?
This is what the what you get. I'll be showing the whole thing in the episode, but basically you have to install this in the machine. Then you have to put this goes between the 2 case halves, and this goes in here.
So you get the pie, whatever it is,
Yes,
with it and everything.
this is what it looks like when you get it.
Okay.
And then you can get this also has holes here if you get the CoCo VGA. I discussed that with him, the CoCo VGA for the CoCo and for the MC10, and he's working with someone to get it redesigned for a different FPGA, I do believe he said, and that he's hoping that sometime in the first quarter of the new year, he may have new CoCo VGAs available.
So all
Yeah,
that'll
'cause
fit together.
The Cyclone 4 chip is now available, but it's like triple the price it was before COVID. So
Yeah.
I'm sure he wants to get one that's a bit more common and
Yeah, I
cheaper.
don't have a lot of details on this because I mean it's like we only talked a little bit. But before the episode, I'll be more prepared with all the gory details and be able to tell you more about what's going on in the future. I may try to talk to Brendan about coming on to the show with me, and then maybe we can talk to him directly.
Yeah, he's been on the show before, so shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, well, he's been on the Nation, but he hasn't been on CoCoTECH.
Not many have. We haven't had too many episodes yet.
Right.
Speaking of, I believe, Mark, we had an episode recently, didn't we?
Yes, this last Tuesday we had an episode with basically Floppies and the Grease Weasel. Unfortunately, Paul Fiscarelli was tied up at work and couldn't make it. But, I already figured we'd probably have to have another 2 or 3 shows about Floppies anyway. So
Right.
we'll just have to postpone that for later.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mikey Furman did a really good example of showing how to use the, I guess it's the original version of the Grease Weasel to basically image, he was imaging flex disks. And so if you want to find out about backing up your disk images to basically files, that you can use with emulators and stuff. It's a good place to go get an overview and what stuff looks like.
How long was that show?
About 2.5 hours, I think, is how long it went.
Pretty good.
So, yep, like I said, there'll be more to be done in the future because we got more stuff to cover.
Yeah, it was good. It was the difference between flux copies and file copies and things like that. It's informative.
Hmm.
We only got the first sector done.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what the. Yep.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, basically right now, Mark, you have, I don't think we're planning any more episodes in December, are we?
No,
I don't have any scheduled. Sloopy has some stuff he's going to fill in with, I think.
Yeah, the MC10 was the only thing I had planned for December, but that's been postponed because I still have to talk to AC and see how soon I can get product from him and then get everything set up and ready to go for the show.
Okay, because I'm planning on doing a basic 09 one probably in January. I don't know what else you've got kind of maybe not officially booked yet, but that you're aware of that's coming in January. I don't know if I should shoot for beginning or end.
Me
or
personally,
middle.
probably early. Probably early because I know that basically the CoCo Nation and Glenside are working on a virtual CoCoFEST, and I'd like to do it the last weekend in January, basically. So I can put it earlier in the day so we can get more people from the European continent to be involved. So probably earlier in the month is better than later.
Okay. I'll talk to Wayne Campbell because there's two I want to do first. One is to go into the internals of Basecon, which Wayne Campbell will definitely be on, talking about his decode project that he's actually currently redoing right now. And then I also want to do one of just some, graphics tricks that you can do with Basecon under level 2.
All very good stuff. So at the moment, that's all we have. We'll keep you informed. And
have you got official dates yet for the virtual fest, or is that still up in the air?
I just said last weekend in January, which is I think it was kind of left up to me. So I'll put the pin in it right here. I'm gonna say it's gonna be the 27th or 28th, maybe both. So I don't know how much interest you'll have. Haven't really put anything out there yet, so most people don't know about it other than we just mentioned we're going to do it. So I need to see what sort of commitment there is, what people would like to show up. We really want to aim to try to get people who are not going to be able to attend, come in person to like a fest like VCF Midwest or CoCoFEST or something like that. So they'll have a chance to present something that they may not be able to do. So that's kind of who we're trying to throw it out to first. So it's your chance to present at an event that you don't have to go anywhere for.
You guys need artwork for it?
That might be good. Currently, we're just calling it the virtual CoCoFEST, and like I said, it's basically just being sponsored by the Glenside Computer Club and the CoCo Nation. So stuff may change in the future, but right now that's what it is. So first annual virtual CoCoFEST, and you could probably one in there too.
You guys going to go for a record on length of show?
Oh, on length? It might come down to that. If we got 5 or 6 hours both days, that would.
He already said 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't going to stop it, overnight or anything. It's going to run all the way through, right?
Well, the one we had was like 6 hours, wasn't it?
I think the one we had was our second longest show. Didn't the Dragon one?
Yeah.
But doesn't the Dragon one longer?
I think the Dragon one came after though, but yeah. No, it was some of those are the longest ones, and I think that's probably
and the most popular.
Inside was
well, we had lots of content.
Yeah, it was interesting. Everyone was there. In fact, folks who are going to be at the show should have a limited time at the virtual show, just for people who, there are also users that won't be at the CoCoFEST. So by saying, the virtual CoCo should include the people that are going to be in Chicago, the people who aren't going to be in Chicago.
Yeah, and because of the recording problems we had this last year too, it might be a good backup to have something that is recorded properly.
Just do it twice. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm giving that serious considerate thought too, because the one that Ken and I did is still got no audio, so it's totally useless in its current
form.
Do
it twice, you'll get at least one.
Yeah.
Well, live and learn. So cool.
Anyway, that's it's in the works. I think it's a good idea.
We have dates now.
We're 2 of our.
Sounds exciting.
So
now, Mark, how
I'll
should
be
they get a hold of you? What is your preferred way of getting a hold of? Like, is it a Discord channel or an email or something for people that want to possibly book some time to do a presentation?
I do have an email address set up. It's yeah, I guess you use the CoCoTECH. I have a CoCoTECH one for me. And which domain did I put that on? I'm really organized. Probably the best thing to do would be post in the CoCoTECH on Discord at the moment, or the CoCoTECH group on Facebook, or the TRS 80 Color Computer group, or the CoCo Nation group, or the Dragon group, because I've been monitoring all 4 of those.
And should they just send a message directly to you in there, or is there?
Yeah, they can. Okay. Yep. So like I said, we call this. Yes, do that, Ron. And like I said, we'll have a virtual, just call it a virtual CoCoFEST for the moment. Like I said, it was kind of Glennside's idea, and I'm just getting behind helping them because they have people and interest. And again, it worked really well in 2020. And then the Dragon event we had, was it 2020 or 2021? We did the Dragon one. The interest is tremendous. And it's, as Jim Brain told me, he said, there are people that wouldn't be able to present because of whatever reasons. And so to have a virtual one, this kind of gives everybody a kind of a precursor or run up, and kind of a way to be involved without, actually being able to make it there. And so I think it's a good idea. Like I said, it's been one of the most popular things we've ever done here. So like I said, the Glenside, they have a good, good idea and momentum. We have the infrastructure and the people to make this happen. So that's what we're doing.
It's a good joint effort. Kevin Holloway, you were about to say something, or?
It is.
Okay.
I was just poking Patrick.
I know what I did.
Okay. Anybody else have any project updates or acquisitions? I know Brian Weisler's been kind of busy lately. He's definitely got some stuff coming up. Hopefully we'll maybe see it maybe next week or something.
I have a quick one. I mentioned my year-old multi-pack project that's been stalled that I've been working on again, and it looks like
okay. Let Mark zoom you up here so people can see you.
Okay, yeah, and big and me. So this isn't actually an intentional announcement.
Otherwise, we're looking at a green postage stamp in the middle of the screen.
Right.
All right.
Doesn't mean anything. So yeah, I was working on a multi-pack last Christmas, and I didn't get it done before last year's CoCoFEST. Well, now I've got my network card boot thing going, so I'm working on this again. But as you can tell, it's not looking very healthy with all these life support lines hanging out the bottom. But we're working on it again. So
do you have to design a case for it yet?
Yeah, I still have to draw the case, but first I have to make the dang thing work correctly, which is
it going to have an external power supply?
Yeah, it's got a little, wall wart thing that makes more power than anything that Tandy ever made did in a little box the size of you know how power supplies are nowadays.
Switching power supplies. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you get a lot of power out of a little wall wart. So yeah,
do you have a classy name for it yet?
No, this is the large multi-pack. Because it has no smart, it is the large multi-pack. It has every chip, it has everything that was in the old giant multi-pack with the same individual chips, except they're all surface mount. And that's why I was really befuddled why it didn't work. Well, I figured out what I had done wrong. So
this
I think Rick has
1, 2, or 3.
Yes.
Yeah. And I believe it has one cool feature in there I asked Rick to put in. And that was to be able to individually strap the IRQ lines on a 1-by-1 basis.
Oh yeah, there's a little cart jumper here on the edge.
Well, what does that mean?
So
on the original multi-pack design, you had to decide which slot got interrupts. And
it was usually
OS
the one
9
with the controller in it?
Well, so anyway, on the multi-pack, the idea was you would pick which slot got interrupts or could send interrupts. But on OS 9, you want all the slots to send interrupts. So you need to stick them all together. And I made just a simple jumper. So, hey, I want 1 and 2 or 1 and 4. The problem is if you put any kind of anything with a ROM in it or a game in your multi-pack, then that jumps on everything and messes up your interior hardware and all the things you were trying to do in OS 9. So you have to be able to pick which ones are jumped in and which ones are jumped out.
Well, if
on
you
top.
ran like 2 serial cards, you needed to jumper all the IRQs together.
Well, you jumper the
At
ones
least those two
serial
slots,
cards.
yeah.
At least those two. So you don't have to jumper at all. It's just back in the day, you were soldering things together, jumper them all, and just call it a day.
Yeah, because I remember back in the day when we did the soldering things together, if you tried to put a game card in, it didn't work.
No, it blew up the world. Yeah.
So you won't have a switch on it like the regular multi-pack has now? It'll have that jumper inside?
No, different purpose.
I'm leaving the switch off on this one. It's always going to be boot to 4.
You can switch it through software though.
You can switch it through software. You can change it.
Yeah, you can poke
But
it.
I didn't
Yeah.
see the reason for the 2 extra chips and the extra cost and putting a switch on, which isn't a very expensive switch, by the way. If you aren't a multinational corporation that can have your own switches made, it's an expensive thing to do. So yeah, this one just always boots from 4. You know, if you want to boot from something else, you put it in 4.
So
On the IRQ strapping is a separate thing. Like I said, it really
Yeah,
makes sense.
that's
Like if
what
you're
I need
under
to
OS
know.
9, yeah. So and being you leave the jumpers off, it's just like a regular multi-pack. Otherwise, it doesn't have a switch to set the slot. But he said it defaults to 4, and you can always change it in software.
Well,
But
the-
for
the
people who
idea
want to run,
behind-
multiple.
The idea behind this project is it's dumb. It doesn't use any smart chips. It doesn't use any, custom anything. Because
it's,
we're having
it's a-
trouble doing that nowadays.
So it's a little bit smarter Y cable?
Well, no, it's the conventional large multi-pack, but it's doing it the stupidest way possible with individual LS chips, all these little chips here, instead of using one firmware, one smart chip, which is the thing that's keeping everyone else's multi-pack off the market right now. Is the smart chip that they used is hard to get and expensive.
Okay.
So, this was going to be my quick solution last year. It messed up and I ran out of time, and CoCoFEST came and I had slow vid. There was all kinds of crap going on last year, but we're on the road again. And
Exile in Paradise wants to know where's the real-time clock.
It's you have to use network time protocol, NTP. We have
That's
Ethernet
right.
now, so you don't need
You
no
should build
stinking
that in.
real-time clock.
Is your internet card interrupt driven too, or just out of curiosity?
Could be,
Can be.
doesn't have to be.
Can you build it
has-
in onto the multi-pack?
It has a 2K buffer on it, so you just get a frame off the Ethernet and use it whenever you feel like using it.
It's just that sometimes you'll get a delay on the internet due to whatever server's in the middle of it. So, you have to constantly monitor the thing and constantly check to see.
That's the beauty of this product is the WizNet chip is the Ethernet, and you don't have to be. You're just a memory manager. You get your 2K buffer, you empty it, you fill a.
But let's say I go
buffer.
request a page and the page is getting delayed because of some broken thing and has to reroute around. It takes 5 seconds.
It will sit on it for you.
Okay, but you have to constantly go and check it. Did you get it yet? No. Did you get
the
it?
chip will retry until it fails out or not. It's really an amazing little piece of.
Yeah, but the CoCo still has to check with the chip to see if it actually happened yet or not, right? Manually, if I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah, sort of.
Like if I send a request and I expect it to be there in half a second, and I check and it goes, no, it's not there yet. Okay, I guess I'll come back and check in another 60th of a second or whatever. Like you have to poll it.
Right, but in actual fact, I have never run into that. Of course, I'm doing things at basic speed, so it's quite likely that there have been many timeouts between the time when I asked and the time when I answered looked. But it handles all of this. It doesn't time out. It will keep, replugging the connection. You don't have to worry about that. So the beauty of it is our little slow machine can just read the data. It doesn't have to worry about the big bad board world out there. So
Rick, will you have a feature where it could be used in a repack?
Well, it's
will it fold over?
So it's a game card size. So and the new one with the boot ROM is still a game card size. So you could technically just take a CoCo, cram the bootable one in the side of it, Henry Strickland will boot OS 9 for you, and you're running with nothing but your CoCo and the little CoCo plugged in the side. So it's got a lot of potential, and I think we're finally getting all of the bugs worked out where it's actually working for everybody all the time. So I'm really excited with what's coming up there.
RetroTech, wants to know what Bob is doing.
What is Bob doing? Is there smoke or fire?
I think it's
in Zoom. Where is
My
he?
mic on?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is now.
All right.
Your video's a little weird.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let's see.
You got 3 different
running
camera
3
angles
cameras
there, plus I
and
guess
his
pipes is
desktop.
going on.
Yeah. So basically, this is Tom Cherry Holmes Color Computer 2, and I've been just tinkering with it a little bit, playing to try and figure out why it's not loading from cassette. Although realistically, I haven't been doing much in that regard lately. I've been mainly playing games.
FujiNet needs B's cassette boot, basically. So that's
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, just be careful when you reach over the left-hand side there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see those hot wires.
They bite back.
Little open.
It's only 120 volts.
Maybe not as bad as Mark's cat, but
So the CoCo 2 have a salt chip?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Is
got
that-
the level crossing detector and all of that crap going on.
Is that where the problem lies, in there somewhere?
From what I've narrowed it down to, it's either the salt chip or the PIA, U1 or U2, basically. So I will basically, and luckily they're all socketed in here, so it'll be easy to swap them out and do some quick testing.
That's a good question. Is it the 0 level that you aren't getting, or is it the PIA that's not reading? So yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty wide
At this
open.
point, it's not indicating anything, so you can't really tell what it ain't getting.
Because you haven't turned it on?
It ain't getting nothing. That's what's going on.
I did
I've
turn
done
it on.
that.
Had it plugged into a real cassette deck, and I
Nothing.
did. I'd turn the audio on and motor on, and I could hear the file, but the computer just ain't recognizing it at all. So it seems like when I had my CoCo 3 running on DC, but I didn't have a pepper board in it.
Yeah.
Is kind of what it seems like. So yeah, I agree. The salt chip is suspect, as well as the PIA. And
I don't have
those
a.
are both.
I don't have a schematic in front of me, but I think you can get that 0 crossing output before it goes into the PIA and see if it's actually crossing 0 and going up and down.
Yeah.
I don't have the book handy, but it's right there. You'll figure it out. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I've got the book, the PDF up actually in another window. So sometimes if I'm staring at my camera weirdly, I'm probably just reading that. But yeah, and this the little RGB to HDMI thing works great in here for the color computers component out. Literally just wired directly to a socket under
That's a
the.
little plugged into the socket, right?
Yeah.
Cool. That you showed earlier. I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, and all done.
And looks a heck of a lot better than that RF output. Although there's
especially
no
on a bench when you have all the other things that go on a bench that mess up your video. It's not like,
Yeah. But overall, it seems like it's working well. Just weird with the cassette thing, and I've been messing with the settings on the RGB to HDMI to get that video stable. It's still a little kind of glitchy on the edges of the orange here. Let's see if I go to this one. Oh. I don't know if you can see that on the
Pipes intro screen?
On the left edges of like the I and the E.
Oh, there's occasional glitch there.
They're just like
Like a
little,
pixel.
yeah, right on the edges of the borders. And I've got it about 99% gone, but I can't make it totally go away. But it's looking 1,000% better than it was.
Where's the glitch?
So
on the
look
left side, I can see those
edge
little
of
black
the-
dots
Oh yeah,
flickering on
yeah, I
them.
see it. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
For some reason, the P doesn't do it, but the E and the I do. It doesn't like vowels.
That's it. It's vowels.
I'm guessing it's probably which
I
horizontal
see it,
position it's at that it's causing the glitch.
Yeah.
But
I see them on the S though, right above the bottom dashed line.
Yeah.
See on the S, the
Not
bottom.
my.
yeah, the right side of the S there, I can see it in three
Yep.
different spots.
It's not my game doing that, is it? Have you tried something else to?
Nick, you've
No,
got a
that's-
bug. No, I'm just kidding.
That was a
does it on,
feature. That was a feature. Because I
it
don't
does
see
it
it
on
now on
P-Mode
the high
4
score
too.
screen.
Yeah, it's on the 0, on the orange 0. I just saw
Oh, you
it.
can see it. Okay.
It does come up.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well.
Probably a memory thing.
It does it
Yeah.
on P mode 4 as well.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's not a bug, of course.
Of course.
It's
It's a
an
hardware
upscaler
problem.
issue.
Yeah.
Richard Ticky in the chat says glitches give it character.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, I've been going through all of those menus trying to find any setting that helps, and I've found 2 or 3 of them that seem to affect it significantly. So I'm actually pretty happy with that where it is.
Are you going to make a video kind of showing like what settings do work so that other people want to try this, don't have to like figure it out by hand?
Yeah, I could probably try and do that.
Yeah, because I think it'd be pretty helpful for some people, especially if they're new to you using that type of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
What's the advertising cost?
Infinity.
Nick's having a.
Oh, yeah, it's been blasting us all but the last 2 hours.
As long as it's not Neutroid, I'm fine.
Yeah, can you play the game a little bit? Or?
Oh, there you can see the
pilots
glitching
I
a
can.
fair bit.
Yeah, you can see it there.
How come it was blue?
Oh,
Yeah, you're getting a lot more
there's the
glitching on the
glitch.
screen
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it color dependent then?
It seems like it is actually. So let me.
Because this reminds me of Gimme Snow when you don't time the H-sync properly, switching palettes.
Right. Go down
Right,
to my
but it's
color
not-
bars.
But it's not on the border. It's like random places mid-screen. That's
And here it's rock
Right.
solid.
Yeah.
right.
And now that's nice and.
And now, like you look at bars 12 and it's flickering
Yeah,
on the
now it's
left. And
falling apart on
Yeah,
in the
it's
middle
all
of the
over the
screen.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what? Let's see. This one works pretty well with the keyboard.
yeah, you're getting a lot of the flicker there in the Jumping Joey logo.
Mm.
Oh, right. Yeah. So
Mhm.
it's cheap Chinese video amps is what's going on here.
Yet on this screen, not at all. That's weird. It seems to be anything with fine detail. If you have fat, wide bars, it seems to be semi-okay. And then, I don't know.
It's not CoCo. It's capture card.
Yeah, it's the upscaler.
Not the CoCo itself.
Right.
Yeah.
But it definitely looks
That
better than
was-
RF, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or composite on a CoCo 3, because that's kind of flaky too.
I love the pause feature, Nick. Every game should have a pause button.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want the show to go for 6 hours, so we're going to save that for the virtual CoCoFEST, so we should probably
Yep.
continue on.
Okay, Ray. Let's see.
Now, since we've actually gone a bit longer with this, project updates, etc. Here, do you want to do another commercial, and I'll just do all the news in one big shot?
Okay.
Oh, Kevin.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCo Nation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCo Nation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Marentes, and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Hi, I'm L Curtis Boyle. And I'm Ken Waters of Canadian Retro Things. And you're watching the CoCo Nation Show.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
Okay, there we go. So who wants to explain that? Because I'm not sure what the fix is.
First, we should tell them what we're talking about.
Yes, that too.
Okay, so in the chat, RetroTechie says that the coupon code for CoCo Nation doesn't work on retrorewind. There is a trick for that.
Yeah, I think you have to log in, right? Isn't that?
I think
like you can't just do it without logging in. So I think you have to create the little free account thing, and then it
Create an
enables it.
account. You have to create an account, log in. That would make sense.
And then the code works.
Yeah, that's what I remember Frank explaining. I know Frank's still in chat. He's probably busy making, Ferraris or something.
Okay.
Or money for Ferraris.
Oh, Rex Techie's saying he is logged in, and you still can't get the coupon code to work. That we'll have to ask Frank then, in case something expired by accident.
Okay, so Frank is saying correct
Frank
being
says
logged
correct.
in. So we'll get a chat going on there. All right, game on
And you
news
need to have an
first.
account.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, game on news.
Yep. Just before I get to that, I just saw in the chat there, RetroTech, he said it works now after he logged out and back in again. So it must have just been an internet glitch. So good to know the code still works. have we thrown in that? What? What are you laughing about?
A chat.
Oh, you didn't buy enough stuff?
Yeah, you got to remember we're on the air here, Mark. So when you just say that nobody has any idea, that's listening what we're talking about.
But I know. Hey,
What I said in the chat was that the reason why his discount coupon was not working is because he hasn't bought enough stuff from the Retro Rewind website. Because you will need to buy all the stuff from the Retro Rewind website, because there's no bad products there. All the products are good, high quality products. And I'm not just a front man. I actually use and own products that I actually bought from Retro Rewind. So I suggest.
And Frank himself from Retro Rewind says the inevitable turn it off and back on again. That's absolutely true.
Yes.
100+ years of electronics, and that's still the case.
Well, what's funny to me is when we were a kid, we had to wait for the tubes to warm up for the TV to come on. Now we have to wait for the computer to boot for the TV to come on. Same thing, same time, different channel.
Yet ironically, the CoCo was instant on.
Right?
You just
We've
had to
gone
wait
backwards.
for the TV. Yeah, you just had to wait for the TV to warm up.
Oh, and apparently you're getting a $20 coupon there, Sloopy, for your nice ad, Frank. And Retro Techie's saying, so Sloopy's offering to send me free stuff? Well, now that you got the $20 coming in there, maybe you can do that. I don't know. Anyway.
Retro Techie, with your purchase of $100 or more, I will send you a free thing.
Okay, so on to the Game On news, which is a little short this week, but I wanted to mention the CoCo Show's final episode of this year is going to be recorded live on Twitch and YouTube tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So you can hit their the two Wayne websites, depending on what you do. I will mention, from what I remember correctly, the Twitch stream actually has enhanced extra preamble and post-amble. Excuse me. So basically, you get all the pre-show and the post-show. YouTube, I think, is more strictly just the actual show. So if you want to catch all the witty banter, you probably want to watch it on Twitch. But if you go to the show notes in our Discord, I've got the links for both of them here, or you can get them off the screen right now if you're actually watching the show versus listening. So that's the Twitch one there. And that's the one for the live streams on YouTube from their channel. I will mention this is going to be a Christmas themed one. So they're going to be playing a couple of Christmas games. I believe it's Ghost Rush Winter Edition and Timberman Christmas Edition. So that's the two games that we're reviewing. And feel free to put in comments live because they do watch the chat as the show goes on, as do we. Next up, and this is a continuation from last week, where the YouTube channel Retro365 has been going through a bunch of games that Mark Data products and the original authors, Bob Withers and Stephen O'Day, with some assistance from their wives, I might mention, ported a whole bunch of their graphical adventure games that Mark Data products made for the CoCo that only required cassette. So at the time, it was more like Sands of Egypt and a few others who were using disc, and they actually managed to cram these adventure games with animated graphics right onto 32K cassette-based CoCo systems, and they later ported them all over to the IBM PC with CJ, and there's a bunch you can see here. So they get the Vortex Factor, Trek Boar, Shenanigans, Sea Search, and then we covered Black Sanctum and Clicks to Island last week. So I won't play them again this week. But if you want to check out what they look like on CJ, and the graphics are basically directly ported from the CoCo, they're actually 256 wide, not 320 like the graphics mode is. You can see the text goes off past the edges of the actual graphics. But the CJ color palette, if you thought our pastel set was bad, it's not much better. But they're very faithful to the original CoCo game. So if you ever wanted to see those, and you've even got pictures of the original artwork that came with them as well, the full color artwork that Mark Data products published. So interesting bit of a historical thing, because those, I think, were less popular on the PCs than they were on the CoCo. I remember seeing them back in the day, and Bob and Steve did have a webpage of their own that they actually had them up for free download. So these are legally free if you find a copy, both the CoCo versions and the IBM PC CGA versions as well. But there's some of the best adventure games of that era, I think, for the animated graphics and stuff. These are ones they're not super hard. They make sense for the most part. There's not these really weird things you have to try to figure out what the program is thinking of, like we were talking about with Mike earlier. They make a lot of logical sense, so they're solvable, I guess that's the best way to put it. By the way, he does fairly long plays. In fact, I think he actually wins the game in all these new ones here. So if you want to play through it, it doubles that as well. Next up, we're going to mention that Chris Presley posted on Facebook that his Star Trek trivia game is now up in the archive, which I did check it is. And if you want to try it out, it's a CoCo 1 and 2 text-based. And if you're into the original Star Trek series, the original series, they're kind of fun. I actually played it a little bit myself just to give it a quick tryout. And I actually remembered some of the answers to the questions, so I was kind of impressed with myself.
And if you
definitely
don't know the answers, you can get Mike's Starlog program, what he was talking about today, where he went through B. Joe Trimble's Star Trek Concordance and covered the first 3 seasons. So you have no excuse. You should be able to do pretty good on the Star Trek trivia now.
Yeah, or you can break into the basic program and just look. I didn't do that. But yeah, it's a free download. I think it works in 32K. I don't know if it works in 16, but it's just text-based. But yeah, nice little cool thing. If you're into the Star Trek the original series and you want to do a little bit of a trivia game on your CoCo, going full retro back to CoCo 1 and 2 days, it's a good one to grab. Available on the Color Computer Archive. Next up, this was a fun one. So Tim and AJ, my drunk sibling, is the channel, and the show is Sibling Rivalry, decided to cover a simultaneous 2-player game on the CoCo. And this is a very early one. So this is called Laser Star. It was by Jarb Software. It was originally published in Rainbow, I think in September or October of 1981. So this is just a few months after Rainbow started. And this is very early in the CoCo's history. Extended Basic had been out for less than a year before this was published. Now, somebody had typed it in and uploaded it to the Internet Archive, which is where I grabbed a copy to do the screenshots that I did on my site. But whoever typed it in, it had some bugs. And maybe the OCR did, I'm not sure. But I tried to fix a couple long enough that I could get the game up and running enough to take screenshots because I want to document it. And then I sent it off to Tim Mention because they want, more simultaneous 2-player games because that works better for their show format. And I mentioned I haven't played this game long enough to see if all the bugs are out yet. I suspect there's still some in there. And of course, they went to go play it, and they did. It bombed out with syntax errors if a certain situation happened. And so they ended up recording this particular video in 2 chunks. So one was the original one, and it was at the end of one of their tapings. So they've gotten a pretty good amount of drinking on before they got up to that point. And then it starts bombing. So they did a follow-up that over a couple weeks, Tim went and got the original Rainbow articles and fixed up the game, and then he started improving some of the game itself. So it plays much better than the original one does. And I won't play it here because we're already running long. Definitely go check out. It's a cool video, but it's basically done 2 chunks. You'll see their tag is why they're 2 Tims and 2 AJs, because they're wearing different shirts. They got different appearance because it was recorded weeks apart. But actually, Tim at the very end also goes into some programming trivia of how he sped up the asteroid animation by about 3 times. And it has to do with how he does draw statements. So that if you want a bit of a programming trick for Extended Basic, definitely go near the end of the video. There's a couple programming tricks there that might be of interest to you. And the last step, we got Jim Gary stuck in an MC10 game last night, because I think after the Inafudo game, Yewdow came out. I think he spent all of his time playing that, so he hadn't done much on the MC10 lately. But in this case here, he got one out late yesterday. So this is a game called Checkers. I'm going to mute the sound. There's some beeping and booping, but it's not critical of the gameplay. This was originally written by John Crutch in 1981 from the book Experiments in AI for Small Computers. Now, it's a bit limited. You can't do multiple jumps, where you can jump across a couple times if you can line them up properly, or King itself on its own. You have to kind of hit your own keys to do that. I think it fits in 4K RAM. He didn't really mention if that was a spec or not. It didn't look like it was too big just from the line numbers I saw on the initial starts screen that listed the last page of the code. But, cramming it in and that early on just to get a single player checkers game that would fit on an MC10 is a pretty good feat, even if it's missing a few of the features. And I think it is a bit of a long play on it there, but you can check that one out as well, and you can download it from his site if you want to try it out yourself. So now I will switch to... We'll get through announcements next before I get into the actual news. So first of all, we'll cover up future interviews. Should we find my right screen here? There we are. Okay, you guys should be seeing my Contras page on my site. Is that hopefully what I shared? Okay, so first up, the January 6th, we have the W interview with Doug Maston and Glenn Dahlgren. Glenn, of course, is the former owner and main programmer for Sundog Systems. And they'll be covering the Contras and the whole convoluted tale of how that eventually got released. Doug had some of the stuff that he'll be showing on the show too of his original notes and graph paper drawing of sprites, etc. And he was in high school when he attempted this, and this is a huge project for a high schooler to tackle, I have to say. It was 512K required, digitized sound samples, digitized musical soundtrack, hardware scrolling. You know, he just went all out on this sucker. So we're going to get the full story with that with Doug. And congratulations, Doug. His surgery went well. He's, mostly recovered now, and glad to have him on. We had a couple of delays there because of his surgery, and then I wanted to mention as well, Glenn Dahlgren will be on again 2 weeks after this interview here, both to promote his new and final book in his Chaos series. And also he's going to try to dig out some original stuff for the CoCo, some of his notes and stuff, if you can find them on some of the programming notes for his stuff that he did for Zone Out. And for those of you not heard already, his, oops, what happened there? There we go. The Realm of Gods is finished, so it's going through the final stuff. This is the artwork that has been chosen for the cover. You can see it's a 4-volume set on the bottom. I'm not quite sure what's kind of backwards there a little bit. I guess it's okay. So the final novel, he'll talk about that as well. I know some of you on the panel have read the previous ones. I have not, because I just don't have time for that kind of thing these days. What were your guys' opinions of the previous books? And are you really looking forward to the fourth and final
They're
installment?
excellent, and yes, finally.
Yes. Good storylines.
Now, this is, he's mentioned before, it's meant for a teenage audience. I'm assuming
Yes.
for the fact that you guys like it, that it's probably fine for adults as well. It's not too childish or anything.
Correct.
The protagonist is a teenager, so the appeal would be to a teenage audience, but anybody can relate to the story. So
Well, yeah, young adult is a genre, but we were all teenagers once, so go relive that.
Yeah, from the sounds of it, though, it sounds like it appeals to adults too. It's not written to be strictly for teenagers. It just
Correct.
involves a teenage protagonist.
Yep. It's good
Okay.
stuff. Looking forward to this.
Cool.
Yep, I have the first 3.
So that will be January the 20th. So be here for that one. And January 6th, again, is the Doug Maston and Glenn Dahlgren. So Glenn will be appearing twice in the month of January. And I'm starting to work on some other ones past that. We actually just talked to one of them in the chat here. He's actually been on the Game On Challenge this last week. We started doing videos. We'll cover his new video on the regular news, but we're going to try to get him on February as well. And I found out in the chat there, he's going to see if he can actually join the main panel next week just as a guest. Okay, so that covers the interviews we've got officially booked. Now I'm going to go on to talk about.
Well, if he's been on
upcoming
more than once,
shows.
he's a regular.
Pardon me?
If he's been on more than once, he's a regular.
He's never been on the main show.
Oh, okay. So I guess, yes, he'll be a guest. The
But
second time, he's a regular.
He's becoming a regular on the Game On
Right,
Challenge. Let's put it that way.
Doesn't have a bumper song though, so
Okay, so hopefully you're seeing the VCF Southern California screen at this point. So as far as upcoming shows go, VCF SoCal, February 17th to 18th in Orange, California, the Hotel Fair Events Center. So that's actually coming up that's just barely past 2 months out. So hopefully we'll get a good CoCo presence there.
Well, I like the logo screen. The little photo is nice.
Oh, the Model 3 or 4?
Yeah.
Is that 3?
The 3.
3, yeah, I just looked at the keyboards. Yeah, it's 3. No function keys.
Well, it also says Model 3 Basic on the screen.
Well, that's too obvious for me.
it also says memory size because
Well, they all said that. More than one had memory size. Is that oh no, you never had a 3, did you, Nick? You only had a Model 1.
I do have a 3.
Did you have one back in the day though?
No, I had a 1.
What's really funny is this 3 has disk drives, which means it weighs about 100 pounds more than a Model 3 that doesn't have disk drives, because they didn't have the mounting brackets, the power supply, nothing.
So they had to add all that in at the same time.
Yeah, when
They
you
just put
bought
a
disk
drive.
drives, you got a box as big as your Model 3.
Yeah, your Drive Zero kit had to have that inner side frame.
Yeah.
Plus the first power supply, plus the floppy controller that had to mount on the back. And yeah, Actually, I had to have both side tower frames.
Sounds like a workout. You just buy an
Yeah,
upgrade
you
kit
got
and
a
then you can
whole
just
new
start doing
computer.
deadlifts.
Yeah, it sounds like a whole new computer.
Basically, everything to the right of the screen had to be mounted in there.
Yeah, because normally it just
just
came
had
with
a
that
couple
blank little plastic
covers.
faceplate, didn't it?
Right,
Right.
screwed on the front. That was it.
But it didn't have the frame internally either, even to hold the drives.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
So you had to add that stuff and mount a power supply to that. And
So the main
Anyway.
power supply for the computer itself didn't have enough juice to drive the floppies at the same time?
no,
Or was it a
it
different
It
voltages
didn't
or
even
something?
have a chance. Thinking about.
yeah, you had another one for the drives, then your floppy controller had to go back on the
Yeah,
main board.
it had to power the floppy controller as well.
Right.
So anyway,
Okay. Now the next one, I don't have a screenshot for it yet because it's only been pre-announced. Details still to come, but we have some details now. So the interim computer festival, and this is for the Pacific Northwest area, so I think Mark might know some about this. It's been announced that will be March 23rd to the 24th. Now they haven't got any official where or the times, etc. yet. They did mention the registration will be open in January, so we probably might not get any details until January, I'm guessing at this point, unless you've heard anything further, Mark.
No, I just heard about it recently myself. I believe it's just going to be another version of the one they did this last year in the end of September, beginning of October. So it's just kind of, they're trying to spin back up the VCF Pacific Northwest. And so this is kind of the first foothold. I was supposed to go to that. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it. Ken did make it though. And so he could give you a little bit of insight on what happened. But it looks like they're just going to be doing it again, but a little bit earlier. So this will be great. VCF Pacific Northwest used to be in March. So I'm looking forward to this. Got it on my calendar.
Ken, what was your opinion of going to the interim computer festival last year?
It was definitely interesting. There is a lot of computers there that, frankly, I had never even heard of. So it was kind of cool to see. And I mean,
was it a well-attended show, or I can't remember now?
Yeah, I mean, it was a small show. I mean, the entire room was not that big, but I would say there was, 80 to 100 people that over the weekend that showed up, and yeah.
Okay. Do you have any plans to attend it this March version of the
yeah, actually it's not that far from me, so.
And Mark,
Easy
do you think
for me
you'll
to
be
go
able to
down
make it
to.
this year? We can get 2 CoCo people there.
Yes, I'm hoping to make it this year, and I'm bringing my CoCos.
And Tim
maybe
was
an Apple
there.
and a Commodore.
Tim was there this
No.
last one too.
Oh, we should bug Tim to bring AJ along too.
Yeah, it's not so much a gaming thing. It's definitely showing off a lot of hardware stuff.
Okay, so it's not like a boat fest where the gaming is a focus. This is more of a
No,
hardware
no,
focus.
this was like there was some massive systems there that had like hard drives that were as big as a Volkswagen Beetle.
Oh, some Tandy 8 megs.
They're taking
or the
they took
PDP 100 one, or PDP 11 ones, I should say.
the platter hard
Yeah,
drives.
removable
that,
platter, you unscrew it and pop it out.
Yeah,
with...
and they're about as big as a tabletop.
Yeah. Yeah, we had those at work. I remember those well. The HP 3000, we had those as well too. Bill can tell you about them. He took the PDP home. Okay, so that sounds like a cool one. Was there any CoCos there last year, Ken? I can't remember.
Because
you didn't take yours, I don't believe, right?
No. There was oh geez, what was there? There's some fairly rare Commodores. There was some apricots.
I wonder what that's a clone of.
No, it's not. It's not actually a clone. It's a British computer. That's.
Oh, right. Right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There was another
That's
fruit
the reason
one that was a clone.
The reason that they didn't
Yeah.
sell worth crap in North America is because everybody thought it was a clone. But
As I remember, they're like a CPM machine, I think, weren't they? Or were they?
yeah, kind
more
of
like the BBC.
Like Z80?
Oh geez, I can't even remember off the top of my head, but
Okay.
I know
No,
the
that's
name, but
fine.
I
I
don't
just,
remember
if you
the
happen to remember, I was just going to ask.
What was the Apple clone one? That
Yeah, there was a
there
fruit
was a
one.
bunch.
Apple. Yeah, the Franklin Ace was the big one.
Yeah, but that wasn't
There's-
named after a
that's,
fruit. There were some other ones.
Yeah, well, I thought there was
Right,
one
there's,
that was.
there's a pineapple.
All right.
Because Bloom County had the banana in the cartoon strip. I remember that one.
Right.
The Banana 2000 Junior or whatever the heck it was called. I can't remember.
Yep.
Get all the
Those are
things in there.
wonderful
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so anyway, that's one's coming up. More details coming out in January. Registration coming in January. We'll keep you posted on those. It sounds like there's a couple of CoCo people, or that people that at least use CoCos might be there this time. And actually, it sounds like from Mark, he might even have a CoCo display there, so that'd be cool. So we'll see if we can get you guys to do some live coverage like we did with. Well, Ken, I don't think we did live coverage last time. I think we just did
no, I
recording,
just
didn't
sent you some photos because my phone sucks.
Cool. And of course, the big show for us in the CoCo community is the 32nd annual Last Chicago CoCoFEST, happening May 4th to 5th in Carroll Stream, Illinois, which is basically a suburb in Chicago. The Holiday Inn and Suites. Really looking forward to this one. I will mention again, we're going to keep teasing this for a while, but there's going to be some hardware there that nobody here has seen before. And I'm going to keep teasing that until the official announcement of some of the stuff that's coming out. Then we'll probably be announcing that in January, I'm guessing, exactly what some of that stuff is. But yeah, there's some stuff here that I don't think even Boise and saw writing the book, to be honest. So that's your tease for the day. And then we've got a conflicting one. We've got two on the weekend of June the 14th to 16th. The first one here is BoatFest #3 at its new location at the Social Events Space in Hurricane, West Virginia. This is a more game-oriented fest with some hardware too. I mean, Frank's doing upgrades and stuff, and other people bring hardware to show it off. But basically covers 8, 16, and early 32-bit gaming for the most part. Consoles and computers, even some virtual pinball machine tables and stuff like that too as well. A lot of fun. Some great food too. In fact, Boat's wife just opened a restaurant here the last couple months, so I'm sure we're going to get together and go try that out while we're down there. A lot of fun. So that one you can do on June 14th to 16th in West Virginia. On the other hand, you can also go to VCF Southwest, which is the exact same weekend at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center at the University of Texas at Dallas. And this is where a lot of the Tandy guys like Mark Siegel and others come out because, of course, they all retired in the Dallas area where Tandy Towers were. So you can visit a lot of the people there that were directly involved with Tandy. This is a real conflict for me because, I mean, I've been to BoatFest the last couple of years. I always have a great time. But on the other hand, some of these older guys that helped create all of the Tier City computers that Tandy did, they're getting up in age. I might not get a chance to see them for too much longer. So, I might have to take 1 year off from BoatFest and go check this out and try to meet some of them, I think. Just not sure if it's going to be this year or next year, but I know it was a big success this last year. A lot of the people were there. Brendan Donahue was exhibiting, for example, showing off the CoCo VJ and some of the stuff, including what Sloopy will be talking about for the MC10 here on CoCoTECH soon. So they had a whole Tandy presentation panel talking about, the original development of video techs and stuff like that. So there's a lot of cool stories to hear there too. So I definitely want to see if I can get out here, sooner rather than later. Are you ready for that long of a road trip, Ken?
It's only another 1,000 miles. What the heck?
I've actually done this drive before because I had a ticketing convention there, the January 2020, just before COVID hit. And the drive down there isn't a lot longer than Chicago, to be honest. It's
hey, just stop and pick me up on your way through.
yeah, and David Ladd, and we'll just strap you guys to the roof, and yeah.
Because Dallas to Chicago is 24 hours flat. So,
yeah, and Saskatoon to Dallas, I think, I'm trying to remember how long it was last time. It was 26 or 28.
Not bad.
So it's not too bad.
Because
it's pretty well straight down. There's not a bunch of turning going around, yeah. But yeah, I definitely want to make this one just for all the Tandy guys there, because that's they don't come to CoCoFEST. So, if I'm going to meet them, and maybe if we do it far enough ahead of time, we could set up some side interviews for either Ken's channel or the CoCo Nation channel for both. So I got a big decision to make here as to BoatFest or this one, because I know like John Prickett was supposed to be speaking at this VCF Southwest last year as one of the Tandy panel, and he wasn't able to due to health issues. So that's kind of the worry. He's better now, but it just reminds me, life is finite. And these guys, were at Tandy in the 70s designing all those computers now are getting up in age. So I definitely want to get down there. So that's all the shows that I've got upcoming that we've got official data on. And now I can switch over to the actual news.
Okay, hang on.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L Curtis Boyle.
All right, take it away.
Okie dokie. So, Bob Emery, you're still handy and available? Oh, did he leave?
I'm here.
Oh, there. You're just muted. Okay, gotcha. Because the first one's actually one of your videos, so I thought you'd probably be better speaking about it than me.
That's debatable.
Okay, so I'll start playing it. I'll mute it so you can actually just kind of talk over it. So this is introducing your Turbo X LED board for the color computer family. Do you want to explain exactly what that is?
Okay, so basically, it's a little board that you can get 5 volts from your CoCo motherboard, and it has a basically 2-pin header output for a power LED, and another 2-pin header for a turbo light, and another 2-pin header for a triple speed light for the Gimme X. And this was basically the first one that I built. Kind of had to work out some of the kinks, like the values for the components for the 3 megahertz detection, but I got that all sorted out.
Now, you were showing there, like I think you had 9 boards there. Because this board is so small, you have to order like a minimum of 10 because it's all connected in one board.
It's like they have a minimum board size of 10 by 10 centimeters. So if you're going to order a tiny board, it just makes sense to, make a panel out of it. Especially something like that. It would not.
Right.
And then there's also a 5 board minimum. So 10 panels of 5 boards. I basically got 50 boards for $10. And that was like the smallest I could do.
Well, because you have all these extra boards here, these little mini boards here. First of all, is this design stable or does it need some hacking to get it to work?
The design is perfect. The silk screen is wrong. So one of the capacitors, one resistor, and the LED markings are backwards. But other than that, the actual wiring in it is perfect. It works fine.
Okay, so is this something you plan on selling? So I was wondering, like, if it's just a silk screen that's wrong, you could assemble the board for somebody else, sell it to them, but it's already working fine. So recoup some of your cost. I think is that your plan?
I will. Pretty much, if you're on the Discord, you can DM me your address and I'll send you a board for free.
Whip out the Sharpie and fix the silk screen.
Yeah,
and...
yeah. I'll black out the wrong things. And if you have a Gimme X, if you don't even have a Gimme X, you can leave out the extra resistor and capacitor altogether. So those don't matter.
I mean, it just comes a regular 0.895 and 1.78 turbo light.
Yeah. It's literally the exact same circuit that was in the Rainbow all those years ago by Richard Lorbieski. And I found out later, actually just a couple weeks ago, I was looking through the book, Tandy's Little Wonder, which is why it's on the table there. And that same circuit is in that book.
Yeah, it's Frank Swiggert's book, which is freely available. Frank has released it and it's on the archive.
He was a collector. Yes.
So
and of course, we got the news that Ed Snyder has actually got some parts in now and is planning on ramping up Gimme X production again, which is good.
Looking forward to that. Here you can see the Gimme X with my little extender cable that I made. That actually goes under the motherboard to a VGA socket that is not connected to anything at the time. I think for the testing, I was just using I had a RGB port going out under the bottom. But
And I
you
want to
can
show
see
your
the
little
board itself.
diagnostic thing here too, because you actually showed the
The
lights off
benchmark
while running
test.
a demo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
So
also
this
showed
is
you the
my-
speed gain.
The proof of concept of just testing under basic. This was originally written to test disabling the brake key, which gives about a 5% speed boost under basic. And yet there you can see the lights.
Now it looked like there that the middle and bottom, the yellow and red. I'm assuming is that orange and red.
That's amber and red, yellow, I guess.
Okay, because it looks like it both came on when you went to double speed and stayed on with the triple, or is that just the lighting is not? It's not picking up the brightness properly, or it's kind of bleeding.
Maybe back it up a little. It's or go forward.
Went too far there.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it. Sorry, I guess I
So there's
caught. I
your
happened to
2
look at it
megahertz.
right when it must have kicked in the extron. Never mind.
Because the difference in time from the double speed to the triple speed is a lot shorter.
Yeah.
And how did Tandy know to leave LED-sized square holes in the case?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, because it's a perfect fit pretty well, isn't it?
It is. The green one up top is a little looser because I've had it in and out a few times, but the other two are pretty well press fit.
Like are they perfect fit enough at the point where you don't even have to like put glue or anything on? You just stick them there and they stay up on their own.
I have on one of my machines, it's loose enough that I had to put a little bit of like double stick tape on it, but I could still pull it out if I wanted to.
But usually they just fit. Huh?
Yeah. If you
Cool.
just put it in there once and leave it in there, it'd probably be fine.
Take it out 50 times. Yeah. Life changes.
Yeah.
Now I have a curious question here. What does it do if you're on a CoCo 1 or 2? Because I'm assuming this would work in a CoCo 1 or 2, right?
It does. In fact, I did a live stream just the other night, I think Wednesday night. I built one for this CoCo 2. Not this CoCo 2, but the one that I sold to Tom Cherry Holmes.
Okay. Because I was wondering,
And
like,
basically
the
that's
mode
the same-
65495 mode has that where it speeds up the ROM addresses, but not the RAM. What does it do LED-wise on that particular
I mean,
case?
basically, that's the exact same turbo light that's in the book, Tandy's Little Wonder, that came out back in the early 80s for the CoCo 1. So when you poke 65495, the yellow turbo light comes on, and there would basically be nothing you could do to make the 3 megahertz light come on, short of.
Well, I was wondering if it
injecting
knew the
clock.
difference between the 65497 and the 65495, because one is ROM speed up only, and the other was ROM and RAM. I don't know if that was taken into
No, because
consideration.
it's basically the clock speed doubles, and as far as the ROM versus RAM, that's all handled by software.
Okay.
Okay, so you won't know, yeah, from here.
Right.
Or is this switching in and does it switch in and out when it goes between ROM and RAM?
Well, I didn't see any flickering, so.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because I mean that's one thing we always had to remember. You could do full double speed on a CoCo 1 or 2, but you had to do it for brief times because the screen goes bonkers. And if you let it go too long, the RAM refresh starts to fail, and then your program corrupts itself. But some games and stuff used it, or music compilers and stuff used it to get better quality sound or whatever. But it would turn on full double speed and then shut it off for a little bit to let the RAM refresh catch up, and then turn it back on again, and keep going like that. There's even that Asteroids RX game we did recently on the Game On Challenge that turns on full double speed to do the calculations for asteroid movement and stuff on the V blank, and then turns it back off. And because it's on V blank, it doesn't corrupt the screen, so it actually looks like it's playing perfectly normal, but it is kicking in full double speed every once in a while.
Yeah. And it's actually cool having these LEDs that flicker when it's doing that. It's kind of cool to see it and know that it's doing that stuff in the background.
Yeah.
Another
so now
neat
we
thing
have to
about these little LEDs real quick is that they are super low current, high brightness LEDs at 20 milliamps. They were so bright that I was almost blinded by them. I put, instead of 100 ohm resistors, they've got 1K resistors. They're drawing 2 milliamps and that brightness.
And still blowing the camera out.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, we have to now write a useless software program that keeps flipping the speeds all over the place so that you get the Star Trek, lights at the bottom of the V
Oh
screen
yeah,
going
right.
across.
The Cylon iron stuff going.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to figure out how to hook one up to the serial port or something.
So I didn't put your live stream in here. So your live stream, you basically covered the CoCo 1.2 version of it. Is that what you did? And just kind of showed it live, or?
Yeah, basically I just, so you saw at the beginning of this video, I had 9 boards left on there. So on my second stream, I actually snap off that one sticking out and build it up.
And there would be no difference between a CoCo 1 and 2 in this case. It should work in either.
None whatsoever.
Cool.
And it should work in a Dragon too, I would suspect.
Yeah, it'll work in a Dragon. I don't know, maybe even an MC10 if it has the same clock speeds.
I don't think it does it? Because that's a 6803, not a 6809.
I don't know if they do a turbo speed or not, but and technically it could be calibrated to work at any clock speed. If you have any computer with dual clock speeds, it could be calibrated to work at them. I had to go into the data sheet for the 7.4 HC 123 and find the graph to calculate, based on how many nanoseconds you want, what value capacitor and resistor to use. And of course, it's pretty vague, so you have to put it together and then tinker with it to get it, finite value.
No, it's cool because I think the most popular one to do back in the day was the just the power LED. Basically, you had power turned on so you didn't see the screen.
Yeah.
I know some of the people put it in the halt switch, linked up an LED to that too, so that you can flip the halt pin on the 6809 to pause a game or whatever. And they would hook up a light to that so you can see if it was, you can tell the game was just paused, not frozen.
Then you can have a pause button on games that don't have a pause button.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That was the beauty of the SAM/Gimme. The CPU didn't have to keep the RAM going. It could just stop for a while.
Right.
Yeah.
So another thing I've got on these boards that I've got some parts on order. I ordered some magnetic connectors so that you don't have to fiddle with the pins so much. Be able to just snap it on there.
Cool. Now, if you said you're just going to give away the boards, or are you planning on eventually doing like fully constructed, ready to go? People just have to kind of plug them in, or?
Yeah, I could probably do, some built ones for people who don't like to solder or, throw together.
I wonder who you might
kit.
be referring to there.
Yeah, how much would that be? How much would it be
ultimately, I'm not doing it for a profit, just trying to at least break even. So I think I could probably send a board as a kit with all the parts, including like a LED with header wires and everything, under $10. I mean, including shipping.
You're too low, man. You're talking
and
about
for Ron and me who hate soldering. What would a price of a fully assembled one be? You think?
Right.
I don't know. I would have to think about it, but maybe
What, 20
with
bucks?
shipping, maybe
That's
20
gonna be
bucks
60
with
bucks.
shipping.
Because you're talking, the panel is, only a few dollars, but it's $70 to get it shipped from China. So you have to kind of fit that into your guesstimations here.
And I guess the final question related to that, Bob, are you going to be able to make it out to CoCoFEST this year so we can just pick one up and you can save all the shipping crap?
I'm going to do my best. That's kind of a goal I have in mind. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Ron, you might have to come out to CoCoFEST again this year.
I'll be there.
Awesome.
Better.
I'm going because I invited my son to come with me.
Oh,
we can do
cool.
Together. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks, Bob. Definitely go check out his video and get all the audio details from him. He's working this, and also check out the live stream you did on the CoCo 1.2 one, which I somehow missed.
I didn't really publish any news about that one. I just kind of started streaming and let it go.
Scalabjorn in the chat says, "Oh hell, is 20 assembled? Nope, I pay 30 plus for that. Time is money." That's exactly my thought.
Right.
He did do soldering in a lot of hardware projects back in the day, and now he's kind of reformed, I guess.
Well, yeah, he's had his share of soldering, so I get that.
Okay, next up, this was something actually that had happened a while ago, but I missed it. So David Weens, who did a lot of the hardware projects for Sardis Technologies, including the 8K and 32K cache no-halt floppy disk controllers, which is the one that Bill Noble had, which he extremely liked. It was much faster than the even the Disto or some of the other ones that were available at the time. But he's been gradually kind of gathering up documentation, making disk images, and even has the original commented source code for some of this stuff. And he's made the MS-DOS file manager for OS 9 available for download. And Bill and I use this at work. We actually purchased this. In fact, I scanned the manual because he couldn't find his. Send it up to David so you can actually download that too. That's actually mine original one from work. But this is a file manager you put in addition to RBF. So RBF will handle your OS 9 disk images and will also, indirectly handle your RS, disk basic images as well. MSF will handle MS-DOS disks, but natively. So right now, if you want to transfer files between MS-DOS disks, they load it onto an OS 9 system or vice versa, use the PC-DOS command. You do one file at a time, and it's slower than hell because it has to double buffer every sector because the sectors are 512 bytes and the CoCo's are 256. RBF only knows how to deal with 256. So if you want to read a physical 512 byte sector, it has to go read it twice. It probably could be, fancied up a bit with a cache. But MSF was meant to be native. So basically, it comes with its own versions of commands like format and attribute and copy and a bunch of other things that are smart enough to understand both OS 9 and MS-DOS formats. If you want to copy a file from an MS-DOS disk to an OS 9 hard drive image, you just do mscopy/A for the A drive or B/B for the B drive to/DD, and that's it. And it just does it. And it does it at full native speed. So it runs as fast as it would if it was just a regular OS 9 disk. Now, it does take a fair bit of system memory. I think the MSF file manager is like 4.5K. It requires the SDisk3 driver, which has already been made publicly available by David Weens. And that one is an enhanced version of CC3 disk, so it natively handles 128, 256, 512, and 1024 byte sectors. You can read all four of those. It can read standard OS 9 format disks from like Gimmixes and a bunch of other machines that had that first track being single density, kind of like flex disks do to identify it. So that allows you to read and write those as well. Now, Todd Wallace, Lord Dragon's actually been fiddling with this. He's got it reading disks already. He's got some problems right now with writing, and that might have been changes done to Nitrous 9 over the years, because I know it ran on Nitrous 9 2.01. That's what we ran at work, and it worked fine. So something between then and now has changed. So he's kind of tracking it down now that he's got the official commented source code. But once he gets that all working, probably won't be for the next release of EOU, but I'm seriously considering replacing the WD1773 driver currently in there for the standard, Tandy style microware controllers, or Tandy controllers microware original driver for the disk drive, and replacing with the SDisk3 one, because the size difference between those two is not that much, but it has so many extra features on it and support for the bigger sectors, etc., that I think it's worth it. Plus, it generally just works better, honestly. There's like direct, sector accesses, direct track access, and a bunch of other things added onto it too. And it'll give you the opportunity, if you are working with MS-DOS disks or plan on doing that, then you can install MSF as well. Now you probably have to kill like CoWin and a few other things to get enough room for it all, because we're getting a bit tight on space there. But if you are going to be working with a lot of disks, say you backed up your CoCo years and years ago on a whole whack load of 3.5-inch floppies or something, there you can be able to natively copy them across quickly. It'll just take a couple minutes a disk instead of writing batch files and all kinds of crap. So it's really cool that he's got this up there. He's actually been putting up some other stuff too, including some CoCo and just generic OS 9 stuff as well. So I thought I'll just briefly mention a few of those here. So he's got support for a bunch of things here, like the ST2900 computer system, including specific boards for that particular system. He's got stuff on Flex as well. He's got the drivers, commented source code drivers for DMC and the complete history of the DMC controller. That's the one we were talking about earlier with the 8 and 32K cache. And then all these other OS 9 systems that he's done work with, over the years, the Microbox 2, the Microkey, the Compact, the Artisan, the Chandler. Some of these I've never even heard of. The Gimmick 609 CPU 3, which is a really, really decent one that used to cost $6,000 back in the day. He's also got the Clearbook software group IMS database. You can download that and the accounting software that he wrote for it. Just a lot of stuff, a lot of cool stuff. If you're really into 6809 stuff from back in the early 80s, and not just on the CoCo, but in general, OS9 systems, etc. There's a ton of stuff. He's got some history on here. He's got drivers on here. He's got manuals on here. And he's gradually adding to it as he finds stuff, going through all of this stuff here because he's kind of retired. So a lot of good stuff on here. But yeah, the MSF being up there was really cool. And he got the original soft or source code for both SDIS3 and MSF. So I'll keep you guys posted as far as Todd Wallace trying to get the writing part of it working so you can write to an MS-DOS disk, because that's the one thing he was having a bit of an issue with, but he could read fine. But I'll keep you guys posted.
Awesome.
Next up, CoCo Crew podcast. Boise did another interview here, which he put up with Kathy Parr. And for those of you who are not familiar with that name, she was in charge of Tandy subsidiary A&A Electronics. And these were the people in charge of getting parts for Tandy computers and other products like resistors and chips and capacitors and all kinds of stuff. And so they go through the history there. They go through some specific stuff about the CoCo. They even talk about the deluxe CoCo for a little bit. So that's a really good interview that Boise did with her. And I remember reading about this in the official Tandy magazine for their employees, which was, I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. Was it Insider or something like that? Or Intercom? Maybe it was Intercom. You can get those on RadioShackCatalogs.com, but you can actually read some of the stuff that was sent to staff, basically. And there's some mention of the A&A Electronics here being their main purchaser for organizing, getting chips, etc. So that's a really good interview. Definitely go check that one out. Available on YouTube and I'm assuming as a podcast format as well. George Jansen, he put up a couple episodes here. It's a two-parter again, kind of like he did last time. And this is covering the MMU. And this is a complicated subject if you're not familiar with how that thing works and you've never worked with something like that before. It can be quite confusing. So George does his best to break it down. So the first part, which is almost half an hour by itself, is just explaining what an MMU is, how it works with memory, how you do mapping, etc. How you can do stuff like duplicate the same block in multiple slots in the 6809 workspace, task registers, everything else. And then the second part is where he gets into actually writing some sample programs for it in 6809 assembly language. So you get both the kind of the background of how the whole thing works and what it's supposed to do, and then you get some actual code in part two to actually play around with it. So if you've never done any machine language programming with MMU, though he does show you how to do some manipulation of this in BASIC, just using poke as well. One really good example he did is he maps in the part where your 32 column screen is. He maps into 3 blocks in a row. And then he shows if you poke it like, 0, 0, 400, and then at 2400, these are in hex, and 4400, that it actually will affect the same screen because you've literally mapped that same block into all 3 of the first slots of the MMUs. So it kind of gives you a nice visual representation of what's going on. And that's literally how I finally figured out how the stupid thing worked, was doing stuff like that myself back in the day. So definitely worthwhile to check this one out because you will need this when you start working with CoCo 3 graphics, which is something he's planning on getting onto a little bit later, because you can't fit everything in at once because the screen itself by itself is 32K. If you want to do double buffering, well, that's 64K. Now, where's your program going to live? Because you just used every last single space that the 6809 can directly access. So this gets you some good background to get into CoCo 3 game development or graphics development. So definitely go check that out, both parts, on his YouTube page. Once again, all of the links for this are in the show notes that you can get on the CoCo Discord. Next up, it was just announced this past week that the next live Trash Talk show on YouTube will be December the 16th at 7 p.m. Eastern, which is 5 hours after we start, so we might be done by then. And this covers all tiers 80s, of course, and CoCo's. CoCo probably not as much. I might see if I can sneak onto that one because I was supposed to talk about Nitrous 9 Ease of Use release 1.0.0 last year, and I never got a chance to, so maybe I'll update it. I'm also working on 101 right now. I've kind of got that solidified as to what my freeze point is going to be as to what to put on for bug fixes and additional programs, etc. So I'm going to try to shoot to get that out by the end of the year too, so maybe I'll talk a bit about it on there as well as talking about it on our show. So December 16th, 7 p.m. So that's literally next weekend. Next up, now, I believe this man is in our chat. He's been on our Game On Challenge now. Is it 2 weeks in a row, Ken, or just this week? I can't remember now. Or Sloopy, for that matter.
They're both asleep.
They're both asleep?
Yeah, they wandered away.
Yep.
Yeah, they've finished.
I think it was both.
Okay. So he just started a YouTube channel called The Break Key, and we covered his first video last week, and I think it was December 3rd was the very first YouTube video he ever released, period. He said, yeah, he's still in the chat, and he said, hello, yes, he was on for Neutroid. Oh, I'm sorry. At any rate, he's covering building a drive wire cable here this time around, and he covers both the physical construction of the cable, how to get the Pi drive wire server that Mikey did up and running, troubleshooting, getting it up and working properly, how to load your HDB DOS on a cassette-based system so that you can actually start accessing the actual disk, and demonstrates that working as well. Hopefully he gets a CoCo STC soon. Because DriveWire I'd use for definitely for some things if I had it physically, oriented the way I wanted it here. I don't. But the STC is also just a lot easier to get set up. You don't have to load stuff, because I'm assuming he does not have a disk controller of any sort at this point. Correct me if I'm wrong in there. But definitely check that one out. I'm looking forward to his next one. He's actually planning on doing a I think he's going to do something else with DriveWire at the end. I think he mentioned, unless I'm getting confused with a different video, because there's so many stuff I was trying to cram through the last 2 days here to get this all ready. But we're going to try to have him on the panel next week, and we're going to try to do a full interview with him probably in early February, I think, because since we have a couple others already booked in January, we're not doing any more in December. So look forward to that and learning his CoCo history. And he does mention in the chat here he is planning on doing a joypad. Cool. I don't know why the hell I was on this show. I was hoping Slippy would be here to explain this a little bit better, but I don't think he's here. So this is one that Stevie was on, I think, on their second episode or something, like really early on in the show. So it's one that usually runs about once every 2 weeks. It's called Retro Repair Roundup, and it's basically a hardware-oriented show. So I'm like a complete duck out of water in this one. But I got to ramble on about Nitrous 9 for an hour, so that was good. Well, for me anyway.
I'm here.
Oh, you are here, Slippy. So what is the basic premise of Retro Repair Roundup? Like, what is its main focus? Like, is it certain machines, or is it all general hardware, or what?
It's basically just a group of friends that do a roundup of what they've done during the week, during the previous 2 weeks, what they're working on, updates. It's sort of like an entire episode of project updates and acquisitions done every 2 weeks. And it's very Apple centric, Apple II, Mac, because the people that are involved are predominantly Apple II centric, or they're predominantly Apple centric. Yeah, they're your people. It's it's Joe Snyder, Javier Rivera, and that other person, I don't remember her name.
Trina?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. That's the regulars, and then they usually have a guest on every week as well, or every 2 weeks?
Guest or two, and it's every 2 weeks. Trina's is the one responsible for getting the guest usually. So, and they're trying to expand out and get more people and different systems involved so that they can.
Yeah, because I remember they brought Stevie on about the CoCo like in episode 2 or 3, like way back when they first started the show.
Yeah, that's because Javier knows Stevie from down in the. They're both in the Florida area.
The Florida Retro Group.
Yeah, and they're in the Florida group. So,
and I know they had a special one about women in retro too. Like Taylor and Amy were guests on it, as well as Trina. Trina was hosting it, and I think they had a couple others I can't remember off the top of my head, but that was.
Yeah, they had they had one, and they're going to be having another one with a lot more women in retro. I've been on the show too for the when I was at VCF Midwest.
Oh, cool.
So you're not the only one.
No, I'm just confused because at least you're a hardware person. Taylor and Amy are hardware, people, and I'm not at all. It's like I solder my hair, so I even talked about that on the show.
Yeah,
Let's point to.
It was.
Go
ahead, Rick.
I was just going to say, let's point to this board. It was drawn by somebody with a Sharpie.
Yeah, I was
Look at
about to say, can anyone guess what this board is on the screen? I reckon it's a Apple CPM card. But
I see 32K of
There's a Z80A
flash
on the
RAM.
bottom, so yeah.
Yeah.
And 32K of flash RAM there. So yeah, it's something impressive. But somebody drew this with a Sharpie by hand.
Yeah.
And yeah.
This is a Apple CPM card. But
it is. All right, there you go.
But I cannot confirm nor deny any allegations that when they were discussing questions to talk to you about, that the whole soldering thing was brought up. And I said, well, I don't know all the fine details. So maybe that would be a good thing for you to ask on the show.
That was the one way to tie me with hardware anyway.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, they're not limited to just hardware. I mean, hardware, software, anything that's retro related that you're working on is good.
Okay, I didn't
Somebody
realize
has to
that
keep
because I know
this-
when Stevie was on it, it sounded at that time it was meant to be just a hardware show.
Yeah, it's
Somebody has to
predominantly
remind us
hardware,
about
but-
the safety.
Yeah, it's predominantly about hardware, but I mean, significant
Yeah.
software projects are also the two main people.
Joe and
Yeah, Joe is predominantly a hardware person, like electronics, and Javier is a hardware, but more in the design of like cases and things.
Javier is the retrobrite specialist of the Apple world.
Yes,
And
he's
living-
also the retrobyte specialist. He's not he's about as well versed in electronics as you are, Curtis.
oh, is he the one that wrecked his Coco 3
Yes.
that we talked about? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he didn't burn his hair, so he continued to try using a soldering iron
And yeah,
And damaged his Coco 3 so it doesn't boot
burned
anymore.
everything
Yeah.
else.
Javier's done some.
Yeah, I'm just
Go ahead.
glad he didn't ruin my Coco SDC.
Anyway, go ahead, Mark.
So Javier has done some very interesting hardware mods. So predominantly with the Apple IIc, the portable, there was a little 9-inch monitor. And he's taken a bunch of these 9-inch monitor cases, take the CRT out of it, and put in a flat screen and turned them into basically an LCD monitor in a existing
Nice.
case. So they become color 9-inch monitors in a classic Apple case. Very nice work. It's like you wouldn't
Yes.
know that it was repackaged.
Much better than a fish tank. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So he does some very good work. I've known Javier from the internet for many years. So
Yes.
Okay, so maybe I'll have to go pimp myself on that show again when I actually have EOU 101 ready to release.
Sure.
Because this just came out of the blue. I got told 2 days before I was going to be on. Like, do you want to be on it? Oh, okay. What are we talking about? I don't know. And that was the end of it.
Yeah, well, Joe keeps forgetting to, oh, when's the show? And Trina has to remind him. And Trina was, she was just taking a break from the internet for a few days. So they were like Friday, and they're like, oh, Sunday's the show. We need to find a guest. And so someone recommended you, and it was not me. Someone recommended you, and Trina's like, yeah, that's a great idea.
I think the word sucker is what she used.
That could be.
We need a sucker.
Yes. So
Hey, if you want to hear me ramble about Nitrous 9 for an hour, there you go.
okay, I've got to go.
You've been warned.
Everyone have a good day.
Good day, sir.
Later, Sleepy. Next up, this just happened this week too. So we've now got a new Flux operating system page on Facebook. I was sent an invite to it, so I joined because I've actually got some things. Oh, I should mention, I'm going to be doing a bit more testing on it. But when we're talking about MSF and stuff before, Dave Weens has also got a product that he wrote back in the day called OSF. And what that was to run Flex as a task under OS 9. And he's put up the disk image for that. I gave it a quick try, and it works. In fact, you can run multiple copies of it if you want to run multiple Flex sessions. I'm not filling enough for Flex to do too much with it, so I ran like a cat and a list and a few other things, and that was about it. But that's also available for download on his site, and I'm going to possibly, I got to test it with the 639 version of the Gimme X to make sure it works properly with there. But if it does work, I might include Flex as something you could run under OS 9 on the next version of EOU as well. Just to do a bit more testing to make sure it's stable enough to try that. But anyway, As a side here, we got a Flex operating system, the original Technical System Consultants Inc. Logo for it up here that has already got 37 members. They just started this group like literally 2 or 3 days ago. And so if any of you that are interested in Flex, and Flex, of course, until OS 9 Level 1 came out, was the most popular non-Tandy operating system for the CoCo, and had a lot of business software, a lot of language support for stuff like Forth and C and small c and compiled basic and a whole bunch of other things on there. More meant to be a business language or a business operating system than a home one, but a lot of people did use it for all kinds of things. And of course, Mikey's been doing his Flexing the CoCo series, covering Frank Hogg's Flex for the CoCo as well. I've not tried stuff like the Frank Hogg Flex under the one that comes with OSF. The one he's using, I think, is Flex version 3.01 or something like that. And I don't know. I think the version numbers between the various releases of Flex, and there's at least 4 for the CoCo that I know of, basically had nothing to do with each other. So I don't really know what numbers mean what in it at all. Since Mikey's much more versed in it, I'm hoping he gets a chance to try it and he can kind of guide me down the right path. But I know like TSC directly themselves made one, Spectral made one, Frank Hogg made one, and the fourth one I can't remember. Steve O'Neill, I think, did it, if I remember correctly. But basically, there was 4 versions of Flex port to the CoCo, and each of them had their own little enhancements, etc. So anyway, if you're interested in Flex and you're on Facebook, this is definitely a group worth joining. They haven't got too much on there because they literally just started. But if you have questions, etc. about Flex, you're going to get some of the Flex experts here, some of the people that actually wrote some of the software back in the day. Now talking Thomas Cherryholm. So Bob was mentioning that earlier. He's got one of his CoCo 2s here to fix up. So he's been working on getting FujiNet up and running on the CoCo. And he's got a couple of updates he did this week. The first one is he's got cassette emulation for the bootstrap successful. So he actually can boot and load HTTP DOS from cassette, and then that actually loads the drivers, and he can actually go across and hit FujiNet. Now he's talking about doing the deload bootstrap. I don't know if he's still doing that or not, because deload was a command like the CoCo 1 and 2 had, and it's kind of been overwritten on the CoCo 3 basic, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, and he did it. He moved on DriveWire.
Okay. Oh, through DriveWire, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Not deload then.
He's doing both.
Oh, okay. Because I know you put a video here, which I haven't had a chance to watch. You're going to watch it live with me here. I haven't seen it, so
it's good.
It's described as FujiNet for CoCo is starting to work. Shown here after bootstrapping a copy of HTTP DOS via cassette bootstrap emulation, booting a copy of Canyon Climber from Oracle Cloud.
Okay, have here a FujiNet, ESP32, going to CoCo to the serial and cassette, doing cassette emulation. As part of the cassette circuit, though, we need an amplifier because this thing only accepts audio signals. So we have an LM386 amplifier here providing the audio signal coming from the DAC on the ESP32 out. So fun stuff. This is a point of failure right here, and we're going to have to figure out how to take and make this extremely reliable. Ugh. I'm going on record as saying as I hate this cassette circuit. I hate the CoCo's cassette circuit with a passion. It is horrible. So we go ahead. We've loaded in the bootstrap for HTTP DOS here. We exec in, and now we can basically come over here, and we've got a console right over here that has the FujiNet here. If I take, for example, and go here, we have a web interface, and I will go ahead and mount all slots, and we'll see that we have Canyon Climber here mounted. This is being loaded off the network here. This is being loaded from a cloud server. So if I take that now and do a directory, this is now in drive 0. If I do a directory, we should see. There's Canyon bin right there. Again, this is coming off of the network. So load M. Load M Canyon, and if we come over here, We will see the disk sectors come across. Bang, 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 bang. Okay. All right, load M happened. That came across the network. And if we do an exec, there she is. Yay. Okay. There we go.
So, Alan, you're probably more familiar with this project at this point than I am. First of all, I don't understand what's the big complaint about the cassette interface, because actually I thought we had one of the better ones for the 8-bit machines. It's faster, it seems to be more reliable. My tapes still work.
That exact topic came up this morning because I asked that exact question. Wait, I thought the CoCo had a really decent tape thing, and apparently it didn't. Well, and what it is it's the zero crossing detector and how finicky and perfect some of the stuff has to be to jam out of the ESP.
Yes.
So it was completely hideous, and I mentioned for him to get it to sync up and do what it needs to do, and I mentioned, well, that's probably why back in the day we would all sit around and go, you have to fiddle with the volume forever. And once you got the exact right volume setting, you just super glue the volume control in place and don't ever mess with it again.
Yes. Until you bought a different brand of tape and your playback volume changed slightly. Yeah.
So
I never had these problems. Like I could vary mine between like 5 and 8 on mine volume wise, and I was using from T120s down to T10s, and I didn't have problems at all.
The cassette circuit on my ZX81 was both faster and more reliable than the CoCo. And that was a $69 computer.
And see, a friend of mine that had a ZX81 here, as we called him, and he had far worse because he had both a CoCo 2 and a ZX81, and he had tremendous problems with ZX81.
Interesting.
Is it maybe the cassette recorder's the problem more than the circuit? I don't know.
The deck, but his exact answer was the way the decoder is implemented, there is no margin for error whatsoever.
I can do WeFax with mine real well.
So the zero crossing detector has to be perfect in the analog section. There's no way to fix it in the digital part. It just has to work or it doesn't. That's it. Okay.
And for a while, he was fighting with his actual CoCo itself may have a hardware issue in either the salt chip or the PIA.
And that's what Bob's working on.
Yes.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, everyone kind of comes to the same wall.
I found my ZX81 that I have right here still was very finicky with the tone level. And so I had to, luckily I had a Microset 9, which was a Radio Shack kind of horizontal little brick silver. And so, yeah, I'd have to adjust the tone. So the tone was just as important as the volume in order to get it to load properly.
Yeah, I remember Melvin was his name. He had way more problems with the ZX than the CoCo.
And the way that they're setting this up is that it plugs into both cassette and serial, and it's making the HDB DOS available over the deload command if you have nothing else. So if you have HDB DOS and ROM, then you can just turn it on and go straight into the FujiNeti side of the life. But if you don't have an HDB DOS ROM, then you can deload up one right off of this solution that they're putting together, and then switch over to the DriveWire side of life and keep going with the Wi-Fi.
Can you remind us what deload does? Because
deload is, it pulls in all of your code. So the idea was for a school to have a hub, and we had this on the show at one point. There's some guys in Georgia with a museum that have actually got one of these that they're setting up to demo and stuff in a museum setting. But the idea is you have a teacher CoCo or Tandy machine hooked up to a big switch that then plugs in cassette cables all over the place to all the student CoCos, and the the teacher would put in whatever needs to be shared out, and all the students could do their C load or D load or whatever to get that, whatever the teacher was trying to share.
Yeah, the Network 2 controller that Radio Shack sold did that.
Right. And there was a cassette version and there's a serial version. And what deload does is it's kind of like an X modem command, but it's built into the CoCo 1 and 2 ROM so that you can quickly grab stuff off of some other machine over the serial port. And a couple of years ago, like John Linville ran into some stuff with it, and he was posting some stuff on the mailing list about how it worked. And Mark Chamberlain's protocol document started floating around that actually described exactly how deload works.
Yeah, and Mark Chamberlain's from Microsoft originally.
Well, does it grab everything all at once, or?
Oh,
no, it's a serial port, so it has
300 or 1200 baud. You pick 300 by default, or you can say deload a thing, comma 1, and it will do it at 1200. And there is a deload M command to load binary over it. By default, deload will do like basic files, but you can do deload M and deload M, comma 1. And when I was first playing with it to test Mikey's deload added to Pi DriveWire, I loaded up Rally SG over deload, which was kind of fun because, you know, just deload M, and now I'm in a semi-graphics game, and it kind of really felt like 1983. So
it auto executes when it comes in.
No.
Oh, because you made it sound like that.
Nope.
Just now.
No, you still hit exec or run or whatever.
Right, what's the difference between that and C load M?
Well, because
it does it
C-load
through the
is,
bit banger instead of through the cassette port.
so think cassette is serial and deload is, yeah, the bit banger.
It's the other way around.
Simple as that. Well, okay, yeah, you got the cassette and the bit banger, so cassette and deload.
Yeah, C load, C stands for cassette, and D, I don't know what it stands for technically, but it's basically the bit banger, the serial IO port in the back.
That's the confusing part.
Just data load. It loads over the serial.
Right.
So same thing, only different.
It's actually mostly the same interpreter in BASIC. It just has two different routines that are loading the blocks.
And the CoCo 3 dropped the deload, right?
Yes, it overrode it, and so if you do a deload on a CoCo 3, it will reset. Warm boot reset.
Yeah, the cassette part still works there, but
so yeah, the FujiNet bring up seems to have finally unlog jammed somewhat, and this was
I don't see any advantage.
well, if you notice in that video, Ron, like he's loading from the net. He's not loading from a local computer he's got tied with a null serial cable. He loaded it from over the internet. So now you can access CoCo software over the internet directly. Like you'd like, let's say you could power up your CoCo and download directly from the Color Computer Archive.
Right.
Don't even need a CoCo STC.
Right, because deload's already there. You don't have to get some program to get your other program.
Well,
you've already got deload.
Deload gets you to the DriveWire. DriveWire can work now
do what it wants, but
FujiNet.
But
all the way out
that's
to the internet.
But that's your crowbar in. If you have deload, which you do,
on
a CoCo 1 and 2, then you can go on. You don't have to get some other program somehow and load it from a cassette or blah blah blah.
Or you
just
can
run
put
deload.
HTTP DOS and ROM, like some folks have done. I think there's some people that have put it on their RS-232 pack. So, you know, you have an RS-232 pack in there and you power on, you got HTTP DOS and you have a serial port. So
now there's another advantage to FujiNet too we haven't discussed yet, and this is actually when we had Tom on the show a couple of years back, he talked about this. FujiNet is not just CoCo. That's a cross-platform protocol. So you could technically start hooking up computers like Apple IIs, Coleco Atoms, Atari 400, 800s, CoCos all together. And then you could actually say write a multiplayer game that uses the same protocol between all of them, and totally different computers can play head-to-head literally against each other over the net. Games, for example.
Pluto could probably do that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What story was that?
Pluto.
Inafudo.
Yeah, the game king.
Yeah. But that was the whole point behind FujiNet, is that they wanted a way to pull stuff off the net and also have 8-bit computers talk to each other over the net, regardless of which 8-bit computer it is, because
Right.
it's a common protocol for all of them.
Well, isn't that what a VBS does?
No, because you're playing the game on the BBS. The BBS host computer is the one controlling the game.
No, you talked about talking with other computer users together, and you do that on a BBS.
No,
Yeah, you
directly. Not
Yeah,
not
directly.
not through some third party. You can talk to each other directly.
Yeah.
That's right.
The PBS would be the third party. In this case, you can make connections to websites, shared game servers, whatever, or a BBS. There is nothing that would stop a BBS from supporting incoming Fuji connections.
That wasn't it like P-51 Mustang where you could go head to head with two computers?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Now
this
with
would
FujiNet,
be
because it's an
like
actual
that.
network protocol, you can actually have more than 2 computers hooked up.
Right. It's just an expansion on that type of
But
idea.
yeah, you don't need someone between the two of you necessarily. You could.
Yeah, like BBS hosted games, you usually, like, even if it was a multiplayer game, you'd have multiple people log in, but the main BBS computer is the one controlling the whole thing.
Well, how is
Yeah.
that different than the card that Rick made?
It really isn't. It's a network transport, except
Okay.
that they
Well-
also have a infrastructure behind it.
Well, they're
They're
kind of
using
using
trivial NFS.
serial. They're using serial as their transport, I think, where we're using Ethernet as ours. But
Right.
same thing, only different.
Serial to Wi-Fi, but yeah.
Yeah, it's it's similar in principle. The thing with the FujiNet is that it's got this background of having all these other machines already done and more still coming online.
It's kind of like Pi DriveWire in a card for all the other kind of computers that aren't Pi DriveWire.
Yeah, because right now DriveWire is uniquely a CoCo system. It only works with CoCos and Dragons, I guess. Like even the MC10s isn't the same. You can't run DriveWire and MC10. It's similar, but it's not the exact same thing. FujiNet tries to make the protocol exact same. So if you have an Atari and an Atom, a Commodore 64, an Apple II, a CoCo, they all can talk the exact same language to each other. And if you want to do like Mark, you had showed off one of the Apple FujiNet games at one point. It was a car racing game.
Actually, yeah, that predates FujiNet. Actually, that one's called 8-Bit Slicks, and they have their own system and server.
Oh, okay, but similar in principle because you could play that against
Very
Atari
similar, yes.
people or
Yes,
whatever.
Atari
else.
and Commodore, yeah, Oric, basically, and Nintendo versus basically 6502 systems.
So when you're doing that, everybody's working on a similar or an even playground as far as speed of their processor, and,
Yes,
and
that is true, too.
communicating. It's
Yes.
not.
A step is a tip, a turn is a turn. Yeah.
So nobody's going to have an advantage over another because their machine's faster.
No, that exactly that is that it smooths out and becomes a common translation layer.
Yeah, because basically everybody communicates at the same speed. So, moves or, my car turned right 3
You took
degrees
your
and accelerated.
turn. You took your turn. You took your turn. We don't care how fast you were. You get your slot.
Yeah. I mean, the slower machines will be just, keeping up as fast as they can with what's going on. The really, really fast machines will, get the data, update your screen to show where you turned, and then, wait for 10 milliseconds while everybody else catches up, I think. But everybody's locked at the same speed.
Okay. I guess that's what made it easier to think about.
Yeah. No, it's a good project. And I know he was trying to, drum up support a couple years back. And I mean, he'd asked me and I'm sure some other people about, actually working on it and stuff, but I was too busy with all the other projects I got going. I didn't really want to take on another large one. I can't keep up with the ones I got now, but I'm really glad he's actually making progress on his own. He's actually coming along pretty quickly now. So once this is all done, you'll be able to, start writing games that run on multiple platforms and play against those multiple platforms.
On the CoCo Discord, he has also posted the info to the FujiNet Discord, and there is a dedicated CoCo channel there, and there is a dedicated TRS-80 channel for the Model
cool.
1 and 3 folks there. So if you have an interest in helping with this project, including things like testing, documentation, all of that, then heck, Ron, maybe they want a CoCo FujiNet logo. I don't know.
Yeah.
But if you get, they are talking about it a bit in the DriveWire channel on the CoCo Discord. But they are also talking about it with other folks who are working on the software on the FujiNet Discord, and the information to get to that is on the DriveWire channel of the CoCo Discord as well. Or ping me when you're on the Discord, and I'll dig it up and
How did
help
the
steer
name
you
come
toward.
about?
What?
How did the name come about?
The logo for the Atari Corporation is a stylized version of Mount Fuji in Japan. And Atari was coined as a Japanese word. So the idea is FujiNet, I believe, started on Atari 8-bit computers, or was very early in it as far as working. And so they've adopted, I mean, Fuji is just a big thing around the Atari community. So FujiNet is essentially started as AtariNet, and then has branched out into many other similar type era retro machines. And I could be completely wrong. I am a kibitzer. I am by no means a FujiNet expert.
That's my understanding too, is that Fuji has a real tie-in with Atari, because that is the first system they developed for, and that's where Thomas Jerry Holmes and the other people, the background they came out of.
So, with a large, well, we don't have a large group of people that would be using this, so that would be a time period where people would get on, right? I mean,
No, there's not like a big mess up that you can
morning.
connect to at a given time to talk with everybody. Right now, it's all being coordinated through the Discord.
Okay.
Cool. No, I'm glad it's actually progressing forward, and it seems to be at a rapid pace now the last week or two.
And
So.
this video was freaking awesome to see because of the, I don't know, some sort of anime movie style level over 9,000 explosive fight that has been going on the past couple of weeks to get from where it's been languishing for years to bringing up Canyon Climber over it. There has been a lot of struggle going on in the background, and it is great to see that perseverance and prevail. So
Cool.
Congrats.
I'm sure we'll be getting more updates soon.
Oh, I hope so. And I know that Boise's over on the other Discord talking with them about DriveWire stuff. They're expanding how it interfaces and connects with DriveWire and uses and some of the same capabilities that DriveWire does. You know, because apparently they're interfacing, like DriveWire is kind of the language to talk to the FujiNet. And then the FujiNet goes off and does all its magic behind that. But from the CoCo side, a lot of DriveWire know-how will be or is being reused. So, you know, hopefully it will help bring up things like getting OS9 talking over this stuff and on and on and on. So very interesting project, very interesting approach. And this was a massive milestone, this 2-minute video here.
Okay. Cool. Okay, next up, Simon Jonason posted a couple of updates to his online CoCo 1.2 graphics editor. He's added in some stuff for supporting both mouse buttons to do color selection. And he also did a small video here. Check, what did he describe it as? Tool highlight is active and I can paint a color, need to sort color selections or various modes next. Of course, this is the online editor where you can actually load in files from your local machine over the net in your browser to edit on here and then save them back onto your local machine. So if you want to do, you know, custom graphics design for a game or screens or something like that for the CoCo 1 and 2, it's perfect for that kind of thing.
Man, it's coming a long way. This is awesome.
You say he's taking artwork from the PC and putting it on the CoCo? Is that what you're saying?
No, you can load it off your PC, like if you have a bin file or something saved.
Which is what I just said.
Oh, no, I thought you meant like a PC, like a ping file or something like that.
No.
You might be doing that too. I can't remember.
Oh. So you could take something you designed on the PC and export it to this.
Yeah, or even if you ran in the CoCo emulator on the PC, saved it out on the PC side, you can then throw it up in here and then edit directly here too. It's not quite up to CoCo Max yet, though.
That's pretty good, though. He's a wizard, as it is.
Yeah, and this will actually handle MC10 graphics modes too, so you can use this for doing MC10 graphics because it actually supports P mode, 0 through 4, and the MC10 with a 16K RAM expansion or higher can handle P mode 0 through 2 just fine. And then here's where he's showing, not an animated one here in this case, but you can switch the colors with the right mouse button type thing. So you can just kind of like change the colors while you're here instead of having to go way over here, select the color, come back, etc.
Yeah,
So
my
that's
daughter's looking forward to drawing some CoCo people, CoCo Mans, the little cartoon CoCo guy.
Yeah,
using-
right.
Yeah, she's all into the pixel art, and that's right up her alley.
And here I've got 2 videos from Joel Evie, and he's actually been contacting David Ladd. So this is about the MM1, and there's an MM1 group on Facebook that Joel's a member of, as is David for that matter. I'm just going to play 2 videos because what has happened is that he's been trying to get software pulled off his MM1. So MM1s came with SCSI hard drives by default. And those drives are getting old and they're starting to die. And you'll hear that in the first video here. But he got a blue SCSI, and this kind of ties in with the Retro Computer Roundup I was on because Joe is one of the people that manufactures the blue SCSI, which is meant as a SCSI SD card replacement for any machine that uses SCSI, including Apple's and other machines as well. And Joel actually got, I think it's actually from Joe, because Joe's one of several manufacturers that make these things, got one, and he actually started working on getting it to transfer all the stuff off his hard drive, because he says his hard drive, well, I'll let him explain it in the video. If it
Can't
plays.
hear anything.
Oh, it's not playing, it just froze for some stupid reason.
Yeah, it's just hit the play button.
The heck is it doing here?
It's waiting for you to hit the play button.
The full screen bug got you again.
Yeah, I'll just do this one then.
Okay, I am finally copying everything off my old spinning rust hard drive onto
Man, that
a
drive
Blue
sounds good,
SCSI
don't it?
version 2.
Oh, that would be bad, right?
Good enough.
That is fear.
See it copying away here?
Fear.
And you can probably hear the
Yep,
jet
peppers.
engine-like whine of this old Western Digital SCSI drive. The drive works okay as long as you keep it powered on. But if you let it shut down and cool off for more than a few hours, then when you turn it back on, it takes a day to warm up to the point where it works properly. And then it works fine. So I've been running this for months on end, just so that when I want to use the MM1, I can just turn on the monitor and actually use it, instead of having to turn it on the day before I want to use it. So hopefully in short order here, we can retire this drive or put it into second line service.
And what's going to replace it?
SD card unit.
Which I'll show now.
A solid state device.
Got the old mechanical hard drive removed. Here's the blue SCSI sticking way too far out the front end. I'm gonna replace that 3D printed
Closure.
adapter that came with it. I'm gonna design a new one so that I can mount this farther back in there. But for now, I want it so just the memory card pokes out the front, and I will probably adapt one of these bezels to
there you go.
to go in here, so that there's just a slot for the memory card. But it is now booting from the memory card. So let's give that a demonstration here. Still has to load the kernel off the floppy drive. I'm not sure if this thing, if the MM1 has ever been able to boot entirely off a SCSI drive or not.
Right? My Delmar 5 also
But I've never
needs a
gotten it
floppy.
to do that. So there we have it. Booting entirely off of a completely silent SD card. I've got now an extra 2 gigabytes here that I can put some extra drives on.
Doesn't have to wear the hearing protection.
And I can easily remove the SD card to back up the entire thing, and or to use Toolshed to copy big files onto the memory card. Anyway, there we have it.
So yeah, that it turns out it works. It does replace the SCSI drive, even an MM1. So I think anybody who has a TC70 or, like you said, some of the Delmar, the System 4, System 5, possibly even some of the old SCSI controllers for the CoCo, this might even work. I don't know. I'm assuming it's 8-bit SCSI, maybe it's 16-bit. I'm not sure. If Sloopy were here, I'd ask him because he's probably more familiar with these than I am, because I think he helps manufacture some of them.
However, I believe I want one now.
Mission accomplished.
Are the files on the hard drive on this machine anything like the ones on a CoCo where they're individual discs? You know what I mean? Of 256K or whatever it is.
No.
It's all like a PC.
Yeah, this is all like a PC, Ron.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is 68K, right? So it's,
Yeah, this is OS9 68,000.
Yeah, I could never understand why anybody would ever format a hard drive into individual discs, you know, and have
that was mainly for compatibility with Disk Extended Basic.
It did it make any sense at all?
Only for Disk Extended Basic.
Right.
The Disk Extended Basic only knows how to read a floppy. It can't read anything bigger on its own. It's never designed to do anything beyond. Well, literally, it's on the CoCo. It's designed for 35 tracks, single sided.
Right.
Whereas OS9, OSK, DOS, they're all designed for running multi-megabyte hard drives.
You know, with
So
the wonders of what the SDC does, you would think somebody would have come up with something.
well, the SCC is kind of doing the same thing. You've got those little floppy disk images. You still got to mount each one as you want them, right? It's not like you have one big drive with everything on it at once. You have one card with everything on it at once, but you have to go mount each disk as you want it in the SDC. So you're doing the same thing you're talking about, where you're just picking a small little 1.856K disk image file, which has CoCoMax on it.
Right. Well, will there ever be a day when it'll be more like a PC? Probably not.
Not without breaking backwards compatibility with everything disk basic. For OS9, yes, it's already there.
Well, what I don't understand is why they can't save stuff off one way. Yeah, almost like accessing your PC through DriveWire, because you're doing that in DriveWire, right?
Yeah, you do with HDB DOS.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, why can't it be done?
If you replace
on an
Disk
SD
Basic
card?
ROM.
No matter what you do, Disk Basic only understands a couple of floppy drives. So you have to present everything you've got as a couple of floppy drives so that Disk Basic can handle it. That's
I guess
just
what I'm saying is
the end of it.
not using Disk Basic and having something interpreted.
Right. You go with something like HDB DOS, which starts letting you actually talk to a hard disk with the file system and translate the file system into loads and saves and stuff like that.
You're right.
You replace Disk Basic.
Yeah, Disk Basic's the limiting factor here.
Yes.
And has, like, this is something I never understood about Tandy. I mean, the time between when Disk Basic was released in late 82, right up to the CoCo 3, they could have at least done like what ADOS did, like let you handle a 40 track drive or an 80 track drive or a double-sided drive, and they never did any of that.
80, yeah.
Well, what was the the disk controller for the 5 meg? What was the ROMs? There was no ROMs in there, or
OS9 only.
Well, how was the file system set up in that? Was it
OS9? It was OS,
but they were individual disks, right?
it was one big heavy disk But OS 9 was the file system. The RBF was the file system you used
So
inside.
it was more like a PC then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, OS 9 is
so
more
why
like a
couldn't-
PC.
Why couldn't they do that with some kind of a controller that would translate to the CoCo and have it so that the hard drive wouldn't waste all that space? I mean,
Well,
you
the
could take a
technology
drive.
technology wasn't available then at that kind of price for the CoCo.
Well, it is now
Right.
though, right?
Yeah, it is now, but
But
Oh, it is
everybody
now.
skips that
But-
and they just go with the SD card and all these files.
well, we want to move everyone to OS 9 anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. It's a plot.
And,
It's
and,
an
and
evil
Ron will do
plot,
that too once I get Decimate 3 working.
Right? Right.
Well,
He'll move us
that's-
all over.
No, the
You
problem
see-
is they have to try to maintain backwards compatibility. Because I mean, we could write a new DOS for Disk Basic that handles hard drives natively, and absolutely none of the existing machine language software that was written back in the day will work if they
Right.
access the disk drive. Because they're
Decades of
going to try to
stuff.
access it as if it's a single 35-track floppy.
Yeah, but
They
see,
won't
that
have a
could be
clue how to go
but that-
past that.
But that can be all translated in one of those super chips, that has all the brains. Right?
You would
can
have to
feed
read
it
No,
on
you're-
one
sure.
end. You feed
You're
it.
pushing uphill. The CPU has to be smarter than all of the things that it's running. And with this basic, the CPU has its
Right.
smart limits,
Right,
and you can't make it more complicated past that.
right. Well, what I'm saying is, it was just like the SDC. It has a big chip on there that translates everything, right? That does the interfacing between. So.
Well,
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
still have to
that's a
mount
good
those
point.
individual disk images to maintain disk basic compatibility. You're just
Right.
all you've done is change your floppies into one little 156K files, and you still have to pick I want this one in drive 0, I want this one in drive 1. It's not automatic where I could run CoCoMax and immediately switch to Deskmate, without having to change anything. You have to mount
I
the
think the
disk.
word-
and-
Hang on
I
a
think
second.
the word translate's not the right word.
Yeah, Ron. So Defender goes to write the high scores. How does it do that? It was designed to ask Disk Basic to write the high scores. And if you take out the Disk Basic or change Disk Basic too much, the Defender would have to also be changed
Well,
to still
what I'm
write high
saying-
scores on whatever you
Right,
change.
what I'm saying is,
Right.
we feed it what it wants, but a brain can do it, on the.
Yeah, but you have to
roller.
go game by game then.
Yeah, you have to patch
Well,
every single program then. That
And so it
accesses the
turns
disk
out
drive.
1,024 floppies, virtual floppies, is the best way to do it because that's what all of the hardware underneath or all the software underneath understands. So rather than change all of those thousands of programs, we're just going to say, okay, we've got 1,000 floppy drives here. And this is how you handle your 1,000 floppy drives. And that works.
Yeah.
But you
Ron,
can't
to be equivalent of let's say you've got a whole bunch of books you want to read, but they're in Japanese. You have to translate each book. You can't
have
just lump the
asparagus.
books in a box
and
and
that's
it's
okay because computers are
asparagus
fast
has
and
been
they're
called.
smart.
We
Right?
have an asparagus called.
okay. Yeah,
as
And
usual,
it's more complicated under the hood. I think is basically the summary.
yeah,
than I
it's
think you
hard.
think it is, Ron.
What I always think of is how DriveWire works. It goes from my stupid CoCo to a complex.
And you never have to go to the DriveWire server and change the disk image. It's all automatic. It just
Yeah.
handles it.
And
No,
it
you
does
have to go
not
pick which one's
translate.
mounted where.
I can pick how many.
You have to pick. You
drives.
just identified the problem. You can't have it automatically just go, pick disk 512 that has CoCoMax 3 today.
Because the old software is not going to know how to tell whatever
Right.
solution to
None of
get what
this.
it needs to get.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Anyway,
asparagus was called, so I probably shouldn't extend it anymore. Oops. Okay, so next up, we've got some Dragon stuff. There's a fair bit here. So first of all, there's Rob Config, who just actually joined the Discord here recently as well, has made a new version of his VDK image tool for Dragon DOS disks. And he's actually got some screenshots here of it in action. And like Paul Fiscarelli's one for the CoCo, which I don't know if it's officially released yet or not, this lets you not only go through a disk image and see what files are sitting there, but it actually can do things like if it recognizes it's a picture file, you can actually tell it to display it right off the disk image. You don't have to like load a program that does it and, does the display on its own. And you basically tell it, in this case here, what view mode is it? A P mode 3 picture? Is it a P mode 4 picture? What color palette should it be? And then you can actually export it as a ping directly onto your desktop. So you can actually steal, graphic images off these disks without having to copy the files over, then convert it with something. That's all very, very nicely done, very nicely presented. So that's available. You can download it, precompiled executables. You can go on to the World of Dragon archive, which is part of the whole World of Dragon website that has all the software and stuff for the Dragon as well. And if you have a Dragon or you want to deal with Dragon VDK disk images and you want to give it a shot,
is that for Mac only?
I don't think so. This doesn't look like Mac to me. That one kind of does.
That's the one I saw. It looked like
but
a
these
Mac.
Don't. These look like Windows or Linux or something.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be.
You see his background there is a Windows 11 background.
Oh yeah,
bottom picture.
Okay.
Yeah, so it seems to be cross-platform, which is
Oh,
cool too.
Mac JPEG, Linux JPEG, Windows JPEG. I wonder if there's a theme here.
Damn, Rick, you figured it out. Yeah, it's cross-platform from what I can see.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's I think it's actually, if I remember, this got released before last week's episode, and somehow I totally missed it.
So where was that? I might have a look at that.
World of Dragon archive.
World of Dragon.
Yeah, worldofdragon.org.
I wonder
if the program is called Dragon DOS.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get a version with the Tandy logo there.
But it's a dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Dragon disk format is violently different from the CoCo format.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say.
Yeah, but we're gonna get called on asparagus on that one though too.
Yeah.
Would this work on a CoCo if it's called Dragon DOS? I'm thinking.
No, I'm guessing not, because the Dragon DOS format's sector based, not granule based. Like it's totally different.
So this is not. This is only for Dragon.
It's like reading a Mac disk in a PC, like the old Mac disks. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, so I won't bother going to look for this.
Now, Nick, this might be of use to you though for making Dragon versions of your games.
Oh yeah, you could use the PC
because you can drag the bin
disk.
file in, which is the same format, and it'll convert it. You export it from your CoCo granule based disk image, and then import it through this as a sector based Dragon DOS image. It should just pop the bin in and go, right?
I've got a much easier utility for that. It's called Kieran. I just send it to Kieran and I get back what I want.
It's done.
I tried to put CoCo Max on a VDK, by taking all the files off of a floppy, and I didn't know though which ones would be.
Yeah, I think unfortunately CoCo Max. This is getting into the same problem we just discussed here, where the CoCo Max is trying to talk to Disk Basic, which is totally different than Dragon DOS.
Right.
Yeah, because you go on the CoCo and you go say write granule 1, and then when you go to the Dragon, you have to write 9 different sectors to do that.
What the F is a granule?
Yeah, what a granule? What the hell is that? Yeah. Next up, this is the final of 3 of the videos interviewing Brian. Green, I think his last name was, if I remember correctly. Brian Moore, sorry.
Yeah.
Now, Brian was one of the final people working at Dragon Day. He was kind of their representative for the media, as well as, fairly high up in the organization itself. He was actually one of the people trying to get Dragon fixed before they went into receivership. So Richard Harding has contacted Brian and actually gotten these from Brian's personal archives, these interviews he did for TV. And this is the 3rd and final one he has. And this is basically when Dragon was on the way out type thing.
Right. The receivers are in is a bad forward.
Dragon Data, the South Wales home computer firm, are in serious trouble. As we disclosed in Wales at 6 last night, the Kenvig Hill firm have called in the receivers following serious financial problems. Paul Starling looks at what went wrong at one of Wales's boom companies.
Dragon Data were hailed as the fastest growing company in Wales just 2 years ago, and they were seen as the high-tech success symbols of Wales. They were one of the first to attack the boom in home computers, launching their Dragon 32 computer in August 1982. It was created and made at Swansea by toy manufacturers Metoy, who've since gone bust themselves. Sales over that first Christmas were staggering. Thousands of computers rolled off the Swansea production line and across shop counters all over Britain. On the strength of that, Dragon Data was created as a company separate from Metoy and moved into this factory at Kenvig Hill. They received major financial backing, including £500,000 from the Welsh Development Agency. The boom continued into 1983. Sales rocketed and 80,000 computers found new homes. Dragon placed mass orders for components and planned for soaring production. That was their first mistake, and it proved extremely costly. While they planned for boom, a vicious cost-cutting war broke out. There was a seasonal summer slump, and by August, Dragon Data needed £4.5 million to stay in business. The present managing director, Brian Moore, was brought in from GEC. That money was put up by the WDA and Prudential Assurance, and 140 workers went in a slim-down. All hopes were pinned on high Christmas sales this year, but that failed to happen.
Unfortunately, these sales weren't as high as we thought they would be, and there was a carryover effect into first quarter of this year, and basically we just haven't sold as many computers since Christmas as we thought we would.
You were telling me earlier that in fact the bottom has almost dropped out of the Dragon market.
Well, Dragons are still selling in the UK. We have information that says we're selling still a few hundred a week. But a company the size of Dragon needs to sell significantly more than that to stay in business. So it's a matter of degree rather than dropping out of the market. And there's no doubt that the home computer market is a very risky business, and the market conditions are very uncertain. And certainly in the last week there's been fairly pessimistic reports about the US market and the whole future of home computers.
Are there any general lessons you feel that can be learned from this problem that you faced, taking into consideration that you were the fastest growing company in Wales at one stage?
Are there any general... well, I think the most important thing we've learned is to make sure that your forecasting is right. And one of the problems with high-tech industries is that there's usually a lot of material content and relatively small labour content, which means if you don't forecast your sales correctly, you have a lot of bought-in components, which essentially means that if you're unable to sell them, you have big debtors behind you, and debtors mean that you run out of money in the bank.
Now, we're sitting in an area of high unemployment. You know that as well as anyone else. What is likely to happen to the 160 jobs still left in this factory?
Well, we're doing our very best to attract a buyer to carry on in business. Certainly the receiver and myself have discussed it, and we are now putting together a proposal for someone who will be attracted to the business. We still have 3 or 4 new products just about to go to the market, and I'm very confident we'll have something in place in this location working. I think it would be too early to say what and the size of it, but there is still some hope that we'll get something.
Will you continue to fight to save Dragon Data?
Absolutely, yes. We've spoken to GEC, who are our UK distribution company. They've indicated their willingness to carry on with the brand. They will be having discussions both with the receiver and ourselves over the next week, and we are fairly confident that something will come out of it, but it's a bit early to say exactly what yet.
I mean, I'll ask what is effectively a naughty question. Are GEC likely to take it over lock, stock and barrel?
Well, that is a naughty question. I think you ought to ask GEC that. But,
Can I say... I was going to say, this is about the time when Atari was dumping ET games into a desert in New Mexico, and the
GI 99 stopped selling machines, and the Atom failed, and
the video crash had begun, and Dragon Data was just right in the middle of it.
So what caused that?
Everything. It all died in '83. Atari died, Dragon died, everything died in '83.
The basic idea was that no one bought new stuff for a Christmas. So everyone bought, all these companies stocked up huge, like the Christmas '83 was going to be just this banner thing.
Right.
And the people were so over glutted with choices in video games, choices in home computers, that
well said.
No one bought new stuff for that Christmas. everything was so available and cheap, and there was too much of it. So this huge glut hit, and all these distributors ended up with all the stuff they had made still sitting in the stores after Christmas. And so all the distributors wanted to send it back. And that's why Atari just said, great, put it in a truck and ship it off to New Mexico. Barry, they produced, I think, more Pac-Man cartridges or more ET cartridges. I forget which one it was.
There were consoles.
And there were machines to plug the cartridge into. So, yeah, I mean, the world was very crazy then. The third-party video game market had exploded, and parents were just too confused with everything that was out there. They're like, we're going to go do something else.
Yeah. And the case of Dragon specifically, they forecast, as he mentioned, the forecast was wrong. They thought the sales were going to keep going way up. And they were, like they said, they were the fastest growing company in Wales at one point.
Well, why didn't
and they ordered all the chips for the stuff for after Christmas, like all the CPUs, the PIAs, all the components they needed. And then sales dropped off a cliff. Now they had all this stuff. They had to pay for it still. They couldn't send them back to the electronics distributors, to get, like Motorola, for example, for all the chips and stuff. And then they were stuck, not even being able to sell any of it. So they had, millions of dollars of stuff they had to spend, and they couldn't sell.
I mean, they were hoping the warehouses were empty to make room for the new products.
Right. So nothing new for next year because we still got 83. And so, yeah, this is.
It's kind of like what happened to Osborne, except Osborne did it themselves by pre-announcing a great new machine that we'll have out in a couple months here, and then everybody stopped buying the old ones.
The old one.
And then the old ones were the ones that they had to sell for the next 6 months to pay for everything, and they couldn't sell them because they'd already promised this new machine to come out. And the catch-22 was that nobody bought the old. They couldn't get the money to build the new that they were planning on, and they went bankrupt. It's kind of similar in this case.
There's probably like about 200 other streams of things that all came together in late 83 and early 84 that, it thinned the herd quite a bit. I mean, Commodore went to war with TI and drove them basically out of the computer market because Tramiel wanted to pay back over some calculator deals that TI had destroyed for him. And, arcades were collapsing, not just home computers and home consoles. The whole concept of the arcade was fading.
Right.
Because of recessions and things like that. It's just there are a couple of really good books out there. I don't have the titles of them off the top of my head at the moment, but there's a couple of really good books out there that involve, what was all the different stuff in the soup that became the video game crash. It wasn't just Pac-Man and ET failed Atari and that took out the entire rest of the world. No, there was, basically the whole rest of the world had all these different things that all struck at once.
There was a huge recession going on too, which didn't help sales either.
Did that movie Catch Fire and Burn, whatever it was called?
I don't know.
Chronicle
that one.
You talking about Halt and Catch Fire?
Yeah,
that was a story about Compaq.
Yeah, but wasn't that about the same time as the?
No,
that was years later. I think a few years later than this.
Oh,
This is like 83, 84, and the Compaq was the more the. Yeah, that was the 90s version of the video game crash.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing
same
about
mistakes were repeated.
The thing about the video game crash is every country has their own version, but it all kind of happened at the same time for different reasons in different places. The initial rush kind of exceeded what it could accomplish, and then they were just asking more money for the same old thing. And so anyway.
Yeah, it's like the .com crash we had around 2000, 2001 type thing. That's kind of
right. All the people
thing.
Jump in, and everyone tries to get their money all at once, and there's just too many choices, and there's no one that's really better than anyone. And yeah, it's the surge that everything gets.
Has anyone said asparagus yet?
Yeah,
asparagus. David Lord just said, "Wait, is this the start of next week's show?"
That's good.
All right, because we're
Is it next week yet?
Yeah,
I've only got 2 stories left, so we're just about done.
Push on, Curtis.
We're at 5
Please.
1/4, so
There, I've exceeded what I told Trina. I was going to make damn sure we were longer than 4. Okay, so next up, Julian, who's actually in our chat right now because he was talking about the crash in the UK being a bit based on some different things, mainly the Christmas forecast, and some supply deadlines. So he actually is mentioning here, now he's of course the person that's redoing the Dragon 32 board, and now he's been doing the, where he's starting to expand its capabilities, like the 256K RAM, etc. So he's been adding in additional audio circuits. He's talking about putting in multiple audio chips and stuff, but because of using modern technology instead of his original versions, which are basically just duplicating the Dragon 32 as is, look how much board space he's saved now.
Wow.
Basically
Yeah,
doing the
wow.
same thing.
Much
Had
better.
a transmitting antenna in the middle of that thing.
And a volleyball court.
Right?
LED array.
Which, I mean, some purists think, well, this isn't a Dragon anymore because it's not the same thing. But I view it as a continuation of it, but also just to show this is a kind of a snapshot of technology advancements. All those chips combined now down to this. And this has extra features beyond the original set.
Is
like
that a gimme
256K.
chip socket right there?
And I mean, we've seen this when you do stuff like a CoCo 3 FPGA, you can reduce the size of a CoCo 3 into this tiny little box type thing using modern or more modern chips. They're already old now. So
are these alternate pinouts for the different chips? So he's got some quad pack things going on, like.
Or is he doing kind of a gate array thing?
Julian in the chat there, if you want to kind of answer those questions, because I don't have a clue.
Those could be.
We're gonna have to have you on the show sometime, Julian, actually, to talk about this project.
Yeah, you must explain yourself, sir.
So I'll let him talk about that in the chat, and I'll just get the last
It
bit
just
here.
looks like artwork to me. It's awesome.
Now, this is one I just found this morning, actually. So there's a channel with 3 subscribers called Retronaut, and he's doing a history of his own involvement with tech. And this is chapter 4, 1982, the Dragon 32. And he's already revealed that he's going to be continuing the Dragon 32 part of his tech history in his next episode for chapter 5. I'll play just a little bit at the very beginning. It's almost a half-hour-long video, but it's pretty cool. He has his own interpretation of what he remembers of what happened to Dragon, etc., and also why he ended up getting a Dragon as a kid type thing. But it's actually pretty well done, and it's pretty interesting conversation. And he knows about the CoCo, and he knows that why the Dragon got to launch with so many titles at the beginning was because they could just take CoCo stuff and very lightly patch the keyboard routines, and voila, software. So I'll play just a little bit to get a teaser, but you definitely should check this out. And he's got another Dragon one planned for the next episode too, so maybe subscribe to his channel. And he's got a pretty fancy intro, so I thought I'd show that too.
Hi, and welcome to another Retronaut video.
It's a bit soft.
In
Yeah,
the
I just
previous
heard that.
chapter in this series, we looked at my longings and eventual tryst with an Atari VCS. This was my second games console, and like so many people owning and playing an Atari VCS, it was a rite of passage for so many back in the 1970s and 1980s. It's fair to say that pretty much everyone who went on to become a gamer, they started off with a VCS. Now, the next part of my journey it's quite personal to me, and that's because the next device in my personal tech journey is a computer, which was made literally in the town where I grew up. So I grew up in Port Talbot in South Wales. Port Talbot is a medium-sized town, and this town grew massively during the Industrial Revolution. And like so many places in South Wales, it quickly became a centre for metal smelting. And that was because it combined ready sources of iron and coal in the nearby valleys. So this is why, South Wales is famous for valleys, is because lots of coal mines and I think iron ore mines also used to exist in those valleys back in the day. About 7 miles away is Swansea, and this is a mid-sized city on the coast, both Port Talbot, obviously with the name Port Talbot, you'd know it's on the coast. Swansea is also a coastal town as well with a big port. Again, it's a town that grew up because of metal making. In Swansea's case, it was actually copper, and it was known as Copperopolis at one point because I think it made something crazy like 80% of the world's supply of copper. So I'll mention as well that my grandmother worked for a company called Metoy in Swansea. Metoy was a metal toy manufacturer, and in this country, in the UK, they were quite famous for producing a range of toy cars under the brand Corgi. So in early 1992, the local TV news, it was reporting that a new local company called Dragon Data, it was going to release their own computer, and it was going to be called the Dragon 32. What was even more exciting for me, though, was that this new computer was developed in Swansea, and it was going to be manufactured in a new factory that they were building actually just outside Port Talbot. And this really brought, the microcomputer revolution, literally to my doorstep. My grandmother, she then told me that from what she understood, Dragon Data was actually an offshoot of Metoy. And I've done a little bit of reading up about Dragon Data, and it turns out that Dragon Data...
Anyway, I won't play the whole thing here, obviously, but that'll give you a bit of a taste for it, and he kind of goes through his history with the Dragon here, which we'll be continuing in the next episode. Definitely worthwhile checking out. I found he's a good presenter. He's got some pretty interesting stories. He talks about, his first learning how to program was on the Dragon, and then, some of the stuff that was happening with the Dragon later with, eventually going with Eurhard Spain, etc. So, definitely check that one out. And that's it for the news. And I think we got a response from Julian. Board looks empty, but the central horizontal band is just bus data and addresses.
Hey, antenna.
And yes, we've had longer shows than this. The Dragon special was longer than this. The MC10 might have been longer than this. And for sure, our virtual CoCoFest last time was longer than this, just to name a few.
Okay, my revelation from this show was Metoy is metal toys.
Yes, it is.
So Julian's also mentioning that the PLCC sockets are the PIAs in a different form factor, and the ROMs are PLCC EEPROMs.
So no gimme type chip though.
No, it's a Dragon 32
Then it wouldn't be a
clone, so
Dragon.
it'd be like a CoCo 2. It doesn't have a gimme either.
Okay, are we ready for the outro?
We've been ready. Please push the button.
My cat's going to kill me if I don't feed him soon. So.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Technicolor computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server.
CoCo forever.
But it might not be.
Really, until we get the...
I do the indexes here. I have to put another 5 minutes of indexes after it's over, so don't tell me it's over.
So now we got the post-amble here.
See you next week. That's my post-amble.
Bye, yes.
Yeah, all right.
Awesome. More CoCo.
Bye, everybody. Where's the button?